When reality crashes down so hard that the mind refuses to accept it, denial is usually the first place it runs. Vergatilus, the Demon King, screams out with pain and fury, his voice tearing through the ruined hall as thick blood bursts from his mouth. Until this very moment, he had never truly understood the reality standing in front of him. All around his shattered throne hall, the bodies of his own subjects lie scattered across the broken floor. Below him, the heroes who had won this battle look up at him in silence, their victory pressing down on him harder than any blade. The black flames he had always taken such pride in, the flames he believed could burn anything, had failed to kill the heroes. Vergatilus stares at the group before him, his eyes trembling with disbelief, unable to accept that these same heroes were the ones who had brought him down. His thoughts spiral as he wonders how the sword god among the heroes could possibly drive a blade through his scales and pierce all the way into his heart. The memory freezes on the exact instant he was stabbed while seated on his throne. His mind can only repeat the same broken question again and again. He does not understand. How did this happen? With blood streaming down his chin, Vergatilus still cannot make sense of his own defeat. His eyes remain wide, his breathing ragged, and then the scene slips backward, pulling him into the past. Vergatilus remembers his younger days, when he truly believed he stood on a completely different level from everyone else. A young, confident Verg appears with a bright, self-assured smile at the Demon King Military Academy, graduating at the very top of his class with the highest honors. Back then, there existed the Demon King standards, a theory established by the first Emperor Demon King. Vergatilus studied those standards more seriously than anyone, digging into every rule, every sentence, and every principle, following them exactly as they were written. Just as the Demon King standards demanded, he constructed a towering fortress and had his demonic minions abduct princesses, carrying them away as symbols of terror and bait. At the same time, he also raised the very heroes who would eventually come to rescue those princesses. He locked the princesses in cages and used their suffering to lure in their saviors, because to a demon king, the rage and sorrow of heroes were the richest feast imaginable. But killing those heroes too soon would have ruined everything. In Vergatilus's eyes, true sincerity meant helping them grow stronger first, then devouring them when they had ripened. The stronger the hero became, the better their flavor would be, and that belief shaped everything he did. No one followed the Demon King's standards more faithfully than he did. He watched patiently as the resentment of ordinary people piled up against him, letting their hatred rise higher and higher like fuel for his power. In his mind, world conquest had become nothing more than a matter of time. Every conflict made him stronger. He absorbed the endless sorrow and anger pouring out from heroes and countless civilians, feeding on it until he became the strongest Demon King of all. Then the scene returns to the present. Why was he the one lying here in defeat at the very end? No matter how many times the question echoed through his mind, the only thing he could think was the same thing. How could this have happened? He asks himself over and over, his face twisting with confusion, humiliation, and despair. Just as his agony reaches its peak, a mocking voice cuts through it like a blade. You demon kings always say the same thing, the sword god of the heroes says with a smirk, looking down at Vergatilus as if his suffering is nothing more than entertainment. You're the ones who bring this on yourselves. So why do you always act like you can't believe what's happening? Vergatilus hears the words, but his mind still reels in disbelief, unable to understand how everything he trusted could have led him here. His eyes stretch wide open, his pupils shaking as cold sweat runs down his face, every part of him refusing to accept what the hero is saying. Liar, the hero replies, cutting straight through his confusion. You demon kings always kidnap the most famous princess. Then leave us clues so we can come fight you after you make your move. The hero suddenly bursts into laughter, as if the whole thing is painfully obvious. You're stupid. If it were me, I'd kill the king first. Then the entire kingdom would collapse into chaos. In that instant, Vergatilus realizes the truth. If he had kidnapped the king instead, humans would have torn each other apart fighting for the throne. But if their anger was aimed inward, then their rage would not be directed at him, and without that hatred, he could not grow as a demon king. But that idea went completely against the standards. The book of standards flashes through his mind like a curse, the very source of the path that had guided him all the way to ruin. The hero keeps speaking, his tone growing even more cynical. And that's not all. When we don't come to the tower, you send monsters into villages so we can train. Honestly, I couldn't be more grateful for the help. But coming straight to your tower makes things even easier for us. The silhouettes of the heroes appear as they approach the tower, making it painfully clear that the Demon King's own domain had become the perfect training ground for them. The first floor is packed with weak monsters, The hero continues. That lets everyone train at their own pace, sharpen their skills, and slowly build themselves up without dying right away. Vergadalus grinds his teeth in rage. He had been so careful to keep the heroes from dying halfway through the tower, also he could gather more energy from them later. But now, that careful planning feels completely meaningless. That was what the standards taught him. The memory of that cursed book rises in his mind again. The same book that had controlled his entire life and dragged him straight into destruction. The sword god drives his blade into Vergadalus once more, stabbing the already defeated Demon King, as if one more wound is needed to crush what remains of his pride. Vergadalus's eyes flare wide with pure agony and humiliation as the finishing strike tears through him, forcing him to feel every bit of his defeat. When the tower gets boring, the hero says coldly, all we have to do is kill the Demon King. After that, a new Demon King and a new tower will eventually appear. It's the perfect hunting ground for us heroes, right guys? The hero says with a smug grin. The other heroes immediately join in, mocking Vergadalus from every side. Of course. Thanks, Demon King. Because of you, we got stronger. You're the best Demon King ever. Honestly, you're more like a mentor than an enemy. Vergadalus lies helplessly on the floor, staring up as they thank him with cruel sarcasm. This tower was actually great. Thanks for all the effort, Demon King. Thanks for giving us the best hunting ground ever. Those words crush his reality completely. A mentor. His tower was nothing more than their hunting ground. His entire world collapses as the hero admits coldly that Vergadalus had still been strong, and many heroes had died this time, but to them that was perfectly fine. Thanks to that, I became famous. The hero says, savoring every word. Now goodbye, Demon King. The hero raises his weapon and prepares the final killing blow, clearly enjoying the taste of victory. At that moment, Vergadalus's rage begins to erupt from deep inside him. How dare a hero do this to him? How dare they turn him into a joke? The very idea that these people could humiliate him like this makes his fury burn hotter than his pain. His hand digs into the blood-soaked floor, his fingers clawing against the stone as he forces out one final question. What the hell were the Demon King standards supposed to be? Even with his life slipping away, Vergadalus refuses to surrender. His body may be broken, but his will still refuses to bow. He cannot die in vain. Not here. Not like this. He is a Demon King, and with a primal fury burning through what remains of his body, Vergadalus releases every last drop of power he has left. A massive explosion of crimson demonic energy erupts from his body, bursting outward with terrifying force and swallowing everything around him. That energy wraps around him like a violent vortex of rage and destruction. His form begins to vanish inside the blinding light, dissolving beneath the force of his own final power. The explosion rocks the entire castle, hurling the heroes away in complete chaos. Blood, shattered stone, and debris rain through the air as the throne hall is torn apart. Across the ruined throne hall, Vergadalus's power spreads without mercy, annihilating everything it touches. The floor is soaked in blood as demonic energy rampages through the chamber, tearing across everything in its path like a storm of destruction. In his final moments, lying broken on the ground, Vergadalus swears revenge from the depths of his hatred. Everyone who looked down on him will pay for this. The reflection of the triumphant sword god hero is the last image that reaches his fading eyes. The final sight before him is the victorious hero preparing to claim the spoils from the fallen Demon King's body. As Vergadalus's remaining power begins to fade, another hero shouts eagerly, "Don't touch his head. Okay? The horns are mine." But the hero who wanted Vergadalus's horns can only stare as the surging demonic energy consumes everything before anyone can take them. With his last act, Vergadalus chooses pure defiance, refusing to let the heroes have the ending they expected. Vergadalus swears that even if he must sacrifice the final remnants of his life, he will make them pay. The hero realizes the danger only when it is already too late. Wait, no way. Panic finally breaks through the hero's confidence as he understands what is about to happen. A violent burst of purple energy explodes outward, ripping through the scene with overwhelming force. It becomes the final proof of a betrayed Demon King's fury, a last burning mark of rage left behind by someone who refused to be mocked even in death. The hero lets out a terrified scream as the blast swallows him whole, his body breaking apart completely under the overwhelming force of Vergadalus's final attack. "I'll ruin everything." With that final vow burning through his fading mind, the explosion surges outward and consumes every hero still trapped inside the throne room. It is a cataclysmic act of final revenge. And in the darkness beyond destruction, Vergadalus's fading consciousness mourns one bitter truth. If he had known what the standards really were, he never would have followed them. If he ever receives another chance, Then to hell with those cursed standards. He will throw them away completely and unleash orcs without hesitation. His final thought is filled with brutal, chaotic vengeance. And as that hatred burns through him, the entire tower detonates in a storm of destruction. From somewhere deep within the darkness, a distant voice cuts through the silence and calls his name. Vergadalus. His eyes snap open at once. Instead of the ruined throne hall, he finds himself standing inside a grand hall, where tall windows reveal a full moon glowing in the night sky. Vergadalus is completely lost. He slowly turns his head, scanning the space around him, and sees other students standing nearby, all dressed in the exact same uniform as him. What the hell is going on? Sweat slides down his face as an impossible thought crashes into his mind. He is alive. Before he can make sense of it, an authoritative voice calls out again. Vergadalus. Step forward, quickly. Hearing his own name, Vergadalus moves forward almost by instinct, obeying the command even while confusion tightens around his thoughts. His mind spins violently, every memory and every question twisting together as he tries to understand where he has awakened. Impossible. This place. As he approaches the platform, someone speaks his name once more, the sound echoing through the hall. Vergadalus. The academy headmaster stands before him, staring down with a stern expression. Vergadalus. Why would a brilliant mind like yours behave like this on your graduation day? In that instant, Vergadalus finally realizes exactly who is speaking to him. The headmaster raises a red emblem in his hand. That red emblem is given to every graduating student of the Demon King Military Academy, marking the end of their training and the start of their path. It is the symbol of a Demon King. The meaning strikes Vergadalus like a bolt of lightning, and his thoughts freeze around one terrifying realization. Then this is, the sight of the academy beneath the moonlit sky confirms everything. This is graduation day at the academy, 15 years in the past, and the announcement rings out that all graduating students must step onto the stage. The students chosen to become Demon Kings must now stand before everyone and make their vow. An instructor calls out, Summa cum laude, Vergadalus. Please read as the representative of your class. With every eye on him, Vergadalus begins walking toward the stage. Before him, a large hologram appears, displaying the Demon King's standards in full. They are the very same rules that once guided him straight into humiliation, defeat, and death. He stares at the words he once worshipped, but now his eyes hold nothing except understanding and burning hatred. The Demon King's standards, the cause of all his misery, are right there in front of him, waiting for him to recite them. He thinks to himself that he has seen these words so many times before. He memorized them perfectly. He tried harder than anyone to follow them. And yet this garbage was what turned him into a toy for heroes and dragged him into ruin. The image of his humiliating death flashes through his mind like a fresh wound. Does he really have to stand here and recite this nonsense again? He looks out at his classmates, all of them watching him with expectant faces, waiting for the academy's brightest graduate to speak. Does he truly have to swear again in front of all these people that he will follow these standards for the rest of his life? His throat tightens. Meanwhile, the headmaster and the faculty members continue smiling, completely unaware of the storm building inside their top student. Vergadalus clenches his jaw so hard that his teeth begin to grind. His expression twists, and the calm mask on his face collapses into pure, visible rage. The host, still oblivious to the danger in the air, prompts him again. Vergadalus, please read the Grand Demon King's standard. The focus tightens on his clenched teeth, where every bit of his fury seems ready to burst out at any second. Then, before the entire academy, his voice cuts through the hall, sharp, clear, and completely defiant. I refuse. A stunned silence immediately falls over everyone. The students stare at him in shock, their faces frozen with confusion. And in that silence, Vergadalus finally lets his fury explode. He declares that he will not swear loyalty to something so unbelievably stupid. Following the standards is completely pointless, and with hatred burning in his eyes, he screams out the truth he learned at a terrible cost. The Demon King standard is trash. His words hit the audience like a shockwave, spreading through the ceremonial hall faster than anyone can react. The students stand petrified, mouths hanging open, their minds unable to process what the academy's greatest graduate has just said. One student is so shaken that his glasses even crack from the sheer shock of hearing those forbidden words. The headmaster's face twists with fury and disbelief, unable to accept such public blasphemy against the sacred standards. Vergadalus's rebellion echoes through the grand hall, tearing through decades of tradition in a single moment. This is when the Academy's greatest summa cum laude turns into its lowest disgrace. And from that act of defiance, a new path begins, one forged not from obedience, but from vengeance. Inside the great ceremonial hall of the Demon Kingdom, fury erupts as a fist slams down hard against the podium, shaking the room with the force of the blow. The Archduke of the Demon Kingdom, Arcane Blarinth, glares at Vergatalis with bloodshot eyes and roars in rage, threatening him with execution for insulting the Demon King's standards. From his imposing throne, Arcane declares that because of Vergatalis's achievements and extraordinary talent, he will be granted one final chance to redeem himself, but only if he takes back his foolish words and apologizes before the entire Demon Kingdom. If he refuses, then his punishment will be deployment to Eren. Gasps ripple through the hall the moment that name is spoken. Eren? Seriously? Everyone there knows exactly what that means. It is a dimension where demon kings die by the dozens, a place so dangerous that being sent there is basically a death sentence. Some demons begin to scoff from the crowd, muttering that anyone who insults the standards deserves death, and that even an apology should not be enough to save him. Arcane reminds Vergatalis of Eren's reputation, calling it the worst realm of all, a place where countless demon kings have already lost their lives. But Vergatalis only answers with a sharp-toothed grin and fearless eyes. Then, breaking the suffocating silence, he makes one simple request. Send me there. Shock explodes across the hall. Vergatalis boldly declares that he will go to Eren himself and prove once and for all that the Demon King standards are nothing but garbage. He doubles down on the insult without the slightest hesitation. Fed up with his insolence, the Archduke calls him a lost cause and orders his immediate deployment. At that moment, a teleportation circle materializes beneath Vergatalis's feet. Arcane adds that Vergatalis will receive none of the privileges normally granted to a high-ranking demon king. No demon soldiers, no attendants, no loyal forces will be sent with him, and until his assignment is fully completed, he is forbidden from returning to the Demon Kingdom. As Vergatalis drops through the portal, his thoughts remain strangely calm. After the disaster he caused in front of the entire academy, he expected punishment like this. But even so, one fact stands out clearly in his mind: they are sending him back to that place. He falls toward Eren, a vast and beautiful land of towering mountains and endless wilderness. It is the same world where the heroes who once killed him had lived, the same place that had become the stage of his first ruin. Inside his mind, Vergatalis remembers that even before his regression, he had personally chosen Eren. Back then, he believed that someone as powerful as himself should naturally conquer the highest difficulty realm. That arrogance was exactly what cost him his life. He remembers how, in his previous life, far too many heroes took advantage of the Demon King standards, turning the very rules he trusted into weapons against him. And now, his second arrival begins with catastrophe. A bolt of demonic energy crashes down onto a snowy mountaintop, exploding with enough force to shake the frozen peaks. In the desolate mountains of Urgrist on the northern continent, Vergatalis rises from the impact. His enormous black dragon wings spread wide behind him, and demonic horns crown his head as snow and smoke swirl around his body. Standing there in the frozen wilderness, Vergatalis swears he will never allow his life to repeat itself. This time, he will not be the one exploited by the system. With blazing determination in his eyes, he vows to exploit the hero's own standards instead, turning the very system that destroyed him into a weapon for his revenge. The scene then shifts into a memory, pulling back to the time before everything collapsed. At the Academy, the strict hierarchy of the Demon Kingdom is laid out clearly. The Demon King Academy exists to train future Demon Kings, shaping them into rulers meant to conquer other realms. The Demon Academy, on the other hand, trains the servants who will support those Demon Kings, preparing demons to stand at their side and carry out their commands. Among them is a fortunate demon named Gordon. As the top graduate, he is congratulated for earning the incredible honor of serving the Supreme Demon King, Vergatalis. Another demon laments nearby, wishing he had worked harder so that he could have earned such a position himself. Gordon smiles kindly at him and says his name, Aldeman. Gordon begins by saying that demon kings are great people, but his expression quickly twists into a look of fanatical devotion as he adds that none of them could ever be as great as Lord Verg. His admiration is so intense that it almost crosses into obsession, yet in that academy, Gordon is far from the only one who feels that way. In the past, Vergatalis was treated like a living legend, a once-in-a-millennium prodigy who stood above everyone else. Simply graduating in the same era as him was considered a blessing, and that reverence only fueled Gordon's ambitions even further. In his fantasies, Gordon imagines a grand statue of himself standing proudly beside Vergatalis, convinced that together, they could conquer any dimension placed before them. With a bright, hopeful smile, Gordon dreams aloud that if he can stand beside Lord Verg, then his own name will be carved into the glorious history of the Demon Kingdom forever. But that shining memory suddenly fractures when Vergadalus's furious declaration thunders across the hall. That's wrong. Gordon's face twists with horror, as if the perfect world he had built in his heart has shattered right in front of his eyes. Back in the present, deep within the Urgrist Mountains, Gordon suddenly appears in the snow. According to the regulations of the Demon Kingdom, a top demon must serve a top demon king, even under these disastrous circumstances. Gordon is completely disoriented and terrified, his eyes darting around the frozen landscape as panic overtakes him. Why? Why am I here? He falls into panic as he realizes what has happened. Even though they said no demon would accompany Vergadalus, in the end, they still sent one servant to reign alongside this disgraced demon king. The shock is so overwhelming that Gordon can barely stay on his feet, his whole body trembling beneath the weight of the situation. Vergadalus calmly approaches through the snow and extends a hand toward him, greeting him as if nothing strange has happened. I'm glad to see you, Gordon. Gordon trembles as he asks why Vergadalus would do such a thing, his voice shaking with fear and disbelief. Vergadalus simply answers with complete indifference, as if the matter is not worth panicking over. Then Gordon completely explodes into a panic attack, shouting at him for daring to insult the standards in front of everyone. Because of that reckless act, Gordon screams, he has been dragged into Aaron too, and now they are both going to die here. Vergadalus tries to calm him down with a faint touch of humor, telling Gordon that he looks like he is about to tear his hair out. But Gordon, already beside himself, screams back that his hair is not even close to the real problem right now. Vergadalus watches Gordon cry in panic, quietly wondering whether he had always been like this. In his memories from before the regression, Gordon had seemed like a confident and composed demon. In a flashback from that past life, Gordon smiles with steady confidence and says that although the task ahead of them is difficult, they can still accomplish it. In fact, he even declares that if it were not Aaron, he would not feel motivated at all. Back in the present, Vergadalus understands why Gordon has changed so much. The situation is completely different now. He also realizes that if he told Gordon about his regression, Gordon would most likely think he had gone insane. While Vergadalus reflects in silence, Gordon continues hyperventilating in the snow, trying and failing to process the terror of being trapped in Aaron. Finally, Gordon forces himself to pull together. With a grimace full of resignation, he apologizes for his shameful display and declares that since things have already come to this, he will fulfill his duty. The first rule of the Demon King standards is simple: build a tower. However, if the heroes are meant to find it, that tower cannot be hidden away or placed inside an environment so hostile that humans would never reach it. Gordon surveys the area around them, staring at the massive mountains rising on every side. The place is dangerous, difficult for humans to locate, and filled with powerful monsters, so he concludes that building a tower here is impossible and that they need to move somewhere else. But Vergadalus crouches down with a defiant smile and declares that he is not going to build the tower anywhere else. Gordon looks at him in horror as Vergadalus takes out a tower seed and plants it directly into the snow. For the tower to grow, the seed must first be planted, and then it must be fed with the Demon King's own blood. Gordon screams in desperation, realizing that Vergadalus is going directly against the standards. He asks if his lord is even willing to throw away the pride of a demon king, but Vergadalus simply prepares himself and replies that he never swore to follow those rules in the first place. Vergadalus watches his servant's reaction and fully understands the source of Gordon's anguish. This is the denial of a devout believer forced to watch his faith be profaned, a belief burned into the bones of every demon from the moment they begin learning. With a gaze weighed down by experience, Vergadalus thinks that unless someone dies, or goes through something as drastic as death itself, they cannot reject that faith so easily. After all, he had once been exactly the same. With iron determination, Vergadalus clenches his fist until blood spills from his hand, turning his own body into the sacrifice needed to feed the seed. As his blood drips onto the tower seed and stains the snow, he tells Gordon to listen carefully. The Demon King standards are trash, and here in Aaron, they are especially useless. Gordon is left speechless, trembling in place as he stares at his lord, shaken by both the blasphemy of those words and the unshakable conviction behind them. Suddenly, the surrounding mountains begin to quake violently, the snow trembling under their feet as a powerful event starts to unfold. Activated by Vergadalus's blood, the tower seed bursts open with a brilliant pulse of red energy that flashes across the frozen ground. A scarlet beam shoots straight from the seed into the sky, cutting upward through the cold air like a pillar of demonic light. As the energy spreads over the snowy landscape, red power swirls around Vergatalis and Gordon, forming a roaring vortex that announces the beginning of an imminent summoning. Vergatalis then reveals the raw truth he learned from his past life. The reason the standards fail here is painfully simple. Eren is packed with far too many heroes. A montage of powerful and varied heroes appears, showing the terrifying figures that infest this land and revealing the true reason demon kings keep falling here. Eren is a cemetery for demon kings. As that truth settles in, a massive magic circle forms beneath their feet, and the system begins identifying the user. Tribe, Black Flame Dragon. Name, Vergatalis. The identification finishes, and the tower's summoning finally begins, answering Vergatalis's blood with a deep, ominous surge from beneath the frozen ground. From far below the earth, a colossal dark structure starts to rise, splitting through the layers of snow and stone, as if the mountain itself is being forced open. As the tower emerges, Vergatalis begins explaining the trap hidden behind the so-called standards. After destroying countless towers over the years, humans eventually realized that those towers all followed a certain mechanism. Once they understood that pattern, they turned the Demon King standards against the Demon Kings themselves. Gordon finally understands the horrifying truth. In this land, the Demon King standards no longer function as rules for Demon Kings at all. Here in Eren, they might as well be called the hero standards. Before them, the tower finishes rising in all its magnificent and sinister glory, standing like a massive fortress in the middle of the white, frozen wasteland. Gordon looks up at the completed tower, stunned into silence by its sheer size. In the end, despite everything he warned about, Vergatalis really did build the tower in that forbidden place. With the tower now standing before them, Vergatalis walks calmly toward the main entrance as if this was always part of his plan. "Let's go in," he tells Gordon, who follows behind him in tense, hesitant silence. They step into the first floor of Vergatalis's tower and find themselves inside an enormous hall with high vaulted ceilings and a patterned stone floor. But despite the impressive space, the entire floor is completely empty. Gordon speaks aloud, pointing out that a normal tower should have complicated passages, defensive structures, or at least monsters stationed inside. But here, there is nothing at all. For a demon king stripped of privileges, this tower has no advantages whatsoever. They continue upward to the demon king's chamber on the 5th floor, only to find the exact same result. A vast hall with a throne at the far end, but not a single guard, monster, or servant in sight. Every floor is deserted. With a serious expression, Gordon reasons that since the tower has already been built and cannot be undone, they must at least follow the second rule of the standards. The second rule of the Demon King standards is to kidnap a prince or princess, preferably someone close to the throne, because captured royalty, especially high-ranking royalty, produces far more demonic energy. Gordon formally offers to advise Vergatalis on the next step. With his back turned, Vergatalis gives him permission to continue without even looking over his shoulder. Gordon points toward a map and begins his recommendation, explaining that the kingdom closest to the Urgrus Mountains is the most practical target. He then pleads with Vergatalis to kidnap the princess with the highest succession rank, so they can absorb the kingdom's anger and sorrow and help him grow quickly. Gordon fully expects Vergatalis to reject the idea, but to his surprise, Vergatalis agrees. Gordon is left astonished, barely able to believe he heard that correctly. Then Vergatalis adds that he already has a specific princess in mind. Excited by the sudden hope of a proper plan, Gordon immediately offers to help. But Vergatalis gives him a clear order instead. He must remain behind to protect the tower, because the residence of a demon king cannot be left empty. The moment Gordon hears this, relief and joy burst across his face. Gordon thinks with overwhelming gratitude that Vergatalis is still a demon king after all. His erratic behavior must have only been caused by stress, and if that is true, then this situation can still be saved. To Gordon, this is where everything truly begins. As Vergatalis prepares to leave from the balcony, Gordon tries to perform his duties as a proper servant and asks who his lord intends to bring back. Vergatalis answers only with a sly, secretive smile, letting the mystery hang in the air. Well, and with that the scene shifts. Vergatalis flies over a city under the cover of night, revealing that his target is nowhere near his tower. He is heading for the kingdom of Hilgeron, the southernmost nation on the continent and the place farthest from his fortress. The view settles on one lonely window glowing brightly inside a massive castle, its light standing out as the only warmth against the surrounding darkness of the night. Inside that room, a beautiful blonde princess, Ernan Hilgeron, gazes out through the window. Under the full moonlight, Vergatalis descends before her with his demonic wings spread wide. Vergatalis's true twisted strategy is revealed. Out of every possible royal target, he has chosen to kidnap the one with the weakest presence of all, the 13th princess. With his red horns gleaming beneath the moon and an intense look in his eyes, Vergatalis announces his purpose. I have come to take you, princess. Back in the tower, Gordon's mind nearly explodes. Gordon screams at the top of his lungs, horrified that Vergatalis's plan is the complete opposite of everything written in the standards. In the middle of the night, Demon King Vergatalis appears inside a princess's chamber. The young woman, with long blonde hair and a nightgown draped around her, watches him from her bed without fear, her calm eyes filled only with quiet curiosity. With a serene expression, Princess Ernan Hildron looks at the intruder, who has suddenly appeared in her room, and asks in a steady voice, "Who are you?" Bathed in the full moonlight, Vergatalis introduces himself with a serious and determined expression. The Demon King who has come to kidnap you. A faint, mysterious smile appears on Princess Hernan's face, an entirely unexpected reaction from someone who has just been told she is about to be kidnapped. Still seated calmly on her bed, she throws a challenging question at the surprised intruder. Verg, are you sure you can handle me? Vergatalis is left bewildered by how strangely she responds. He wonders to himself if this princess thinks demon kings are some kind of joke. Then, with absolute confidence, he reaffirms his answer. Of course he can handle her. He is a demon king. To Vergatalis's astonishment, Princess Ernan extends both hands toward him and offers herself willingly. Then I'll let you take me. Vergatalis immediately grows suspicious and asks what she is plotting. Ernan thinks for a moment, then admits that as a princess, she always assumed something like this might happen one day. But Vergatalis refuses to be fooled so easily. He warns her not to expect him to lower his guard, because he is in a desperate situation too and will not allow himself to be tricked. Ernan calmly denies having any hidden scheme, then uses flawless logic to ask how she could have prepared a trap when she had no way of knowing a demon king would come for her that very day. Vergatalis silently admits that her reasoning makes sense, but even so, he cannot shake the strange discomfort crawling through the situation. At last, standing face to face with him, Princess Ernan seems ready to leave. She extends her hand as if inviting him to proceed and calmly asks, "Then shall we go?" The scene shifts back to the snowy mountain landscape, where Vergatalis, in his demonic form with wings spread wide, flies through the cold sky toward his towering fortress. After landing at the tower with the princess wrapped in a cloak, he is greeted by his subordinate with long black hair and pointed ears. Vergatalis immediately orders Gordon to house her on the 4th floor. Gordon is shocked that Vergatalis is not sending her straight to the dungeon, but Vergatalis explains that since she did not resist, she will be granted some leniency. Meanwhile, the princess cheerfully waves as if this situation is not frightening at all. Immediately afterward, Gordon approaches Vergatalis and says there is something important he needs to report. The scene then shifts to the 4th floor of Vergatalis's tower. The 4th floor is a massive empty hall with cold stone floors stretching in every direction, and Princess Ernan has been left there completely alone. She sits on the freezing floor and quietly murmurs to herself that she really has been kidnapped. As the reality sinks in, her thoughts begin comparing this new situation with the life she had back in the palace. Here, there are no soft pillows, no warm blankets, and no servants waiting beside her bed the way there always were in the palace. Her thoughts continue drifting as she remembers the beautiful gardens and fountains she left behind. There is no question about it, this place is nothing like the kingdom. However, her expression suddenly shifts into pure mischief and joy. A bright little but rises in her mind, followed by one cheerful realization. It is not actually that bad. Back with Vergatalis, Gordon informs him that an invitation has arrived from the Beast Tower. It is a welcome banquet for him as the newest Demon King. Vergatalis immediately grows skeptical, suspecting that this so-called welcome is just a pathetic attempt to intimidate him and test the newcomer. Demon Kings are naturally far too proud to cooperate with one another. But the unprecedented danger of Eren has forced them to swallow their pride and form a tense alliance, even if none of them truly trust each other. Vergatalis reflects on that power dynamic. In his previous life, he ignored the other Demon Kings and looked down on them as weak. But this time, as the newcomer, he understands that he has to play along with the game, so he decides to accept the invitation and establish first contact. Following the invitation, Vergatalis and Gordon arrive at the Beast Tower, a colossal stone structure wrapped in thick vines and buried deep in the heart of a dense jungle. On an enormous throne sits a colossal beast with white fur, razor-sharp claws, and glowing red eyes. His voice rumbles through the chamber as he introduces himself. My name is Draxon. I am the Demon King of Beasts. Draxon boasts about his long reign and overwhelming strength, declaring that he has ruled this place for 70 years. While Vergadalus listens in silence, Draxon looks down at him with clear disdain. So you're the new Demon King, Draxon says, sizing him up with a mocking stare. I heard you made fun of tradition, but honestly, you look pretty mediocre. Vergadalus does not look intimidated in the slightest. Instead, he cuts straight to the point and asks Draxon whether he came looking for a fight, demanding that he stop wasting time and speak plainly. Behind him, Gordon already looks like he deeply regrets following him here, while Draxon breaks into a laugh and finally reveals the real reason for the meeting. You really know nothing, Draxon says with a sneer. Archduke Arcane personally ordered me to keep an eye on you the moment you arrived here. Vergadalus scoffs the instant he hears that name, dismissing the Archduke as that noisy old vampire. He even mutters that he is starting to regret not leaving Arcane behind in Erin long ago. That blatant disrespect makes Draxon's temper explode. He roars, asking how Vergadalus dares speak of the Archduke that way, then snarls that the newcomer has quite a lot of nerve. In his rage, Draxon smashes the meat he was eating down onto the floor right in front of Vergadalus's feet. Then, with a humiliating grin, Draxon gives him a command meant to crush his pride. Lick it. Do that, and I'll forgive your insolence. Vergadalus remains completely calm, his eyes fixed on the Beast Demon King. He asks Draxon if he truly understands why he came here in the first place. Draxon mocks him by saying it is because he ridiculed Demon King orthodoxy, but a malicious smile slowly spreads across Vergadalus's face as he brings up one important rule. Well, according to that orthodoxy, Vergadalus says, his voice dangerously even, Demon Kings are not allowed to kill each other. The next instant, Vergadalus stomps the ground with terrifying force, shattering the floor beneath him. With one simple movement, he releases a crushing shockwave, and a violent red aura bursts outward, blasting Draxon into the air while everyone around them freezes in stunned silence. With his eyes glowing a deep crimson, Vergadalus looks up at Draxon and asks coldly, Do you really think I would follow that rule? Draxon's confidence collapses in an instant. Drenched in cold sweat and crushed beneath that overwhelming pressure, he can only stare in terror and wonder what kind of aura he is feeling. Unable to hide his fear any longer, Draxon hurriedly reveals the rest of the message. Archduke Arcane ordered him to confirm whether Vergadalus had kidnapped a princess, and if no report was sent within a month, Vergadalus would lose his authority as a demon king. As Vergadalus and Gordon turn to leave, Vergadalus casually throws one final sentence over his shoulder. He has already kidnapped a princess. Draxon is left stunned, but Vergadalus continues with smug superiority, adding that the princess suits his taste. Those words leave Draxon and all his beast followers completely speechless. The scene returns to Vergadalus's lonely tower in the snowy mountains, its windows glowing faintly red against the frozen darkness. Back inside the throne room, Gordon praises Vergadalus for perfectly displaying the majesty of a true demon king. Vergadalus brushes off the compliment, certain that Draxon will not bother them again anytime soon, but he also knows they cannot afford to be careless. He orders Gordon to go check on the princess while he remains behind, thinking carefully about how he should make use of her from this point forward. Outside the Gothic window, snow continues to fall in silence, covering the tower in a cold and solemn stillness. Vergadalus sits alone on his throne, troubled by the situation. He admits that this is becoming problematic, and if the other demon kings all take that same stance toward him, things will quickly become complicated. With determined eyes, he acknowledges that the consequences of mocking orthodoxy are even greater than he expected. Even so, his resolve does not waver, and he tells himself that if he had to choose again, he would make the same decision without hesitation. Proud and completely unmoved by tradition, Vergadalus declares that he would rather die than lower his head to something he knows is garbage. Vergadalus checks his status, expecting only a few hundred demonic energy points from kidnapping a low-ranking princess. After all, he chose her because he thought it was the safest method. But the number displayed on the screen is so absurdly high that it shocks him to his core. 13,219 points. Vergadalus freezes in place, sweat running down his face as his mind struggles to process the number. 13,000? Why does he have that many points? Just as panic begins rising inside him, a notification suddenly appears before his eyes. He has received a recorded message from the Beast Tower. A floating message icon appears in front of him, carrying the recording Draxon had promised to send. When Vergadalus opens it, Draxon's voice comes through in a falsely cordial tone. He congratulates the new Demon King, saying that although their first meeting was not ideal, as Vergatalis' senior, he should at least offer him this much. Vergatalis watches the recording as Draxon continues, admitting that what Vergatalis achieved in Eren was no easy task and that he is genuinely impressed. Draxon even wonders aloud whether Vergatalis' mockery of orthodoxy was actually just an act. As Vergatalis listens, a terrifying suspicion begins to form in his mind. His face tightens with panic as one thought becomes impossible to ignore. Something is wrong. At that exact moment, Gordon bursts into the hall, running frantically and shouting for the Demon King's attention. He says there is a serious problem on the 4th floor, and his panic makes the warning sound even worse. Then the 4th floor is revealed, and instead of a cold, empty chamber, it has become an idyllic paradise. Crystal clear water pours down in a shining waterfall, while colorful butterflies drift through the air. The 4th floor has been completely transformed from a barren hall into a living, breathing natural sanctuary. Vergatalis can only stare in utter disbelief. For once, he cannot even find the right words, his expression frozen as he tries to understand what he is seeing. A system window opens and confirms the impossible. Vergatalis' tower, 4th floor. Status: naturalization in progress. Before their eyes, the lifeless hall continues changing, slowly becoming a vibrant paradise filled with nature. And there, standing calmly at the center of everything she created, is the princess. She is surrounded by slimes and elemental spirits of fire, wind, and clouds, all moving around her as if they belong there. Vergatalis realizes the truth with growing horror. She created an entire ecosystem inside a magic tower. Vergatalis understands immediately that only someone who has mastered all 4 elements could pull off such an impossible feat. He remembers visiting the castle to take the 13th princess, but no one told him that there was only one spiritualist on the entire continent capable of something like this. At last, he confronts her directly. "You are not the 13th princess." Ernan gently pets a slime as if none of this is shocking at all, then replies in a calm voice. "As I expected, you mistook me for Elena." Vergatalis' face twists with panic as the pieces finally lock together in his mind, one after another. "Wait! Don't tell me you are." Before he can finish, she smiles with mischievous pride and reveals the truth herself. "Correct. My name is Ernan Hilgeron. I am the first princess of the Hilgeron Kingdom." The scene shifts dramatically to the Kingdom of Hilgeron, where the news spreads like thunder through the royal palace. The first princess has been kidnapped by a demon king. The king of Hilgeron, Hernan's father, is already shaking with rage, his eyes bloodshot as he roars for answers. Who dared kidnap his beloved Princess Ernan? He orders the greatest heroes and the entire royal army to be gathered at once. As armored knights begin preparing for war, the king's final command echoes with unrestrained fury. They will behead that foolish demon king and bring his daughter back. Back at the tower, Princess Ernan Hilgeron smirks boldly at her captor, her confidence completely unchanged. "Do you really think you can handle me?" Vergatalis is left baffled. Even with his sharpened senses, he failed to detect the princess's immense power. She is a genius-level elemental mage, and he cannot understand how she managed to deceive him so perfectly. Ernan reveals her secret by showing him a ring, an ancient royal relic that allows her to completely conceal her mana and become undetectable. Satisfied after explaining it, she looks at him directly and tests him once again. "So," Ernan asks calmly, "do you intend to return me?" Vergatalis falls silent as he considers the situation. If he returns her now, he will look like a coward in front of the other kingdoms. Even worse, giving her back would make it much harder for him to accumulate demonic energy. With firm resolve settling into his expression, Vergatalis makes his decision. There is no turning back now. He has already stepped onto this path, and he will follow this plan all the way to the end. A sharp system alert suddenly flashes across the air, locking onto Verg's presence and instantly revealing the amount of demonic energy he currently possesses. The number reads 9,521. Verg looks at it without the slightest change in expression, then calmly tells her that nothing about his condition has changed. Whether she is truly the 13th princess or not means nothing to him. In Verg's eyes, that title was never the important part. She is still the queen he has chosen. Ernan gazes back at him with a strangely peaceful look, her lips carrying the faintest hint of delight. Instead of trembling like a captured princess, she looks almost pleased to hear his words. Far away from the frozen tower, the scene moves to the dazzling kingdom of Hilgeron, where the terrifying news has already thundered its way into the royal palace. Inside the throne room, the king of Hilgeron is shaking with rage, his voice booming as he orders his soldiers to kill that foolish demon king and bring his princess home at once. A nervous minister quickly steps forward, trying to calm him down and explaining that they still do not know which demon king is behind the kidnapping, while patrols are already searching for clues. But the king only grows more furious, shouting at them to move faster, unable to accept that his daughter has been taken while his own men are still standing around helplessly. Then another minister, a sharp-eyed man wearing glasses, cuts in with a colder observation. Something about this incident does not make sense. He reminds them that the demon king of lust had recently drawn too much attention and was hunted down by heroes. For another demon king to kidnap a princess right after such an obvious warning would be far too reckless. The royal council falls into stunned silence, finally understanding that this may not be a simple abduction at all. The king's hand trembles as he grips the arm of his throne, rage and frustration twisting together inside him. Gritting his teeth, he reaches the only conclusion left. If none of the known demon kings are responsible, then it must be a new, unknown demon king. And at that exact moment, a knight bursts into the throne room with urgent news. They have detected traces of teleportation magic. The magical trail stretches toward the north, pointing directly in the direction of the Urgrist Mountains. The king's face stiffens with shock, disbelief flashing through his eyes. The Urgrist Mountains? That place is known as one of the most isolated and deadly regions on the entire continent. The scene cuts to the barren, snow-smothered peaks of the Urgrist Mountains, where an ominous tower rises alone against the frozen wasteland. This is the Tower of Verg. Inside the tower, Gordon Dirick, Verg's loyal but visibly anxious subordinate, can no longer hide his concern. He warns that the Hildron army will come sooner or later, and he worries that his lord may not be able to face them by himself. Verg, however, simply smiles with complete confidence, showing not even a trace of fear. With absolute calm, Verg tells him there is no reason to worry, because the forces of Hildron will never be able to reach this place in the first place. Gordon stares at him in confusion, unable to understand where that certainty comes from. Standing before a map, Verg finally reveals the foundation of his plan. His tower stands in the far northern edge of the continent, while the kingdom of Hildron is located far away in the deep south. Between those 2 points lies an enormous distance, with countless lands and nations blocking the way. Because of that, a direct military assault is practically impossible, forcing Hildron to look for another solution. Verg's smile turns smug, as though he has already seen the outcome before it happens. He knows the surrounding nations will not risk getting involved, which means Hildron will have no choice but to turn to a hero guild. Exactly as Verg expected, the king of Hildron soon finds himself cornered with no useful options left. With a bitter expression, he orders his ministers to contact the hero guild, and the scene shifts to the guild's massive fortress. In the middle of a snow-covered region, heroes and mercenaries gather noisily around the quest board. The kidnapping notice for Princess Ernan immediately sparks an uproar, but the moment they see the destination, Urgrist, the mood changes completely. Their reactions are instant, loud, and overwhelmingly negative. One mercenary refuses on the spot, scoffing that he never signed up to march into a monster-infested wasteland just to get himself killed. Another man smirks from the side, already imagining the trouble ahead, and remarks that the king of Hildron is going to have a miserable time. Meanwhile, every part of this reaction is exactly what Verg had predicted. The hero guild will not move easily, because those people care far more about money than honor. Unless the reward is absurdly high, they would never accept a mission that dangerous. That is precisely why Verg built his base in such an unreachable place. Gordon is left stunned by his master's foresight. Verg has not only calculated the enemy's movements in advance, but also seems to understand Aaron, the human world, with frightening depth, even though he acts as if he does not care about its rules at all. The more Gordon thinks about it, the stranger it feels. Verg's knowledge is so detailed and so precise that it almost seems as if he has already lived in this world once before. Back in Hildron's throne room, the king finally explodes in frustration. He roars in disbelief, unable to accept that not even one hero is willing to take the job. In his fury, he asks how those cowards dare call themselves heroes. A minister lets out a tired sigh and explains the cruel truth. Aaron may have plenty of heroes, but most of them care more about profit than duty, so they choose their missions with extreme caution. Meanwhile, Verg turns his attention back to his system interface. He knows Hildron will need time to gather heroes strong enough for the mission, and after that, even more time will be needed for them to travel all the way to his remote tower. Seated calmly on his throne, Verg admits to himself that even with this advantage, his current demonic energy is still not enough to stand against an entire army of heroes. A dark memory flickers through his mind, the heroes who once defeated him. He knows better than anyone how terrifying they can be, and this time, he refuses to underestimate them again. With a new plan already forming, Verg gives Gordon an order so shocking that it freezes the room. He tells him to contact Draxon, because he intends to sell demonic energy in exchange for human money. Gordon goes completely still for a moment, as if he has misheard him. Then he bursts out in horror. Sell demonic energy? To him, the very idea sounds like an unforgivable insult to everything demons value. Panicking, Gordon desperately reminds Verg just how precious demonic energy truly is. It is the currency of dreams, a power that can cross the boundaries between species, activate the tower's hidden functions, and even summon monsters into existence. And now Verg wants to trade that priceless power for ordinary human money. But Verg does not waver at all. He knows Draxon will pay an enormous price for it. With his current energy, he cannot stop the heroes directly, but with enough human currency, there is something else he can set into motion. The scene moves to Otenwar, a lively fortress city standing near the deadly Urgrist Mountains, and serving as Verg's next destination. Hidden beneath a black cloak, Verg approaches the city gates, only to be stopped by 2 guards blocking the entrance. When the guards demand to know who he is, Verg answers without hesitation, calmly claiming that he is a mercenary. The guards immediately narrow their eyes in suspicion. After all, what kind of sane mercenary would willingly wander alone into the Urgrist Mountains? Verg responds with a casual flick of his hand, sending a gold coin spinning through the air. One of the guards catches it on instinct, and his eyes widen the moment he sees the shine in his palm. The bribe is blunt, bold, and instantly effective. While the guards remain distracted by the gold, Verg walks past them as if the matter is already settled, mockingly asking whether they still do not trust him. Once inside the city, he quietly surveys the crowded plaza before him. Verg understands that moving around this unfamiliar place alone would be inefficient, so his first goal is simple. He needs to find a guide. That search soon brings him to the Scarlet Falcon Mercenary Guild. Inside the noisy tavern, the air is heavy with the smell of beer and the rough laughter of mercenaries gathered around their tables. One man lounges comfortably with his feet kicked up, perfectly matching the careless mood of the place. He brags about how easy their lives are, saying they simply let the soldiers handle the hard fighting, then step in afterward to hunt monsters and casually collect the loot. That same attitude fills the entire tavern. Everyone is chasing the greatest profit while taking the smallest possible risk. As the drinks keep flowing, the conversation gradually shifts toward the latest rumors spreading through the city. One mercenary laughs off the story about a new demon king appearing in the Urgrist Mountains, calling it obvious nonsense. In his mind, demon kings always build their towers somewhere heroes can actually reach. His companion adds that he even heard this demon king supposedly kidnapped the princess of Hildron. The first mercenary scoffs even harder, finding it absurd that a demon king would travel across the entire continent just to kidnap a princess. Then another mercenary cuts in with a more concrete rumor, saying he heard the Hero Guild rejected the mission after learning the destination. But the skeptic waves it off, claiming it is all just a performance to raise the price. Since the hostage is a royal princess, the reward is basically a gold mine, and everyone knows how insane the Hero Guild becomes when money is involved. The tavern erupts into loud, cynical laughter. But in the middle of that laughter, a dark and silent presence appears behind them. Verg has heard everything. A malicious smile spreads across his face as he realizes what is happening. The laughing mercenary turns around, and the moment he sees him, he screams in terror. In an instant, the other mercenaries draw their weapons and surround the intruder, demanding to know who he is. Verg looks over them with a predatory smile and remarks that they seem to know quite a lot. Deciding they will make useful guides, he gives a chilling command. Leave one of them behind and drag the rest outside. Furious at his arrogance, several mercenaries charge at him, shouting that he will not walk out alive. But Verg moves with blinding speed, crushing the first attackers with brutal, precise strikes and throwing the entire tavern into violent chaos. Verg tears through the room like a dark whirlwind, dropping mercenary after mercenary with cold, ruthless efficiency before they can even properly react. One of the largest and strongest mercenaries tries to take advantage of the chaos, raising a heavy club and swinging at Verg from behind. Verg does not even bother to turn with urgency. He stops the attack effortlessly, shattering the weapon in the process, and as his eyes begin to glow with a dangerous red light, he launches his counterattack. Dark energy wraps around Verg's fist like a living shadow. The mercenary's face twists with pure terror as he realizes far too late that the enemy before him is something far beyond human understanding. The remaining survivors are swallowed by panic. Their courage breaks instantly, and they scramble toward the exit in terror, desperate to escape the tavern before they become the next bodies on the floor. The chaos is now seen through the eyes of the one mercenary Verg deliberately chose to spare. From where he trembles on the ground, he watches bodies fly through the air one after another. The boastful leader from earlier is now curled up in fear, clutching his head as if that alone can protect him. Barely able to speak, the terrified mercenary forces out a single word. Monster! The moment the word leaves his mouth, Verg's face brightens with a wild, delighted grin, his eyes burning with demonic energy. Outside the tavern, the screams and crashing sounds of destruction spill into the streets, loud enough to draw the attention of nearby passers-by. Two people, one of them a mage, glance toward the noise with complete indifference. "They're fighting again," she says flatly. Her companion responds that they never get tired of it, neither of them realizing that what just happened inside was not a brawl, but a one-sided slaughter. Back inside the tavern, the floor is now littered with unconscious mercenaries, their bodies sprawled across the room where they fell. Verg stands completely unharmed amid the wreckage, looking down at the mercenary trembling on his knees before him. In a voice so calm it feels colder than any threat, Verg tells the man not to panic. If he answers a few questions honestly, his life will be spared. The mercenary nods over and over, so fast it looks like his head might snap. Only then does Verg ask his real question, his tone still quiet and sharp. "Where is the slave market?" The scene shifts to an extravagant mansion surrounded by fountains, polished stone paths, and tall iron gates. At first glance, it looks like the estate of some wealthy noble, a place far too elegant to match the filthy business hidden inside, the slave market. True to his desperate promise, the terrified mercenary leads Verg through the city streets and brings him to a secluded luxury mansion. Behind that refined outer appearance, the building serves as the hidden front for the slave market. The moment Verg steps inside, a merchant greets him with practiced warmth and immediately presents the first selection. Behind the bars sits a cage packed with human slaves. Wearing a greasy, confident smile, the merchant asks whether these goods are to Verg's liking, clearly expecting the deal to be quick and easy. Verg barely glances at the human slaves before losing interest. With a flat look, he asks the merchant whether he has anything rarer, then tosses over a heavy bag of gold. The merchant catches it with both hands, his eyes widening at the weight and shine of the money. The merchant's expression changes instantly. A huge grin spreads across his face, his golden tooth flashing as he bows with sudden eagerness and replies, "Yes, of course. Please, right this way." As Verg follows the merchant deeper inside, his thoughts turn cold and cynical. He wonders how this man can still wear such an eager smile after his own subordinates were slaughtered so recently. In the end, Verg concludes that humans obsessed with money are not so different from demons obsessed with demonic energy. Step by step, they descend a stone staircase, moving into a darker, more secret part of the market. At the bottom, the merchant stops before a wooden door and tells Verg that the special merchandise is waiting beyond it. A memory flashes back to Verg's earlier conversation with Gordon, revealing the real purpose behind this trip. When Gordon asked what he planned to do with human currency, Verg answered with a malicious smile that money could buy slaves, especially rare races captured by humans. And among them, Verg had already chosen his ideal target, an elf, a race known for integrity. Behind the bars, an elf with green hair sits chained and muzzled, his body restrained but his eyes still burning with hatred. This is Granada, glaring at the world from inside his cell as if every breath he takes is filled with rage. As Verg looks over the imprisoned elf, he reveals the true reason for choosing him. He intends to use Granada as a spy, sending him into the hero's side to stir confusion and chaos from within. Suddenly, the scene cuts back to the throne room of Hilderon. A herald raises his voice and announces that their savior has arrived. The hero Cargill is here. The king's tense expression finally loosens with relief, certain that Cargill will accept the dangerous mission. Cargill, a courageous-looking hero clad in shining armor, kneels before the throne with steady confidence. In a firm voice, he vows to rescue the princess and return with the demon king's head. With determination burning in his eyes, Cargill presses one fist against his chest and completes his vow in the name of justice. His proud declaration sets the stage for the clash that is now bound to come. Meanwhile, Demon King Verg explains his plan to his subordinate with calm certainty. The elf locked inside that cage will be used as a spy to mislead and confuse the heroes. His subordinate agrees that the plan could work especially well, since elves are widely known for their innocence and sincerity. As Granada's muzzled face fills the view, the focus returns once again to the slave market. Verg faces the two slave traders directly and states his purpose without hesitation. He is here to buy the elf. Then, as if the price is not even worth discussing, he adds that his subordinate will handle the payment, leaving both traders momentarily stunned. With a cold, intimidating glare, Verg asks whether they have any objections. The terrified trader immediately agrees, while his partner nervously moves to prepare the payment. Verg then orders both of them to leave the room, saying he needs to confirm something with the elf first. One of the traders hesitates and warns him that the elf may turn violent if released or approached too carelessly. Verg ignores the warning completely and answers that if anything happens, the trader will be the one who pays the price. The trader has no choice but to swallow his disgust and obey, his face tightening as he reluctantly backs down. Once the traders leave, the room falls quiet. Verg steps toward the cage, where Granada sits on the cold floor with heavy chains wrapped around his body. Verg raises his demonic energy and uses that dark power to release Granada from his restraints. The chains loosen around him, and Granada's eyes widen as he feels the unnatural force brushing against his body. The moment Granada senses that energy, he understands what Verg truly is. Anger flashes across his face as he realizes he is standing before a demon, and he demands to know what business a demon could possibly have with an elf. From outside the bars, Verg gives him a simple offer, the chance to take revenge on humans. Granada cannot deny that the offer is tempting, especially after everything humans have done to him. But his voice remains guarded as he replies that he cannot trust demons any more than he trusts humans. Verg, however, insists that he is not like the rest. Verg then lays out the terms of a deal. If Granada stays loyal to him for exactly 50 years, Verg will guarantee both his safety and his freedom. Verg adds that 50 years is hardly a long time for an elf, and it is certainly a better fate than remaining here in chains, humiliated and sold by humans. Even so, Granada's eyes stay hard, refusing to be persuaded so easily. Granada reminds Verg of the reason he cannot simply accept those words. Demons like him are enemies of the elves, the very beings trying to destroy the world tree they serve. With a defiant stare, Granada looks Verg straight in the eyes and asks how he is supposed to trust him at all. Granada makes it clear that the situation itself is suspicious. A demon seeking help from an elf is already strange enough, and Verg silently realizes that the elf's reasoning is solid. After a brief pause, Verg's expression shifts. A cunning smile curls across his face as he changes his approach and says that they can handle it another way. Verg summons a book of magical contracts and makes a solemn oath under the standards of the great Demon King, promising that he will not harm the World Tree. He explains that the standards of the Demon King carry the same weight for demons that the World Tree carries for elves. In exchange for that oath, Verg demands that Granada swear his loyalty upon the World Tree for the next 50 years. Granada's mouth curls into a faint smile, as if he finds the entire situation almost too bizarre to believe. He admits that Verg is strange, but at the very least, he seems willing to negotiate. Granada rises to his feet and formally introduces himself as Granada of the Maple Tribe. He agrees to make the oath, but only after meeting the Demon King who supposedly sent Verg. Filled with absolute confidence, Verg calmly reveals the truth. "I am the Demon King." Granada freezes on the spot, his entire face going blank as the words sink in. For a moment, he cannot process what he just heard, and all he manages to stammer is a confused, "What?" Then, without warning, Granada bursts into hysterical laughter. Still laughing wildly, he grabs Verg by the shoulders and shakes him, insisting that it is impossible for a Demon King to leave his own tower, where his power weakens, just to personally buy a single slave. Between fits of laughter, Granada mocks him even harder and declares that if Verg really is the Demon King, then he will swear loyalty for 100 years instead of 50. Verg, Granada, and his subordinate soon arrive on the 5th floor of Verg's tower, where the air is grand, heavy, and silent. Seated on his throne, Verg reminds Granada that the 100-year contract was his own suggestion. Only then does Granada finally realize the truth, and shock crashes over him. His face slowly twists from disbelief into outrage. He explodes, shouting that the whole thing was a scam, and that Verg never said the entire tower would be almost completely empty. Granada keeps ranting, his frustration pouring out all at once. He yells that everything below the 3rd floor is barren, and the 4th floor has nothing but plants. Still furious, Granada demands to know what kind of Demon King could possibly run a tower like this. What kind of Demon King leaves his tower without even a single monster guarding it? The absurdity hits him so hard that the complaint almost turns into a laugh. As his anger burns on, Granada recalls the journey they took to reach the tower. Even though the tower itself looked neglected, Not a single monster from the Urgrist Mountains dared to come near them. The reason was painfully clear: Verg's overwhelming presence had kept everything away. In the end, Granada has no choice but to accept it. A demon king is still a demon king, no matter how strange he may be, and perhaps through Verg, Granada can finally obtain the revenge he has long desired. Completely defeated, Granada kneels before Verg and swears upon the great name of the World Tree that his loyalty will belong to him for the next century. As he makes the oath, Granada's thoughts race. If the Demon King personally came to recruit him, then surely he must have some important role to play in a terrifying plan. But Verg's first command is nothing like what he expects. With a casual smile, he simply says, "Good. First, make me dinner." Granada freezes. Granada's mind, which had already prepared itself for some grand and sinister scheme, goes completely blank in the face of such an ordinary order. The mood turns almost comical. Granada is now wearing an apron, chopping vegetables with surprisingly excellent skill, while wondering how he ended up here when he was supposed to be part of some dark master plan. To his utter shock, Princess Ernan of Hilgeron is standing right beside him, also cooking as if this is completely normal. With a bright and cheerful smile, she asks whether he needs help making vegetable bread, leaving Granada completely speechless. The view pulls back, revealing a long dining table set up on the tower's 5th floor. At the very head sits Verg, looking completely at ease, while Princess Ernan and Gordon Dirk sit along one side, and Granada faces them from the other. Granada still can't make sense of what he's seeing. His eyes shift toward the woman beside Verg, and he turns to ask in disbelief whether she really is the Princess of Hilgeron. Verg answers like it's nothing unusual at all, casually confirming that she is Ernan Hilgeron. Princess Ernan says nothing at first. She simply sits there with a calm, gentle smile, as if this whole strange situation is perfectly normal. That calm reaction only makes Granada snap all over again. He bursts out at Verg, accusing him of being completely insane for kidnapping the heir of an entire kingdom while living in a tower with almost no defenses. Then he demands to know what Verg is planning to do when heroes come charging in to rescue her. Verg doesn't even flinch. He calmly lifts a bite of food with his fork and answers that this is exactly why he bought Granada in the first place. Then, as if they were discussing something ordinary over dinner, he tells Granada to stop standing there and eat for now, leaving the elf frozen in stunned silence once again. In the middle of all that tension, Verg casually adds that the food is actually quite good. Princess Ernan brightens up and happily mentions that she helped prepare it too. Granada can only stare at them, his mind spiraling as he wonders what in the world is even happening anymore. The scene then moves down to the 4th floor, where a wide, lush green field spreads out inside the tower. Granada looks around and asks if this is supposed to be the place where Verg will fight the heroes. But Verg shakes his head and says no, if the heroes ever make it this far, then everything is already finished. Verg then reveals what he truly expects from Granada. He tells him that Granada's job won't be waiting inside the tower, but stirring up chaos out in the human world. Granada pauses, blinking in confusion, before asking if Verg is telling him to become a spy. Verg confirms it with a nod, but immediately adds that there is one thing he has to check first. He needs to test Granada's actual ability. Then he gestures toward him without hesitation and gives a simple order: attack him. Granada is left speechless, wondering how he could possibly defeat a demon king inside his own domain. Seeing his hesitation, Verg offers a handicap. He says he'll fight with only one hand and won't use demonic energy. And if Granada manages to win, Verg will cut 50 years off the contract. That promise instantly lights a fire in Granada again. He gathers the natural energy around him, shouting that if Verg is serious, then he'll throw everything he has into this fight. Wind rushes across the field, leaves spiral into the air, and the battle finally begins. Granada charges in with a relentless storm of strikes, attacking from every angle with sharp, furious movements. But Verg blocks each blow with almost insulting ease, using only one hand and staying perfectly within the limits he promised. As he defends, Verg quietly observes that Granada's movements are far sharper than expected for someone who had been treated like a slave. He can tell the mana absorbed from the 4th floor has strengthened him, making his body react with the fierce instincts of an enraged elf. Granada refuses to be looked down on. He shouts that he is not just some ordinary elf, and warns Verg that he will regret choosing the wrong opponent in the wrong place. Calling on nature magic, Granada drives his power into the ground. Thick vines suddenly burst up from beneath Verg's feet, twisting around his leg and locking him in place before he can step away. Verg lowers his gaze toward the vines, acting as if the sudden trap has caught him by surprise. In front of him, Granada lets out a fierce roar, believing his chance has finally arrived. Granada shouts that Verg is wide open and launches himself forward with his fist drawn back, aiming to seize his freedom in that one strike. But at the very moment he attacks, a sinister smile slowly spreads across Verg's face. In Verg's mind, that much is enough. His expression darkens, and the calm mask he had been wearing starts to give way to something far more dangerous. The next instant, Verg vanishes from Granada's sight and reappears right behind him. His red eyes glow in the darkness, and a terrifying aura presses down like a weight. In a low voice, he reminds Granada not to forget who he is actually fighting, freezing him in place with pure fear. With a cold grin, Verg reassures him that he won't accidentally kill him. But his tone makes it clear that mercy is not the same as kindness, because he fully intends to make Granada feel every bit of the lesson. Granada turns pale and stammers for him to wait, but it's already too late. A thunderous boom erupts through the tower, echoing across the floor and marking the brutal end of the test. The scene then shifts away from the tower and moves to Otenwer, where the Red Falcon mercenaries have made their headquarters. The captain immediately rushes to greet Verg with over-the-top praise, his voice dripping with both flattery and greed. He loudly declares what an incredible honor it is to meet Verg again. Verg gets straight to the point. Without wasting time on small talk, he announces that he intends to hire the entire mercenary unit for a full year. The captain's eyes light up as he eagerly asks about the payment, while his men quietly whisper among themselves about how badly Verg beat them the last time they met. Then Verg drops a huge bag of gold in front of them as a deposit, and the entire group falls silent in shock. The sight of that much money changes the mood instantly. The mercenaries erupt into loud pledges of loyalty toward their captain, fired up by the promise of gold. The captain, however, is secretly sweating on the inside, wondering if maybe it's time to look for a different line of work. Verg then introduces someone new to the group. He explains that from this point on, this man will be the one delivering his orders to them. The mercenaries stare in confusion until the newcomer steps forward and introduces himself as Granada. But his face is swollen, bruised, and wrapped in bandages, making it painfully obvious that his training with the Demon King has already left its mark. For a moment, the mercenaries can only stare at Granada in disbelief. Then their expressions shift into sympathy, and a few of them are moved enough to tear up. They quickly welcome him with surprising warmth, patting his back and cheering him on like a fellow survivor. Verg stands back and watches the scene unfold in silence, his gaze calm as he quietly considers the group in front of him. The Scarlet Falcon mercenaries may look unimpressive at first glance, but they are not amateurs. They come from the dangerous Urgest region, and that harsh land has made them experienced, hardened fighters who are skilled in battle and difficult to control. Verg's thoughts soon turn toward his real target. At this time of year, the only hero likely to answer Hildron's call is Hillen Cargill, the same hero who once defeated the Demon King of Lust. With that objective now clear in his mind, Verg faces the mercenaries he has just hired, Granada included, and prepares to give them their very first official order. He orders them to investigate Hillen Cargill, the hero hired by Hildron. Now fully motivated by their generous payment, the mercenaries respond with powerful enthusiasm, shouting their obedience in one loud voice. Together, the mercenaries answer with a booming, "Yes, sir," their voices ringing out in perfect unison. Back inside Verg's desolate tower, surrounded on all sides by endless snow, the Demon King begins to think carefully about what he should do next. Now that the matter of the heroes has been handed over to Granada, Vergadalus can finally turn his attention to strengthening himself. Sitting on his throne, he looks over his subordinates and quietly settles on his next move. From this point on, he needs to prioritize increasing his own power. Normally, demonic energy can be used in two ways, either to improve the tower or to strengthen the Demon King himself. But Verg has already poured every single point he had into upgrading the tower. That leaves him with only one real option if he wants to grow stronger. He needs to obtain a spirit flower, a mana crystal-like treasure that grants immense power when consumed. These spirit flowers grow deep within the brutal Urgest Mountains, a land constantly torn apart by violent mana storms. Powerful monsters roam there freely, and nature remains wild and untouched by human hands. After absorbing natural mana for countless years, the flowers become filled with refined energy. Because of that, the entire region has turned into a dangerous but valuable treasure trove. Spirit flowers are not as effective for demons as pure demonic energy, but Verg decides that they are still better than having no way to improve at all. As he prepares to search for them, his aide, Gordon Dirk, steps in and warns him about the danger. Gordon Dirk explains that going out without a proper plan would be like searching for a single needle in a vast wasteland. Worse, the monsters in that region would definitely attack the moment they sensed an opening. Verg believes he can handle the monsters easily enough, but even he admits that locating the flowers will be difficult unless he has an exceptional mana detector. At that exact moment, a knock suddenly echoes through the chamber, cutting into their conversation. A hesitant voice comes from the doorway, asking if they are busy. Ernan appears with bright excitement, unable to hide how restless she has been lately. She says she's thrilled, especially because she has been so bored. She then reminds Verg that he promised she could decorate the 4th floor however she wanted, and her enthusiasm makes it clear she has not forgotten that agreement for even a second. Verg can only wonder how strange her decorating ideas are actually going to become. The absurd thought hangs in his mind. Who in the world decorates a Demon King's tower? Meanwhile, Ernan herself feels unbelievably lucky. She had never expected Verg to let her go outside at all, so this chance feels far more precious than she imagined. That is why she feels glad she happened to visit at that exact moment. Her attention drifts toward the small living flame spirit floating in her hand, and she gazes at it with open curiosity. Suddenly, Verg spreads his demon wings wide and grabs Ernan without warning, telling her to hold on. Completely unprepared, she screams as a thunderous roar erupts behind them. Verg and Ernan shot upward into the open sky at a terrifying speed, their bodies cutting through the freezing air as bright traces of mana streamed behind them like glowing trails. High above the mountains, with icy wind whipping past her face, Ernan squeezed her eyes shut in fear, completely overwhelmed by the force of the flight. But little by little, that panic began to fade, and a quiet curiosity started to take its place. When she finally opened her eyes, her breath caught in her throat. Beneath her, the entire world spread out in every direction, so vast and beautiful that it almost didn't feel real. On the night she had been kidnapped, she had been too frightened and disoriented to notice anything around her. But now, from this height, every hidden detail of the landscape came into view. Endless ridges rolled beneath them like waves, valleys stretched between the mountains, and fields of glittering snow shone under the cold light. The sight was so overwhelming that Hernan's heart trembled, and memories of her old life began flashing through her mind. She remembered the endless magic lessons, the suffocating lessons in royal etiquette, and the palace walls that had always felt like a cage. For so long, she had honestly believed she would remain trapped in that life until the day she died. Still suspended in the sky, she whispered with emotion, while Verg answered in his usual indifferent tone that she was the only person who had ever flown over the Urgrist Mountains. Verg then reminded her of the real reason he had brought her here. Her task was to find the spirit flowers. And, as if trying to make the stiff atmosphere a little less awkward, he added that she could simply call him Verg. After all, he said, they would be spending a lot of time together from now on. Ernan blinked in surprise at the sudden softness in his tone. But that brief gentleness didn't last long before Verg's patience began to wear thin. His voice dropped cold as he warned her that she was forgetting her position. If she didn't focus on the task, he said, he would throw her into the underground dungeon. Ernan immediately panicked, apologized in a rush, and forced herself to concentrate. She quickly gave an order to her small water spirits, sending them scattering out across the mountains to search every corner they could reach. As the search began, Verg quietly scoffed to himself, already expecting the process to be slow and frustrating. He doubted they would find a spirit flower so easily, but even he had to admit that Hernan's spirits would cover the mountains far faster than he or Gordon Dirk ever could on their own. But only a few seconds later, Ernan suddenly cried out in excitement, shouting that she had found one. Verg's eyes widened at once, caught completely off guard by how fast it had happened. And sure enough, deep in the snowy wilderness below, a magnificent spirit flower glowed against the white landscape, its petals shining with a clear, icy blue mana. Their excitement, however, disappeared the moment they saw what was gathered around it. A large pack of massive, brutal-looking orcs had surrounded the flower, guarding it like a treasure they refused to give up. Verg descended and landed in front of them with the cold, overwhelming presence of a demon king. He ordered them to leave the flower behind and go, if they had even a shred of honor left. In response, the orcs only lowered their bodies and growled. One of the orcs snarled back that they did not obey demons. With hatred burning in its voice, it declared that they hated Verg and that he would die there. Verg let out a laugh, but there was nothing warm in it. The sound twisted into something vicious as he muttered darkly that Gordon Dirk had been right after all. He said it had been foolish of him to expect beasts to think. Then dark purple demonic power erupted around his body, and small horns rose from his head as he declared that he would simply reduce them all to ashes. A violent wave of demonic energy surged outward, swallowing the orcs in an instant. Their screams echoed through the snowy wilderness as the flames consumed them. The gap between them was simply too massive. Against Verg's power, the orcs had no chance to resist in any meaningful way. Driven into desperation, the surviving orcs changed tactics and tried to strike at the weakest target first. Two of them broke away from the chaos and charged straight toward Ernan. But even as they rushed in with killing intent, Verg didn't so much as flinch. With one simple movement, he formed a barrier of demonic energy around Ernan, wrapping her in a protective shell before the orcs could reach her. The instant the orcs touched that barrier, their bodies were obliterated. Ernan stared at the sight in awe, barely able to process what had just happened. She knew very well that pure orcs, when they fought together, could even bring down ogres. And yet here they couldn't even get close. Once the lesser threats were dealt with, Verg crossed his arms and began gathering mana for one final attack. Ernan immediately sensed it. Something extraordinary was building in the air, a power so intense that the atmosphere itself seemed to tighten around them. Then Verg released it. A crushing explosion of dark energy erupted forward, vaporizing everything caught in its path. When the blast faded, silence settled over the battlefield again. Snow drifted gently down onto the scorched remains of the orc horde. With the danger finally gone, Ernan knelt beside the spirit flower. It was an aquamarine hyacinth, glowing softly with both water and ice attributes, and she whispered in fascination about how pure its mana felt. Verg noticed the greed starting to shine in her eyes and immediately gave her a sharp warning not to even think about claiming it for herself. Intimidated by his tone, Ernan quietly muttered that she understood. But then Verg offered her a deal. If she found more spirit flowers, she could keep one. At once, her eyes brightened again, and she declared with fresh determination that she would do her best. Verg could only sigh inwardly, wondering if humans only became truly hardworking when a reward was placed in front of them. Unfortunately, even after they continued searching until exhaustion set in, they were unable to find even a single additional spirit flower. Later that night, back inside the lonely tower surrounded by frozen darkness, Verg sat in his throne room and carefully examined the one spirit flower they had managed to obtain. As he looked at it, his thoughts slowly drifted back to Princess Ernan. At first, Verg had thought kidnapping her might have been a mistake. But now, seeing her asleep so peacefully, wrapped in her cloak and surrounded by her spirits, he had to admit that she might turn out to be far more useful than he expected. Gordon Dirk interrupted his thoughts with a formal address, telling him that a message from Granada had just arrived. Verg looked genuinely surprised and remarked that it was fast. Gordon Dirk then reported that the hero in question was Hillen Cargill. According to the message, Hillen Cargill had left the capital of Hildron, accompanied by 32 other heroes. However, they were not heading directly toward Ergrist. Instead, they were following the traditional path of heroes, forming a party, completing village quests, and steadily growing stronger along the way. As expected of Gordon Dirk, he had already prepared several strategic response plans. Holographic screens appeared one after another in front of them, but Verg dismissed every single plan with a casual gesture, throwing them all straight into the trash. Gordon Dirk froze in place, completely stunned by how quickly his carefully prepared strategies had been rejected. With a sly grin, Verg announced that this time they would not send monsters, and they would not interfere with the journey either. Gordon Dirk shouted in confusion, unable to understand what he was hearing, so Verg calmly explained his reasoning. Half-hearted attacks, Verg said, would only give heroes more chances to grow stronger. Then he gave Gordon Dirk an order that was completely unexpected. He told Gordon Dirk to pass the message to Granada. Join the hero's journey, help them, and earn their trust. Gordon Dirk clutched his head in disbelief, once again realizing that his king had no intention of following the standard Demon King approach. Still worried, Gordon Dirk reminded Verg that the tower, in its current state, could not withstand a proper hero assault. Verg reassured him that he planned to reinforce it. Then, when he revealed the method, Gordon Dirk screamed in shock because Verg said he would use a dwarf. Gordon Dirk cried out in disbelief, asking if Verg now intended to bring a dwarf into the tower along with a human and an elf. He warned that they would become a complete laughingstock. But a small burst of demonic aura from Verg silenced him instantly. Once Gordon Dirk fell quiet, Verg began to clarify what he actually meant. He explained that he did not intend to stop the heroes with a dwarf alone. More precisely, what he needed was dwarven magical equipment. Then he laid out a simple scenario. Heroes opened the door to the first floor, expecting the usual weak monsters waiting inside. But instead of harmless low-level enemies, What if the first thing greeting them was dozens of cannons aimed directly at their faces? Gordon Dirk stood there completely stunned. Dozens of cannons installed right on the first floor. No hero walking into a Demon King's tower would ever expect something like that. And yet, because his mind was so rigidly tied to tradition, he couldn't stop himself from noticing just how outrageous and unconventional the plan was. As Gordon Dirk stared toward the now empty throne, a terrible realization slowly began to creep into his mind. Bit by bit, the pieces connected, and the color drained from his face. Wait a second. If reinforcing the tower required help from a dwarf, then that could only mean one thing. And the moment the thought fully hit him, Gordon Dirk screamed in horror. This was going to be another kidnapping. The scene then shifted far away, down into the underground dwarven city of Wulfner, a world carved from solid stone and illuminated by glowing crystals. At the very heart of that underground city, a blacksmith worked without pause. His hammer rose and fell with heavy rhythm, each strike ringing out as sparks burst from the heated metal. This dwarf was Loya Friedrich, known as the greatest dwarven smith alive. And unfortunately for him, he had just become the next target on the Demon King's abduction list. Before his regression, Vergadalus had fought against countless dwarves on the battlefield. But this was the first time he had ever stepped directly into one of their cities. At the entrance, he chose the simplest method possible and bribed the guard standing watch. Using human gold, Vergadalus casually asked where he could find the best blacksmith in the city. The dwarven guard smirked as he accepted the coins and slipped them away. The guard chuckled that, for a human, Vergadalus certainly knew how to handle business. Meanwhile, Vergadalus had completely suppressed his demonic presence, hiding his true identity perfectly. With even a small bribe, the directions came surprisingly fast. The guard told him to head deeper into the city and look for the massive hole at its center. From there, he was supposed to take the lift down. After that, they would check his identity and assign him to the proper floor, making it a two-step security system. Intruders were not supposed to get through at all. But Vergadalus had no intention of waiting for verification. Instead, he simply dropped straight down to the lowest level. From that point, he moved deeper through the underground paths, heading toward the innermost chamber at the heart of Wulfner. That was where the legendary smith Loya Friedrich was working. And the first thing Vergadalus noticed was not the dwarf's name or reputation, but the precision of his technique. The metal in the forge shimmered with flowing mana, so smooth and alive that it looked as if the flames themselves were dancing around every strike. For a brief moment, Vergadalus wondered if this dwarf really was the best blacksmith the city had to offer. But in the end, he decided there was no need to overthink it. He could always confirm the man's worth after kidnapping him. Without another second of hesitation, Vergadalus reached out with lightning speed, aiming to grab the dwarf and leave before anyone could react. But the target in front of him was clearly no ordinary craftsman. A roaring wave of fire exploded out from Loya Friedrich's forge, surging straight toward Vergadalus and swallowing him in a blast of searing heat. Loya Friedrich didn't hesitate for even a heartbeat. The next instant, a massive hammer came swinging toward Vergadalus with crushing force. At the same time, Vergadalus sensed something strange in those flames, a faint trace of demonic power mixed within them. That detail made him suspicious. Vergadalus blocked the incoming hammer with one hand, but the impact was so powerful that his bones cracked from the sheer force behind the blow. Vergadalus calmly asked if Loya Friedrich was a hero. In response, the dwarf lifted his chin with pride, refusing to look intimidated. Loya Friedrich declared that he was indeed a hero, then demanded to know how a demon dared to set foot inside dwarven territory. He warned Vergadalus that he would not leave this place alive. But Vergadalus only grinned, flashing the unmistakable smile of a demon king, and mocked him for being rather weak despite all that boasting. Then he corrected him, he was not merely a demon. He was the Demon King. With effortless strength, Vergadalus smashed the hammer down into the ground, seized Loya Friedrich by the throat, and lifted him clean off his feet. After hearing the commotion, the guards rushed toward the chamber in a panic, only to find that the room was already empty. Chaos spread immediately through the city. A demon intruder had appeared, and Loya Friedrich had been kidnapped. High above the city, on a terrace, Vergadalus warned his captive that if he made even a single sound, he would kill him. Still trembling, Loya Friedrich demanded to know why the Demon King had come here of all places, and whether he was after the princess. Vergadalus brushed off that idea immediately. He had no interest in dwarven royalty. Instead, he asked about Wulfner's hidden escape routes, secret underground passages known only to blacksmiths in case of emergencies. Loya Friedrich immediately assumed those routes were exactly what Vergadalus would use to kidnap the princess. And honestly, even if he wanted to stop him, he knew he couldn't. The truth was simple, he talked big, but deep down, Loya Friedrich was terrified of demon kings. Even so, he stubbornly refused to answer. So Vergadalus leaned closer and whispered that he could simply kidnap the princess instead, then release Loya Friedrich afterward. If that happened, it would look as if Loya had betrayed her just to save his own life. The rumors, the disgrace, and the punishment would follow him forever. That threat finally broke him because everyone already knew he was not exactly courageous. If such a rumor spread, no one would doubt it, and his life would become a living hell. Vergadalus gave him one final choice. Walk with him or sell out the princess and pray for mercy afterward. Loya Friedrich stayed silent, but inside, his mind was already racing, trying to figure out how he could escape while still handing over the princess. He was a greedy little schemer to the core. To lock down the agreement, Vergadalus made a formal vow. On the Demon King's standard, Vergadalus guaranteed Loya Friedrich's safety as long as he cooperated. To dwarves, that oath carried absolute weight. A Demon King would never break it. The moment Loya Friedrich heard those words, his attitude changed completely. Suddenly, he became confident, obedient, and almost cheerful, as if the danger had vanished in an instant. Vergadalus nearly felt sick watching how quickly the dwarf's personality flipped. Meanwhile, deep inside Wulfner, Princess Louise Verf was pacing back and forth in visible anxiety. Loya Friedrich had disappeared while crafting her weapon, and even though the guards explained that he had been taken away, that only made her worry grow stronger. The guards insisted that Loya Friedrich had been kidnapped, but Princess Louise snapped at them and ordered them to shut their mouths, reminding them that he was a hero too. She refused to believe it. How could someone who carried the title of hero possibly be kidnapped so easily? One guard nervously tried to explain, addressing her carefully. He admitted that Loya Friedrich was indeed a hero, but also pointed out that, unfortunately, he was a terrible fighter. That comment earned the guard a deadly glare from the princess. She ordered them to find him immediately, and warned that if they failed, she would take every one of their heads herself. After that, no one dared to argue. A tense silence dropped over the room, heavy enough to make every guard freeze in place. Meanwhile, deep inside Loya Friedrich's hidden tunnel system, Vergadalus was rapidly losing patience. The passage was painfully narrow, so narrow that the Demon King had no choice but to walk directly behind the dwarf the entire way. The distance between them was far too close for comfort. Vergadalus growled at Loya Friedrich to move faster, warning that if he had to keep staring at such a disgusting view any longer, he would burn the entire tunnel down. Loya Friedrich laughed nervously and begged him to wait just a little longer, explaining that these tunnels were never built for tall people. Finally, after what felt like hours of crawling through that cramped path, the end came into sight. At last, they emerged outside the city. Loya Friedrich dusted himself off with obvious relief and said that was everything. Loya Friedrich dusted himself off and tried to act casual, saying that since his job was finished, he would be leaving now. But Vergadalus immediately shifted into his demonic form, his wings spreading wide like a dark shadow swallowing the moonlight. He asked what kind of nonsense Loya Friedrich thought he was spouting. Loya froze on the spot and reminded him that he had sworn on the Demon King's standard, but Vergadalus only shrugged. To Vergadalus, a cheap vow like that meant nothing at all. And just like that, Loya Friedrich's hope of walking away disappeared. In that instant, Loya Friedrich officially became the newest victim on the Demon King's abduction list. Panic struck him so hard that his whole body stiffened. A desperate thought flashed through his mind. Maybe selling out the princess really would have been the smarter option. Then he hurriedly cried out for Vergadalus to wait, insisting that he was useful. He pleaded that no one could match him when it came to metallurgy, and that he could craft anything Vergadalus wanted. Vergadalus frowned as he listened. Vergadalus couldn't help questioning how a so-called hero could offer to work for a demon so easily. But Loya Friedrich had already thrown pride and morals out the window. For Loya Friedrich, survival mattered far more than dignity. So Vergadalus gave him one last order: swear loyalty to him. Without hesitation, Loya slammed his forehead against the ground and shouted that he swore, thanking him wildly for his mercy. Of course, inside his own head, Loya Friedrich was already planning how to escape. Unfortunately for him, plans are useless when the person making them is knocked unconscious. A heavy blow dropped him before he could put even a single escape plan into action. Moments later, Loya Friedrich woke up in a peaceful garden, surrounded by spirits. Still dizzy, confused, and terrified, he slowly looked around, while Gordon Dirk was already pacing restlessly nearby. Gordon Dirk looked ready to collapse from stress as he shouted that Vergadalus had kidnapped a hero, and not just any hero, but a dwarf hero. Vergadalus simply motioned for him to be quiet. Then Granada appeared on a floating communication screen, visibly stunned as he asked whether his lord had seriously brought a dwarf into the tower. Vergadalus cut him off before the chaos could grow worse, telling him to report later. Princess Ernan ignored the confusion around her and walked straight up to Loya Friedrich, calmly studying him from head to toe. She asked if he had come to rescue her, then paused for a moment and added that he probably hadn't. Loya Friedrich still couldn't process what was happening. He demanded to know why he was there, reminding Vergatalis that he had promised to keep him safe. Vergatalis smirked and replied that this was exactly why Loya was still breathing. Vergatalis explained that he had knocked Loya Friedrich unconscious and carried him back because he couldn't trust what a small, panicking dwarf might do on his own. Loya forced out a weak laugh, clearly trying not to fall apart. The laugh came out stiff, awkward, and painfully desperate, like he was trying to convince himself the situation was somehow acceptable. He muttered that everything was fine and wonderful, even though his face showed the exact opposite. Vergatalis didn't waste any more time with his panic. He immediately gave Loya Friedrich his first assignment. The order was simple: install a large number of cannons across the tower's first floor. If any heroes stepped inside, Vergatalis wanted them blasted apart before they even understood what was happening. Loya Friedrich swallowed hard, forcing himself to nod as he repeated the word cannons, as if accepting that this nightmare had truly become his job. Elsewhere, the scene shifted to the heroes' journey preparation station, where their expedition was slowly taking shape. A holographic communication link flickered to life as Granada delivered his report from the outside. With practiced calm, he informed Vergatalis that rumors were spreading rapidly among the heroes. According to the latest information, the newly emerged Demon King was believed to command black flames. Because of that rumor, the heroes had already started equipping themselves with fire-resistant gear, preparing for the battle they believed was waiting for them. Granada continued, explaining that another rumor was also circulating. Many heroes now believed the Demon King had stopped sending demonic beasts because he was afraid, interpreting his silence not as strategy, but as weakness. Vergatalis listened without showing even the slightest reaction. His expression remained flat, and his posture did not shift at all. When he finally spoke, his voice was cold and dismissive, saying the heroes clearly had not lost their desire to fight yet. Whether they chased glory through battle or wealth through conquest, it made no difference to him. Vergatalis declared that none of them would gain anything from this journey. In the end, they would lose everything, even the will to keep fighting. Before ending the holographic call, he gave Granada one final order: continue watching the heroes closely and report any changes immediately. Granada accepted the command and cut the transmission. Once the call ended, Gordon Dirk quietly reflected on Vergatalis's plan. By refusing to send demonic beasts, Vergatalis was slowly wearing down the heroes' morale, while twisting their expectations about what awaited them. Even more unsettling, it was becoming clear that this Demon King understood human psychology far too well. Gordon Dirk wondered if a Demon King like Vergatalis had ever existed before, and the thought sent a rare chill through him, followed almost immediately by relief that Vergatalis was not his enemy. Back inside Vergatalis's tower, the cold halls echoed as he gave a firm command to Loya Friedrich. Fire cannons had to be installed on the first floor, but there was one critical restriction: mana stones were not allowed to be used. Loya Friedrich panicked immediately. He argued that building such weapons without mana stones would be nearly impossible, and even if he somehow finished them, they would be useless against heroes. Vergatalis cut him off sharply, making it clear that finding a solution was Loya Friedrich's responsibility. Vergatalis then explained why he had made that demand. Heroes were favored by the dimension itself, giving them extremely sharp energy perception. Any trap powered by mana stones would be detected long before it could activate, which was exactly why mana stones could not be used. Loya Friedrich tried to protest again, desperate to explain how unreasonable the request was. But Vergatalis's expression darkened before he could continue. A sphere of black magic formed calmly in his hand, and he reminded Loya Friedrich that he had been brought here because he was supposedly the greatest blacksmith. If he failed to meet that expectation, Vergatalis had no shortage of other ways to deal with him. Terrified, Loya immediately broke down. With his voice shaking, Loya Friedrich quickly claimed that there was another possible method. Vergatalis answered with a chilling smile, saying he should have mentioned that sooner. Loya Friedrich explained that he had once invented a device capable of completely concealing mana traces. It had taken him 3 full years to develop, but the finished prototype was still sitting back in his workshop in Wolfner. Vergatalis's face hardened at once, and he demanded to know whether this was just another desperate excuse Loya Friedrich had invented to save himself. Crying and trembling, Loya Friedrich swore again and again that he was telling the truth. After a brief silence, Vergatalis decided to believe him, but he made sure to add insurance. He fastened a purple rune-etched collar around Loya Friedrich's neck. When Loya Friedrich nervously asked what it was, Vergatalis explained in a casual tone that it was a magical restraint capable of separating his head from his body with a single gesture. Then, with a thin and ominous smile, he added that the collar also distorted perception, preventing others from clearly recognizing Loya's face. If Loya Friedrich ever tried to remove it, Vergatalis would take that as proof he had chosen to escape, and death would follow immediately. Understanding the situation perfectly, Loya collapsed in terror and swore that no matter what happened, he would never attempt to take the collar off. With that settled, Vergatalis departed with him. Together, they traveled across several kingdoms, gathering rare supplies and materials compatible with mana. The journey stretched on for nearly a full month. Throughout the trip, Vergatalis stored everything they obtained inside his spatial pocket, carefully preserving each piece of material needed for the preparations ahead. Once their gathering was complete, the two returned to Wulfner, the dwarf kingdom. But inside the city, disorder had already taken root. A massive boulder suddenly came crashing down near a group of dwarves, smashing into the stone floor and sending broken debris flying in every direction. At the center of the destruction stood Princess Louise Verf, her fury impossible to miss. She shouted that a month and a half had already passed, yet the dwarves still had not found Loya Friedrich. She berated them for their incompetence and demanded to know how much longer she was supposed to wait. An elderly dwarf nervously stepped forward and tried to explain. Loya Friedrich had dug countless underground tunnels over the years, and their forces were investigating every passage they could find. But given the situation, it was highly likely that he had already escaped the city. Princess Louise Verf snapped back immediately, saying of course he would have fled if he had the chance, because only an idiot would remain behind. But she insisted with absolute certainty that Loya Friedrich had been kidnapped. In a sudden outburst, she grabbed the old dwarf by the face and lifted him off the ground. In an icy voice, she gave them 2 more weeks. If they failed to find the kidnapper by then, every last one of them would die. Terrified, the old dwarf swore they would succeed. Princess Louise Verf released him and immediately barked new orders at the soldiers, commanding them to collapse every tunnel Loya Friedrich had ever created. The dwarves scrambled to obey without the slightest hesitation. As the soldiers scattered in a hurry to carry out her orders, the focus returned to Princess Louise Verf. Just from the way she stood there, radiating pressure, it was obvious that her body was anything but ordinary. At that exact moment, a hidden section of the nearby wall shifted without warning, moving so quietly that most people would never have noticed it. One of Loya Friedrich's secret tunnels slid open behind her, its mechanism almost completely silent. But Louise sensed the disturbance instantly and spun around, her sharp eyes narrowing toward the hidden passage. Because of the face recognition interference mask, she couldn't clearly identify the figure stepping out from the tunnel. Even so, she recognized the passage itself right away. In a cold voice, she stated that only Loya Friedrich knew about those hidden routes, then demanded to know whether the person in front of her was him. Loya Friedrich froze stiff. Panic seized Loya Friedrich from head to toe. After struggling for a moment just to force his voice out, he barely managed to address her by title, his words trembling with fear. Louise cracked her knuckles, fury flashing across her face. Her voice snapped like a whip as she snarled that the bastard had actually dared to come back alive. A furious smile curled across her lips as golden vine-like aura erupted violently around her body. She accused Loya Friedrich of hiding all this time simply because he didn't want to forge her weapon. Tears streamed down Loya Friedrich's face as he frantically shook his head and denied it, insisting that she had misunderstood everything. But his desperate explanation only poured more oil onto her anger. Louise snapped back sharply, reminding him that she was a princess. Then she accused him of insulting her by daring to suggest that she, of all people, had misunderstood the situation. With absolute authority in her voice, she declared that from this moment on, Loya Friedrich would be her slave, forced to forge weapons for her until the end of his life. Golden aura surged around Louise's fist as she pulled her arm back. Before anything else, she said, she would punish him properly for running away. But before her punch could reach him, a violent blast suddenly exploded between them. Princess Louise Verf was thrown backward through the air by the force of the impact. She crashed into the ground, but recovered almost immediately. Planting one hand against the floor, she steadied herself with frightening ease as dust billowed around her and slowly began to settle. When the haze cleared, Vergatalis calmly stepped forward, his presence cutting through the room like a cold blade. Without even looking shaken, he ordered Loya Friedrich to retrieve the equipment immediately. Louise glared at the newcomer, still unable to make out his true identity because of the interference effect. Her voice turned sharp as she demanded to know who he was and why he was helping that dwarf. Vergadalus answered in a flat, emotionless tone, introducing himself simply as the master of the blacksmith she had just been trying to extort. Louise instantly leapt into the air, rage blazing across her face. She shouted that the blacksmith belonged to her, and that he would spend the rest of his life forging her weapon. The two clashed in midair, their fists colliding at terrifying speed. Each exchange sent violent shockwaves ripping through the chamber, making the surrounding space tremble from the force. In the middle of that relentless barrage, Vergadalus suddenly noticed a small opening and snapped his leg toward Louise's neck. To his surprise, Louise caught the kick in midair with one hand. The raw strength in her grip made Vergadalus's eyes narrow, and for the first time, he had to take her power seriously. Before Vergadalus could fully pull back and regain his position, Louise moved again. She countered with a brutal punch, driving her fist forward with overwhelming force. The impact sent Vergadalus flying upward until he crashed hard into the ceiling above. Louise only turned her head slightly and coldly told Loya Friedrich that his turn was next. But then Vergadalus reappeared in an instant, seizing Louise by the head before she could continue, and slammed her downward with vicious force. Right away, the two of them launched back into a terrifying exchange of blows, each strike coming faster than the eye could follow. Shockwaves tore through the chamber as debris flew into the air around them. Their fight looked less like a battle between ordinary people and more like a clash between seasoned monsters. Vergadalus recognized Louise Verf almost immediately. She was the second daughter of Princess Verf's line, and although she had never officially been recognized as a hero, her strength was already extraordinary. Even before his regression, Louise had been one of the strongest people Vergadalus had ever known. Back then, she had been far more powerful than she was now, and that memory made him calculate the situation quickly. If Louise were allowed to continue growing, she would become a serious threat in the future. Logically, killing her right now would be the safest choice. But doing that would require him to unleash his full demonic power. In his current weakened state, that was a dangerous gamble. If her soldiers saw his true strength, his identity as the Demon King would be exposed on the spot. Their fists kept colliding in flashes of golden and violet energy, each impact shaking the room. Behind them, Loya Friedrich worked in a panic, desperately dismantling a massive structure piece by piece. During a brief gap in the fight, Vergadalus called out to him and demanded to know if everything was ready. Loya Friedrich shouted back in panic that he was still dismantling the device, a massive mana phantom machine designed to erase and conceal mana traces. The mechanism was far larger and more complicated than Loya Friedrich had expected, and every part seemed to take precious time to remove. Vergadalus snarled that if Loya Friedrich valued his life, he had exactly 1 minute to finish. Loya frantically swore that he was working as fast as his hands could move. From the opposite side, Louise's aura erupted violently. 12 blazing streams of golden power burst from her body as she demanded to know who had given them permission to do as they pleased. Vergadalus glanced toward Loya Friedrich and stated flatly that if the situation got any worse, he would abandon him without hesitation. Pale with terror, Loya promised that he was almost finished. Vergadalus clenched his jaw. He didn't know how much longer he could keep fighting without drawing on his full demonic reserves. Every second that passed pushed him closer to being exposed. As both of their mana outputs dropped at a terrifying pace, Louise shouted that she didn't care where Vergadalus had come from. She declared that he would not leave this place alive. Then she turned her fury back toward Loya Friedrich, promising to break his leg so he could never escape again. Vergadalus laughed darkly and remarked that she sounded more like a demon king than he did. Then he told her to give up because he was taking both the blacksmith and all the equipment with him. At that moment, Loya Friedrich finally shouted that the dismantling was complete. The instant the machine was disabled, the flow of mana inside the chamber shifted violently, distorting the atmosphere around them. Louise snarled that if Loya Friedrich thought he could just return and steal what belonged to her, then she would no longer hold back. But that brief surge of anger gave Vergadalus the opening he needed. He drove his foot straight into Louise's chest with brutal precision. The blow sent her crashing downward, smashing her into the ground as a violent explosion ripped through the chamber. Without wasting even a heartbeat, Vergadalus opened his subspace pocket and ordered Loya Friedrich to move immediately. Louise pushed herself up from the swirling dust, brushing off the aftermath as if the attack had barely scratched her. With cold confidence, she declared that moves like that were completely useless against her. But the certainty in her voice died halfway through, because the moment she looked around the ruined chamber, she realized Barilla, Vergadalus, and the machine had all vanished without a trace. Only a short while later, The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the area as her soldiers finally rushed in. They stopped in front of the wreckage, staring at the chaos around them in confusion, and quickly asked Louise what had happened there. Louise clicked her tongue in irritation, her expression twisting with contempt as she looked down on them. She mocked them for arriving so late, asking if they were planning to show up only after she had already been killed. Then, without wasting another second, she ordered them to chase Logger through the tunnels immediately. But just as the command left her mouth, she suddenly froze. The tunnels were already destroyed. The passageways had been completely collapsed, blocking any possible route of pursuit. Louise stared at the sealed path, her jaw tightening as she ground her teeth in fury. Only then did the truth finally settle in. Logger had not merely run away for the moment. He had never planned to come back at all, and he truly had no intention of forging her weapon. A slow, icy smile crept across Louise's face as the wind swept through the shattered chamber and stirred the dust around her. Instead of looking defeated, she seemed even more intrigued, and she quietly declared that this entire situation had become far more interesting than she had ever expected. Her eyes burned with dangerous intensity, and that calm smile twisted into something almost savage. Louise swore that she would hunt Logger down with her own hands, even if she had to search every corner of the continent to drag him out. And once she finally found him, she would make sure Logger regretted every choice he had made, every betrayal he had committed, and every step he had taken to escape her. Inside the first floor of Breeze J Tower, the Demon King stood quietly before an enormous magical apparatus, its massive frame looming over him like some ancient engine of power. His stance remained steady and composed, and his eyes did not waver for even a second as he studied the towering structure in front of him. After examining it closely, he stated with firm certainty that this was the magic they needed in order to stop the hero. No matter what price had to be paid, this device was something he absolutely required. Behind him stood Princess Ernan Hilgeron, the first princess of the Hilgeron Kingdom. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she took in the overwhelming size of the apparatus. She could only murmur that it was enormous. Nearby, Logger, the Demon King's loyal servant, tilted his head with unease and confusion, unable to hide how unsettled he felt as he asked what the device was actually supposed to do. Logger explained that he had only been in the middle of cleaning when the entire situation suddenly began, gesturing toward the reinforced structure installed beside the magical tool. Then he quickly straightened his posture and gave his report, announcing that the Mana Phantom's framework had been completed, and that the installation had finished successfully. The Demon King answered with a short nod and ordered it to be activated immediately. Without the slightest hesitation, Logger replied that he understood. A moment later, the Demon King released his dark energy. A terrifying purple aura erupted from him, spreading across the entire floor as a crushing pressure filled the air. His voice grew cold as he warned that after everything it had taken to bring the device there, it had better prove its worth. Logger trembled visibly under the force of that demonic presence, but he forced himself to remain steady and answered that the activation was already underway. As the enchantment finally reached its end, the magical tool roared to life. Mana surged violently through the space around them, shaking the atmosphere as if the tower itself had begun to awaken. Blue lightning curled around the tower in bright, crackling arcs, lighting up everything it touched. Princess Ernan Hilgeron quickly raised an arm to shield her eyes from the overwhelming glare, gasping that the light was blinding. At that exact moment, a translucent system screen appeared in front of the Demon King. A system notification appeared, announcing that the tower had recognized the Mana Phantom. It stated that synchronization would require 10,000 points, then asked whether the process should proceed. The Demon King raised his eyes toward the glowing screen, his expression sharpening with interest. He muttered that the tower apparently possessed such a function, then calmly decided he would confirm it for himself. Another display appeared before him, showing his available resources, 11,182 points. Without the slightest pause, he selected synchronization. The system responded at once, confirming that synchronization was complete and that only 1,182 points remained. Then, a final notification followed immediately after. The system updated again, declaring that the Mana Phantom had recognized the Demon King as its master. The process then reached full completion. The Mana Phantom's power source had been entirely converted, changing from ordinary mana into demonic energy under the Demon King's control. The protagonist lifted his head and called out to Logger. Logger, already overflowing with excitement, immediately shook his head as if to deny any suspicion before it could even be spoken. He insisted that he had not interfered with the process in any way. Then, with enthusiasm he could barely hold back, He admitted that he never imagined it would be possible to merge the Mana Phantom with the tower, much less completely convert its power source. To him, this was nothing less than the discovery of the century, a result so unbelievable that even the original creator of the device could never have predicted it. At that moment, Princess Ernan Hilderon stepped forward, her eyes shining brightly as she stared at the awakened structure. She called it incredible, clearly captivated by what had just happened. The protagonist turned toward her and, in a casual tone, suggested that she try casting a spell. Princess Ernan Hilderon agreed at once, looking delighted by the chance to test something that felt like a brand new toy placed right in front of her. With a cheerful smile, she announced that she would use whichever spell she wanted. Then she began to chant, and glowing magical symbols formed in the air around her. A massive sphere of magic, vivid and brilliantly colored, slowly took shape before her, swelling with power. Logger's face went pale in an instant. He shouted for her to wait, panic breaking through his voice, and cried out that he had only just finished cleaning the tower. Desperate to stop her before the spell could go any further, he begged her not to unleash it there. He warned her not to treat the tower like some kind of playground, his voice rising in helpless frustration. The protagonist, however, paid little attention to Logger's commotion. His focus had already shifted to the phenomenon unfolding in front of him, because a spell of that scale should normally have been detectable from far beyond the tower's walls. The protagonist moved toward the entrance and looked outside, narrowing his eyes slightly as he checked the area beyond the doorway. But no matter how carefully he searched, he could neither see nor sense any trace of the spell from outside the tower. It was as though all of that powerful magic had been perfectly sealed within. He quietly muttered that this must be the effect of the synchronization. A tower joined with a Mana Phantom could conceal even such an enormous magical reaction, and the realization stirred a deeper curiosity inside him. To test the tower further, he extended his demonic energy outward, carefully trying to manipulate the entire structure in its newly synchronized state. His hand began to shimmer with power. Then his expression suddenly changed, shock flashing across his face, because in the next instant, the entire tower disappeared from existence. A moment later, he raised his arm again and spread it outward, repeating the motion with calm precision. Immediately, the tower reappeared in the exact same place, standing just as it had before. In that instant, understanding struck him clearly. He realized that he could hide the tower whenever he wished and then summon it back again at will. The meaning behind that ability was astonishing, because it gave him control over the tower's very presence in the world. A faint glimmer of demonic energy flickered in his eyes as a restrained smile formed on his lips. He calmly concluded that using this power freely would still be difficult for the time being, but once mastered, it would become an invaluable weapon for the future. Meanwhile, outside the inner chamber, Logger could no longer hold himself back. His eager voice rang loudly through the area as he begged for permission, insisting that he only wanted a small chance to examine the device up close. His excitement quickly spiraled out of control, and he blurted out a request to dismantle both the magical tool and the tower before hurriedly correcting himself. He quickly claimed that he only meant to examine them, purely for research purposes. Logger declared that he had never encountered anything like this in all of recorded history, past or present, and begged to be allowed to study what he called a historic discovery. Logger's behavior had nearly crossed into outright frenzy. The protagonist watched him closely with a sharp, measuring gaze, then remarked that Logger sounded like a demon desperate for battle. Even so, there was no denying just how completely Logger had lost himself to curiosity. After a brief moment of thought, the protagonist finally gave his answer and allowed it. He told Logger that if he completely wiped out the heroes trapped on the first floor, then he could do as he pleased afterward. Logger's eyes gleamed at once, and crimson energy surged around his body as he swore to crush those cunning heroes without mercy. Without wasting another word, he immediately began chanting, fully absorbed in what he considered the first step of his grand examination. Leaving Logger behind, the protagonist turned his attention toward Princess Ernan Hilderon. In a calm, even voice, he proposed that Princess Ernan Hilderon confront the heroes who had already managed to reach the fourth floor. The moment she heard that, she froze in place and repeated the question in disbelief, asking if he truly meant her. She looked genuinely taken aback and reminded him that she was a princess, her voice carrying a hint of protest. Still, the objection sounded more playful than truly offended. The protagonist answered without changing expression, pointing out that she was also a gifted spirit, and that she had no intention of returning to the royal palace anyway. Even as he said it, the protagonist understood the weight behind the decision he was making. Giving her such a role might have been unreasonable. She was still an innocent princess who knew little of the world's cruelty, and asking her to stand against her own kind was not something that could be treated lightly. Princess Ernan Hildron fell into silence, unsure what she was even supposed to fight with. Fire crossed her mind, then water, and other possibilities began flickering through her thoughts. Before she could settle on any of them, the protagonist stopped her. He told her that none of that would be necessary. All she needed to do was disrupt the heroes and reveal herself openly as their enemy. If she succeeded, he promised he would grant her another wish. Princess Ernan Hildron met his gaze, her expression turning serious, and after a moment, she slowly nodded. She agreed to do it but then added one condition of her own. When he introduced her, she did not want to be presented as a princess. She wanted to be introduced as his subordinate instead. The protagonist blinked, briefly surprised by the request, but accepted it without hesitation. Princess Hildron's face immediately brightened, her happiness almost like an excited kitten finally receiving permission to play. She thanked him in a cheerful voice, clearly pleased by his answer. She promised that she would do her best, then blinked playfully and added that perhaps she was supposed to charm the heroes with her beauty, since she was sure they would fall for her. The protagonist cut her off flatly and told her to follow his instructions exactly. She quickly nodded in obedience and said she understood. Some time later, the protagonist sat quietly by himself, his attention fixed on the system screen floating in front of him. As he studied the screen, he reviewed the preparations already set in motion. On the first floor, the heroes' numbers would be reduced by overwhelming mass mana cannon fire. On the fourth floor, Princess Ernan Hildron would serve as bait. She would draw the surviving heroes in, creating an opening for them to be finished off. Even so, the protagonist could not ignore the flaw in the plan. With more than 200 heroes still advancing, this strategy alone would never be enough to eliminate them all. It might not even wipe out half of them. That left him with only one real option. He had to strengthen himself even further. His gaze shifted down to the radiant treasure resting in his hand, where dense demonic energy coiled around it as it gave off a faint shimmer. He recognized it at once as an icy water elemental spirit blossom, and in his eyes, it was a flawless spirit creation. Spirit blossoms tainted by demonic energy carried extraordinary power, and their effects were strong enough to work even on demons themselves. Realizing just how valuable they could become, he quietly made up his mind that he would need to gather many more of them. Elsewhere, Princess Ernan Hildron found herself standing in a frozen world where snow stretched endlessly in every direction, and the biting cold seemed to cut straight through the air. She looked across the white, silent landscape, searching the icy surroundings with careful eyes. But after seeing nothing useful, she let out a small sigh and murmured that there was nothing there either. She wondered aloud what they should do next, since this was already their third attempt. The protagonist answered that their previous success might have been nothing more than luck. Princess Ernan Hildron gave a faint nod, her expression uneasy, and admitted that the situation really did feel strange. Just then, the stillness of the snowy field was broken as a towering figure suddenly appeared in front of them, standing out sharply against the pale frozen land. The protagonist reacted instantly. He raised one arm without hesitation, dark energy gathering around it in a dense, dangerous swirl as irritation slipped into his voice. He asked coldly if they had come back yet again, his tone heavy with impatience. He made it clear that he was beginning to grow tired of these constant interruptions. The massive man answered not with aggression, but with a deep, rumbling sound from his chest. Then he lowered his head in a respectful bow, showing no intention of fighting. He introduced himself as Kyoto of the Blue Forest tribe and respectfully greeted the Demon King. Then he lowered himself even further, pleading that they had come to seek his protection. The protagonist stared down at him with an icy gaze and asked whether he was requesting to be accepted as one of his kin. The moment those words were spoken, the tribes gathered behind Kyoto all dropped to their knees at once, lowering their heads across the snowy ground. Their leader spoke for everyone present, explaining that their ancestors had once been demons who betrayed the demon realm. Because they still carried that original sin, they asked to be granted the honor of serving the Demon King. The protagonist looked down over the kneeling tribe with a cold, unyielding gaze, showing no sign of being moved by their words. He cut through their flattery at once and told them to stop. In a flat voice, he said their true goal was to grow stronger by becoming kin of the Demon King. His eyes narrowed slightly as he added that they were far better suited to demonic energy than to relying on spirit blossoms. An orc elder turned toward his subordinates and gave a slow, deliberate nod. He admitted that their intentions had already been seen through, so there was no longer any reason to hesitate. Then he ordered them to bring it out. A box was opened in front of them. Resting inside was a grim lotus, its dark petals sealed beneath a layer of icy frost. The instant the protagonist saw it, his eyes sharpened, because he recognized what it was immediately. He muttered that this explained why it had avoided their search until now. Then his gaze moved back to the orcs, and he noted that they had clearly prepared this in advance. They even understood how to negotiate. A faint trace of amusement entered his voice as he remarked that such behavior was unusual for a tribe known more for brute force than intelligence. The orcs lowered their heads and answered that surviving in this land required wisdom above all else, and that their tribe valued intelligence more than raw strength. The protagonist handed the box to Princess Hilderon before turning his attention back to the orc tribe. He calmly told them that they had come to him because they lacked strength. What they truly wanted was power. The orc leader listened in silence, keeping his head lowered and not daring to interrupt. A faint smile slowly curved across the protagonist's lips. He repeated their belief in wisdom over strength, tasting the words with quiet approval. Then he admitted that he liked that way of thinking. Raising his hand, the protagonist began to chant. His voice carried across the snow as he announced that he would accept only one of them. And the one he chose was Kyoto. In the very next instant, a demonic sigil appeared in the air and drove itself into Kyoto's body, marking him with the Demon King's power. Dark power surged across the snowy field, spreading around them like a shadow over the white ground. The protagonist spoke again, commanding Kyoto to roam the land and expand his tribe under his authority. His voice calm and unwavering. He told Kyoto to wait for his orders and promised that the reward he would grant would be greater than simple strength. His gaze became absolute as he declared that Kyoto's tribe would gain permanence under his rule. At the same time, demonic energy swallowed Kyoto completely. Kyoto's body twisted and reshaped beneath that overwhelming power as he transcended his former state and became a true demon. When the transformation was complete, he dropped to one knee and bowed deeply, offering his life and loyalty to the Demon King. Behind him, the rest of the tribe followed his lead and knelt in perfect unison, their heads lowered before the Demon King as the scene shifted away. At Aljust Mountain Tower, a surge of power pulsed through the entire structure, making the tower feel as if it had become a living fortress prepared for war. Outside the tower, an orc legion assembled in disciplined ranks, standing shoulder to shoulder across the battlefield as they awaited the coming clash. On the first floor, loggers stood fully prepared beside 60 mana cannons, the weapons lined up and ready to unleash their fire the moment the heroes entered. The protagonist reviewed the entire battlefield in his mind. The orcs had taken their positions exactly as planned, the tower's floors were secured, and Princess Ernan Hilderon was already waiting on the 4th floor. Even with every piece in place, a faint tension still hung over the moment, pressing silently against the air before the battle. He checked each stage of the plan one final time, making sure there were no gaps in the arrangement, before finally giving a small nod to himself. Everything was ready. The protagonist lifted his gaze, and his dark eyes hardened with quiet resolve. In his heart, he vowed that he would repay the humiliation he had suffered in his previous life. Elsewhere, the hero stood before the towering mountain and looked up at its imposing shape, then turned his words toward Granada. After their long journey, he said that they had finally arrived. Aljust Mountain loomed in front of them, its massive form rising like a final barrier between the heroes and the Demon King. The heroes continued their advance, stepping onto the battlefield with one purpose burning in their hearts: to slay the Demon King. At the heroes' journey preparation base, a magnificent city stood proudly, known as the starting point for countless legends and heroic expeditions. Inside the city's grand central hall, a lavish banquet was already underway to honor the heroes before their departure. Laughter filled the air, music echoed through the hall, and the bright clinking of glasses rang out as warriors and dignitaries celebrated the eve of their final march. Among the guests, a young hero dressed in polished armor stood speaking with the elderly Lord Castellan. The old lord smiled warmly and told him that he was far too modest for someone with such impressive accomplishments. The hero answered with respect, thanking him for hosting such a splendid banquet. Lord Castellan replied with humility, saying it was an honor to witness and take part in such a historic journey. The hero simply nodded and thanked him for his kind words. After a brief pause, Lord Castellan suggested that Lord Hillen should say a few words to the crowd. Hillen hesitated, clearly uncomfortable with suddenly being pushed forward, but the old lord insisted that everyone was waiting and that a speech from him would raise morale. With no real way to refuse, Hillen reluctantly agreed. Lord Castellan seized the opportunity immediately, turning toward the hall and loudly announcing that Lord Hillen wished to address everyone. In an instant, every gaze in the hall shifted toward him. With the attention of the entire room now fixed on his figure, Hillen cleared his throat and stepped forward. His expression settled into something calm and composed, and after gathering himself, he prepared to speak to everyone gathered before him. He addressed them all with respect. His fellow comrades, the heroes, nobles, knights, mages, mercenaries, and merchants who had gathered for this expedition. Then he declared that their long campaign was finally approaching its climax. With confident pride, he claimed that their march for justice had terrified the Demon King so completely that not a single monster had dared to stand in their way. The hall burst into laughter, and a wave of confidence swept through the crowd. Hillen quickly followed by reminding them not to become careless, assuring everyone that every possible preparation had already been completed. His voice grew louder and firmer as he proclaimed that tomorrow would be the day they took the head of that foolish Demon King. Lifting his glass high, his words burned with righteous anger as he demanded to know who would dare kidnap the crown princess of Hilgeron, Princess Ernan Hilgeron. He roared that it was time to remind the world exactly who they were. Then, with one final passionate shout, he declared that they would show everyone who the true masters of this world really were. The entire hall exploded into thunderous cheers. Cries for justice rang from every corner as the crowd followed Hillen's lead, raising their glasses high and shouting for everyone to eat, drink, and celebrate while they still could. Watching the noisy celebration from a distance was Granada the elf, calm and observant as always. He quietly noted that, just as the Demon King had predicted, the size of the expedition had not grown, but at the same time it had not decreased either. Thinking back on Hillen's speech, Granada had to admit one thing clearly. The reason this expedition had managed to come this far was Hillen's overwhelming charisma. He had drawn funding out of the guilds, convinced people who should have walked away, and even kept the uncertain mercenaries standing firmly in line. Still, no matter how impressive Hillen looked, Granada could not completely shake the uneasiness pressing against his chest. His thoughts drifted back to the last tower he had investigated, the one that had been disturbingly empty from top to bottom. Because of that, Granada could not help wondering whether the final confrontation would really be so simple. Then, for one dangerous instant, a dark idea slid into his mind. Should he betray the heroes here and now? The thought hit him so hard that he froze in place, then immediately panicked and scolded himself for even allowing something so treacherous to appear in his head. He hurriedly forced himself to remember the truth. If the Demon King was truly defeated and subjugated, then Granada would finally be released from the curse binding him. No matter how he looked at it, that future was the one that benefited him most. Granada shook his head as if trying to physically throw those dangerous thoughts away. He tightened his expression, forced his breathing to settle, and decided he needed to clear his mind. A bit of cold night air, along with a report sent in secret, might help him regain control. Later that night, under the pale glow of the full moon, Granada stood alone on a high balcony. The wind brushed past his robes while he held a faintly shining device in his hand, quietly communicating with someone beyond the walls. From the other side of the device, a calm voice reported that they had arrived at Overrun. They would rest for a short while, then begin climbing the mountain the next day. The voice coming through Granada's device gave a brief response, acknowledging the report, before immediately shifting into a far stricter command. Once Granada left Overrun, he was not to make contact again. A short silence followed, heavy enough to make the night feel colder. Then the voice spoke once more, and this time there was no mistaking its identity. It was the Demon King Vergadalus. His tone was hard and unwavering as he gave Granada his final warnings, telling him to beware of the snow on the mountain and to stay especially alert once night fell. But the Demon King's final warning was stranger than all the rest. When the tower door opened, Vergadalus said slowly, "Granada must never stand near it." The connection cut off without another word, leaving Granada rooted to the balcony in stunned confusion. He stared down at the silent device in his hand, muttering to himself, completely unable to understand what that warning was supposed to mean. Then, without warning, a voice came from behind him. Someone asked what he was doing outside all alone. Granada jolted in surprise and spun around at once. Hillen had appeared behind him so quietly that Granada had not sensed him at all, and he was trying to steady himself as he stood there. Granada quickly explained that he had only stepped out for some fresh air, then asked nervously if something had happened. Hillen looked at him for a moment, clearly noticing the tension still lingering on Granada's face. Then, with an easy smile, he offered him a drink, a kind of fruit wine known to be especially loved by elves. Granada accepted it with gratitude. As he took a sip, the gentle warmth spread through him, slowly easing the tightness in his nerves. Hillen casually commented that Granada seemed troubled, then asked whether he truly believed they could succeed in subjugating the Demon King. He followed it with a light laugh, almost teasing him by asking if he was feeling nervous. Granada hesitated for a brief moment before answering softly that, yes, in truth he was. While Granada spoke, Hillen lowered his gaze into the surface of his own wine, watching his reflection tremble in the cup. The bright, cheerful expression he usually wore began to fade little by little. Then, in a quieter voice than before, he admitted that he did not know either. Granada was caught off guard by the sudden honesty. Hillen looked out into the distance and continued speaking. Even though people trusted him, admired him, and willingly followed his lead, attacking a Demon King's tower was always a descent into hell. It had never been easy before, not even once. Trying to ease the heavy mood, Granada reminded him that he had already defeated the Demon King of Lust. Compared to that, Granada suggested, a newly emerged Demon King should not be as dangerous. But the moment the words left his mouth, something suddenly occurred to him. In truth, no one actually knew how Hillen had defeated the Demon King of Lust. Granada's curiosity surfaced, and with a small smile, he asked Hillen to tell him the story behind that heroic victory. But after a brief pause, Hillen quietly avoided answering the question. A moment later, Hillen's expression changed again. The uncertainty disappeared from his face, and that familiar heroic charm returned, polished and dazzling as ever. He said that his victory had only been possible because of the brave comrades who fought beside him, the ones who always stood at the very front and faced the monsters head-on. Then he turned toward Granada and placed a firm hand on his shoulder. Comrades like Granada, Hillen said, with fresh confidence in his voice. He declared that he would lead the charge in the coming battle and asked Granada to protect his flank. Then, wearing that fearless smile, Hillen said that as long as they fought together, victory was guaranteed. Granada returned the smile and gave a firm nod, promising that he would do just that. Seemingly satisfied, Hillen wrapped an arm around him in a friendly gesture and suggested that they return inside. The two of them walked back toward the banquet hall, with Hillen guiding his elven companion along like a trusted ally. Yet as they moved through the night, Hillen's expression remained calm, controlled, and impossible to read. Behind that friendly mask, the true nature of their alliance remained hidden. Later, when Hillen was alone with his own thoughts, he looked back on their conversation. A cynical smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth as he murmured that, of course, he had joined forces with brave comrades. His eyes lowered to a ring set with a red gem. In that instant, the heroic aura around him vanished, exposing something much darker underneath. His real thoughts rose clearly to the surface as he silently counted on Elf Granada once again. By the next morning, the preparation base was already alive with movement. The massive expedition was finally ready to set out. As the heroes began their march, the citizens of the city crowded along both sides of the streets, their voices rising together until the air shook with cheers. People shouted words of encouragement, wishing the heroes good fortune and praising the leaders who would face the Demon King. From every direction, voices rang out, calling for Lord Granada's glory and Lord Wharton's glory as the procession moved forward. At the very front of the line, Granada marched with a calm, stoic expression, his eyes fixed straight ahead. Beside him, Hillen walked proudly, openly enjoying the admiration pouring in from the crowd, a confident smirk resting on his face. Then the cheers grew even louder, swelling to a fever pitch as the people began chanting the name of Lord Hillen Cargill. Before long, the expedition left the city far behind. The roaring cheers faded into the distance, replaced by a cold silence as they entered the harsh, unforgiving canyon of the Urist mountain range. Snow-covered cliffs towered on both sides, stretching endlessly around them, while the biting wind sliced through the narrow path. The enormous force moved like a long line through the desolate white landscape, with the cold as their only constant companion. As they pushed deeper into the mountains, some members of the expedition began chatting among themselves. Their earlier anxiety gradually loosened. One of them remarked that the weather was far milder than expected, with barely any snow falling and even a clear blue sky overhead. At this rate, he said confidently, reaching the tower would be much easier than they had feared. Another man agreed with a smile, saying that the goddess of victory must be watching over them. A large warrior then laughed out loud, pointing out that there was still no sign of the disaster-class monsters they had heard so many rumors about. His companion smirked and answered that the monsters were probably too scared to show themselves now that Hillen was leading the expedition. But as the smug warrior kept boasting, his companion suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. When he pulled his hand back, his palm was smeared with a strange, sticky purple slime. Confused, the warrior slowly turned his head. Looming over them was a massive ghoul, its enormous body casting a terrifying shadow. In an instant, fear exploded through the ranks, and warriors began screaming in panic. One of them shouted desperately that there was a ghoul, his face twisted with pure terror as he stumbled backward. Another pointed at the monstrous figure, yelling in disbelief as he asked what that thing was and how it could possibly be so huge. Their confidence shattered in a single breath. But before the panic could swallow the expedition completely, Hillen's voice cut through the chaos, sharp and commanding. His eyes burned with determination as he drew his sword. He declared that the monsters had finally shown themselves. With the entire expedition force snapping into high alert, Hillen gave the order for all units to prepare for combat. At that very moment, ghouls began pouring into the canyon from every direction. Standing firm in the middle of the spreading chaos, Hillen shouted for everyone not to panic and to protect their comrades. His gaze swept quickly across the battlefield, taking in the narrow terrain. The canyon was tight, and its path was not especially long. The plan was clear. The knights would protect the mages while forcing their way forward, breaking through the enemy line before the expedition was trapped. The battle erupted at once, steel biting into undead flesh while magic flashed across the frozen canyon. Then, suddenly, a warrior screamed a warning, calling out to Lord Hillen and Lord Manhwa. A frost giant had appeared at the front. Hillen froze for a moment as a colossal skeletal monster made entirely of ice emerged from the canyon wall. Its massive frame towered over the expedition, stunning everyone who saw it. Without wasting another second, Hillen shouted for the entire force to fall back. Then Hillen turned toward Lord Wharton and spoke with complete decisiveness. He declared that he would deal with the frost giant by himself. While the rest of the expedition was to escape the canyon together, Wharton stared at Hillen in shock, questioning whether he truly meant to face such an enormous monster alone. Hillen's answer came calm and confident. It would be no problem. Then, without another word, he leaped forward. A powerful wave of blue energy slammed into the frost giant, crashing against its icy body. But the huge creature did not so much as flinch, standing completely unmoved by the attack. Hillen charged again, his figure blurring as he faced the towering monster on his own. The frost giant's crimson eyes glowed with frightening power, and its skeletal body loomed against the white snow like a nightmare carved from ice. A confident grin spread across Hillen's face. In his mind, he scoffed at the creature before him. After all, there was no way a frost giant could be stronger than the demon king of lust. With a thunderous roar, the frost giant swung its gigantic arm down from above, bringing it crashing toward Hillen with terrifying force. But Hillen was already prepared. He met the attack head-on, driving his blade upward in a powerful slash. The force of his sword shattered the frost giant's icy arm apart, sending violent shockwaves rippling through the canyon and scattering frozen fragments through the air. The monster let out a roar filled with pain and fury as its overwhelming attack was completely stopped in its tracks. Hillen gave the frost giant no chance to recover. The moment the creature swung its remaining fist, he moved again and shattered that arm just as effortlessly. Then, in one smooth and overwhelming motion, his sword crackled with blue energy and carved deeply through the giant's massive body. Hillen stood firm like a blazing symbol of raw strength, relentlessly attacking the colossal beast without giving it room to breathe. While he kept the frost giant completely occupied, his eyes flicked toward the rear. There, he spotted the perfect opening. Drawing in his strength, he unleashed one final. A devastating flurry of slashes tore through the monster, overwhelming the frost giant from every direction and leaving it unable to resist. Then Hillen turned sharply and roared at the top of his lungs, ordering them to chew it now. Everyone ran for their lives. The expedition force did not waste even a single heartbeat hesitating. Warriors, mages, and mercenaries all surged forward at once, rushing past the embattled hero and the stunned frost giant as they fled through the deadly canyon. As the expedition scattered into motion, Lord Wharton repeated Hillen's order at the top of his lungs, shouting for everyone to run. Behind them, a massive explosion burst through the canyon, the violent blast proving just how fiercely Hillen was holding the frost giant back. Wharton kept forcing his comrades forward, screaming that Hillen had opened the path for them, and that they had to take this chance to escape. Left behind in the canyon, the frost giant stared after the fleeing heroes with glowing crimson eyes. Its skeletal body had been badly damaged, chunks of ice broken away from its massive frame, yet the terrifying pressure around it had not faded at all. Rage poured out of the monster as it watched its prey slip beyond its reach. Denied the victims it had been trying to crush, the frost giant released one last furious roar. Then its enormous body collapsed inward, detonating in a colossal explosion that shook the entire canyon from wall to wall. After escaping the immediate danger, the surviving members of the expedition stumbled into a nearby snowy forest. One by one, they collapsed onto the frozen ground, gasping for breath, their shoulders trembling from exhaustion, fear, and the shock of barely making it out alive. One warrior, still pale from what he had just seen, muttered in disbelief that they had faced dozens of enormous ghouls and even a frost giant taller than a cliff. To him, this place was complete madness, a land no human being was meant to enter. Another man nodded grimly, adding that even the Demon King's tower had not felt this intense. A third warrior pointed out that despite everything they had endured, their casualties were surprisingly low. His voice slowly filled with awe as he credited their survival to Lord Hillen's overwhelming strength. Before long, the conversation shifted naturally toward the source of Hillen's incredible power. One soldier brought up a rumor, saying he had heard Hillen absorbed the power of the Demon King of Lust after defeating him. That idea quickly passed through the exhausted group, and more of them began to believe that Hillen might already be equal to a Demon King. Another warrior went even further, saying that if Hillen had killed a Demon King once before, then he had to be even stronger now. That thought lit a spark of hope in their tired faces. Their fear began to fade, replaced by renewed confidence as they agreed that as long as they trusted Lord Hillen, there was nothing left to be afraid of. Hearing their faith return, Granada found himself thinking the same thing. If it was Lord Hillen, then maybe he truly could defeat that Demon King. But before that thought could settle, something ahead abruptly pulled his attention away. A new threat was waiting in front of the expedition. A tribe of massive blue-skinned orcs stood blocking the path, their huge bodies lined across the snow, led by a towering chieftain with curved horns. The heroes had barely survived one disaster, yet their journey was nowhere near over. As everyone struggled to catch their breath, Lord Wharton spoke in a grim voice filled with urgency. There was no time for them to rest. Granada narrowed his eyes as he studied the figures standing in their way, and he recognized them almost immediately. They were Frolorks. Hillen's expression hardened as he sensed the same thing Granada did. Coldly, he said there was demonic energy coming from them. These creatures were servants of the Demon King. Then the orc chieftain stepped forward. His massive body loomed over the snowy battlefield, thick muscles shifting beneath his blue skin. His name was Crew. A cruel grin spread across his face as he looked down on the heroes, his voice dropping into a low, mocking growl. He called them foolish heroes and welcomed them to Eurist. Lord Wharton scoffed, tightening his grip around his weapon. Wharton snarled that he would deal with trash like Crew right then and there. He was just about to charge forward when Granada suddenly raised his hand. His sharp elven ears had caught something unnatural rolling through the distance, a deep rumble buried beneath the snow. Urgently, Granada called for Lord Hillen to wait, his expression tightening as the sound grew louder. At that moment, the Demon King's warning echoed clearly through Granada's mind. Beware of the snow. Horror spread across Granada's face as the meaning finally struck him. His eyes widened, and he whispered in dread, wondering if this was what the Demon King had meant all along. Ahead of them, the orc chieftain Crew stared down at the heroes with a cold, predatory gaze. Crew declared with absolute certainty that none of them would ever reach the tower. Then the ground beneath their feet began to shake violently. The rumbling grew stronger by the second as cracks spread across the snow-covered mountainside. Layers of snow and ice shifted above them, groaning under their own crushing weight. The terrifying sound of an avalanche filled the air, and as the mountain began to give way, Granada screamed in fear and frustration. How were they supposed to be aware of something like this? In that final moment of clarity, Granada's terror turned into pure rage. He cursed the one who had arranged this nightmare, roaring that the Demon King was a complete madman, but his voice was swallowed by the thunderous collapse of snow and ice as the disaster struck. A massive avalanche tore down the mountainside, crashing over the expedition in an instant. Snow and ice swallowed warriors, mages, and heroes alike, dragging them all into the frozen chaos before anyone could escape. As Granada was swept away, his face twisted with sheer terror. Using the last of his strength, he screamed for everyone to run, but his desperate cry was drowned out and crushed beneath the overwhelming weight of the snow. Far away, inside his towering fortress, Demon King Vergatilus sat calmly upon his throne. In front of him, holographic screens displayed the catastrophe unfolding across the mountain. One by one, the images of the heroes flickered, distorted, and vanished. A sinister smirk slowly crept across his face. In a soft voice filled with mockery, Vergatalis welcomed the heroes once again as he stared at the static-filled screens. With a wicked grin, he watched their final moments of screaming agony, knowing that his plan had worked exactly as intended. Leaning back on his throne, Vergatalis let his eyes glint with cold satisfaction. To the fallen heroes he made a chilling vow, whispering that this time, he would hunt them all down. Then, with his gaze fixed on the large screen before him, he sat in complete composure, his expression unreadable. When he spoke again, his voice carried no emotion, only cold certainty, as he began laying out the grand design already in motion. First came the snow, and across the vast frozen battlefield, the terrain itself began to change. The trap had activated, striking precisely at the designated zone. In a single instant, the endless white expanse plunged into chaos. Visibility collapsed, the cold became suffocating, and the damage could no longer be measured properly. The storm swallowed everything in its path. Inside that frozen hell, Hillenkargel raised his voice over the roaring wind, firing out rapid orders to keep the situation from falling apart completely. The heroes were told to set up camp and begin searching for anyone scattered by the earlier impact. Their movements were slowed by the relentless blizzard, every step turning into a struggle against the storm. As Vergatalis watched the disaster unfold, he continued his calm explanation. The second command was absolute. During the night, the heroes could never be allowed to lower their guard, because the enemies waiting for them were no ordinary creatures, and even a moment of carelessness would be fatal. When darkness fell, the chaos only grew worse. From deep within the forest shadows, ghoul-type monsters began to emerge, their twisted forms barely visible through the curtain of snow. Alongside them came massive forest beasts, each step making the frozen ground tremble. One knight stiffened as recognition flashed across his face, and he spoke in shock as orc-class monsters appeared once again. In an instant, weapons were drawn, and the heroes tightened their formation, bracing themselves for yet another battle. From a distant vantage point, Granada ground his teeth in frustration. Irritation twisted across his face as he cursed the Demon King's recklessness. The situation was escalating far faster than expected, spiraling beyond anything that could be called controlled warfare. As the chaos continued to spread, Vergatalis finally made his move. A grim smile formed on his face as he advanced without the slightest hesitation. An avalanche by day, monsters by night. That merciless cycle would repeat again and again without end. Long before the heroes could fully understand the trap they had fallen into, exhaustion would seize both their bodies and their minds. Their collapse was not merely possible. It was inevitable. 3 days passed like that, each one dragging them deeper through a living nightmare. It became a relentless struggle balanced on the razor-thin edge between survival and death. By the time the heroes finally reached the highest summit of the Urus Mountains, the toll on them was impossible to miss. Their movements had grown slow, and every breath came heavy. Their strength had been visibly drained away. Then, at last, one knight spoke in a low, confused voice. The Demon King's tower was nowhere to be seen. That realization rippled through the group like a shockwave, freezing them in disbelief. Hillenkargel raised his voice, his words sharp with confusion. A tower was supposed to stand here, the place where heroes would confront the final enemy. Its absence made no sense at all. Forcing down his unease, Hillen ordered the group to split up and search the surrounding area. But before the formation could break apart, a commander stepped forward and stopped him. His voice was low and restrained, yet completely unyielding. The commander declared that the operation had failed. If they pushed any further, more lives would only be lost for nothing. From this point on, survival had to come before victory. Hillenkargel froze where he stood. Slowly, he turned to stare at the commander, the shock clear on his face. The answer he received was firm and resolute, carrying a trace of apology but no hesitation. Hillenkargel clenched his teeth, but no words came out. 6 days had passed since they first entered the Urus Mountains. At long last, the Demon King's tower was found. The moment it appeared before them, anger erupted through the heroes' ranks. One knight shouted furiously, condemning the destruction of Montagna and demanding what kind of madness could ever justify such cruelty. When the gates of the tower were finally forced open, confidence began surging back into the exhausted ranks. A knight laughed in contempt, declaring that the first floor was nothing but a nest of weaklings, then boldly ordered everyone to advance. That was when the Demon King spoke. His cold voice echoed throughout the tower, resounding from every direction at once. A chilling smile spread across his face as his presence alone pressed down on the space like a suffocating weight. His crimson eyes burned, and his true demonic form manifested, filling the battlefield with overwhelming pressure. This was the third command. The instant the tower doors opened, anyone who stepped inside would be thrown straight into hell. Across the battlefield, magical cannon constructs materialized one after another, rising into position until the heroes were completely surrounded. Lightning erupted violently, ripping through the air with deafening force. Hillenkargel stared ahead, his eyes widening in disbelief. His voice strained as he demanded to know what they were facing. Whatever confidence remained in the heroes shattered as the true scale of destruction revealed itself. Brilliant blue energy flooded the battlefield as the mana cannons activated. Forgatulus remained perfectly still while beams of condensed power tore through the heroes' ranks, cutting down knights in an instant. The assault was precise, merciless, and absolute. This was not merely an attack. It was the true beginning of despair, as the magical cannon constructs surged forward and overwhelmed the front line. In the blink of an eye, blue beams descended from above, sweeping across the battlefield and erasing everything in their path. Knights vanished before they even had the chance to scream. Hillenkargel stood frozen, shock tightening around his chest as total annihilation unfolded right before his eyes. From inside the control chamber, Forgatulus spoke calmly, his tone almost indifferent. This had only been the opening strike, a true one-shot deployment meant to test their endurance and nothing more. When the destruction finally settled, he studied the screen and allowed a faint smile to curve his lips. Even after all of that, Hillenkargel was still standing. Down on the battlefield, Hillen struggled to steady himself. He tightened his grip around his sword and forced his body upright, his breathing uneven as confusion and rage churned violently inside him. None of what Hillenkargel had just witnessed made any sense. It did not fit battle logic, strategy, or any experience he had gained from surviving countless fights. Then a voice called out through the drifting smoke. Granada stepped into view, shaken but still unharmed, and reported that he had barely avoided the cannon strike. For a brief instant, relief flashed across Hillenkargel's tense face. Without wasting time, Hillenkargel immediately suggested that they push ahead to the next floor. Granada paused, watching him carefully, his expression tightening. With only the two of them still standing, the situation was beyond dangerous, but Hillenkargel's answer came without hesitation. He reminded Granada that he had already defeated the Demon King of Lust once before and absorbed that power for himself. Compared to that terrifying battle, this Demon King was not an enemy beyond reach. As long as Granada remained at his side, Hillenkargel insisted, victory was still possible. After a short silence, Granada finally nodded and agreed to continue. The two of them advanced deeper into the tower together. But when they reached the second floor, they found it completely empty. The third floor was the same. Anger slowly crept across Hillenkargel's face. The complete lack of enemies felt deeply unnatural. A tower of this scale should have been crawling with monsters, guards, traps, or at least some trace of hostile presence. But there was nothing at all. No movement, no killing intent, not even a faint lingering pressure. As Hillenkargel voiced his irritation, Granada remained silent, sensing that something far more deliberate was taking shape around them. If both the second and third floors were completely vacant, then someone powerful had to be rearranging the battlefield itself. Granada's thoughts inevitably turned toward Princess Erin. Even so, Hillenkargel did not relax for even a second. He warned that something could appear without warning at any moment, then pressed forward, every step careful and measured as he stayed ready for hidden traps. When they finally reached the fourth floor, both of them stopped in place, stunned by what lay before their eyes. A lush forest stretched out ahead of them, bright with greenery and arranged almost like a peaceful garden, rather than a battlefield inside a Demon King's tower. Hillenkargel stared forward in disbelief. A forest existing inside a tower defied every bit of common sense. Granada let out a slow breath and confirmed what he was seeing. This was a curse, a spatial distortion created through extremely advanced magic. Doubt crept into Hillenkargel's voice as he questioned whether they were truly still inside the Demon King's tower at all. Before Granada could answer, Hillenkargel suddenly noticed a figure standing quietly up ahead. His breath caught in his throat as he focused on her silhouette. A young woman stood among the greenery, dressed in demonic-style clothing that radiated dark mana. Her appearance was delicate, almost fragile at first glance, yet something about her presence was deeply unsettling. In a calm voice, she introduced herself. She was one of the 4 heavenly kings who served and guarded the Demon King, the Dark Spirit Master. Her tone was light, almost childish, as though this entire confrontation amused her more than it threatened her. Then she looked straight at Hillenkargel and smiled. He had come all this way to rescue a princess, yet now that very princess stood before him as his enemy. A heavy silence fell over the forest. Then realization struck Hillenkargel like a blade through the chest. His eyes widened, and he spoke her name in disbelief. Princess Erin. At the same time, despair flickered across Granada's face. The young woman gave a soft laugh and denied that title as if it no longer meant anything to her. She declared that she was the Dark Spirit Master, and then, with one casual motion of her hand, she summoned a manifestation of dark spirit magic into the air before them. Hillenkargel's shock deepened as he stared at the spell. That magic belonged to the highest tier of spirit arts, a level of power that only Princess Erin could wield with perfect control. In that instant, every scattered piece finally connected in Hillenkargel's mind. The night ambushes, the tower hidden inside the basin, the mana cannons waiting on the first floor, and the empty second and third floors all snapped into place. This had never been random chaos. It was strategy carefully arranged from the beginning, and Princess Erin was standing at the very center of it. Disbelief slowly curdled into bitterness. Hillenkargel let out a hollow laugh, but there was no warmth in the sound at all as the truth sank deeper into him. The princess he had crossed hell itself to save had been protecting the Demon King from the very beginning. His grip loosened for a moment, as if the weight of that truth had struck his entire body. Then rage surged violently through him. If the whole world had turned against him, then he would tear it down with his own hands. Before Hillenkargel could move, the space around them began to tremble. Dark purple energy erupted across the garden, and its crushing pressure cracked the ground beneath their feet. The Demon King appeared. His very presence distorted the air around him, warping space as demonic power poured outward. Cold, merciless eyes locked directly onto Hillenkargel. When the Demon King spoke, his voice carried no emotion at all. At last, he said calmly, he could finally see Hillenkargel's face. Hillenkargel tightened his grip around his sword and pointed the blade forward. His gaze did not waver, though restrained fury burned behind his eyes. The Demon King had finally shown himself, and the realization of just how completely he had been lured into a trap ignited deep resentment inside him. Raw power alone was no longer enough. Hillenkargel needed something more. Turning sharply toward Granada, he called out and demanded his strength. Beneath their feet, the ground continued to tremble. At that same moment, the Demon King's gaze shifted toward Granada. Hillenkargel stepped closer, insisting that they combine their power and fight together. Granada hesitated, confusion flashing across his face as he asked how that kind of fusion could even be possible. Before any answer came, Granada's body suddenly went rigid. He felt his vitality being drained away, pulled from somewhere deep within his blood. Panic surged through him as the sensation grew stronger, his strength bleeding out faster with every heartbeat. Hillenkargel's expression hardened into something cold and detached. Yet his voice stayed calm, almost gentle, as he assured Granada that everything would be fine as long as he remained by his side. Granada collapsed. His body hit the ground heavily, all strength drained from him until he could no longer even support himself. The Demon King's eyes narrowed. He recognized the source of it immediately. It was the artifact. Hillenkargel laughed darkly and revealed the truth. The object was a forbidden relic known as the Elf Eater, an artifact that converted an elf's boundless vitality directly into mana. Once the Elf Eater was activated, survival was impossible. Without the slightest hesitation, Hillenkargel pressed his foot down against Granada's face. He spoke as if he were simply explaining an unavoidable necessity, claiming that this sacrifice was for the greater good. The Demon King watched the scene in silence. Then, slowly, a smile appeared on his face. The sight seemed to amuse him. It was a low act, contemptible and utterly disgraceful, yet at the same time unmistakably human. The Demon King spoke calmly, pointing out that if the ring were removed, every bit of borrowed strength would vanish instantly. That was the true foundation of Hillenkargel's confidence. Hillenkargel burst into manic laughter and openly challenged him. Even the Demon King of Lust had failed to take that ring from him. In response, the Demon King answered with only a single name. Gordon Direk. In the very next instant, Hillenkargel's expression twisted with shock. Pain ripped through Hillenkargel's body as blood sprayed into the air. He had sensed absolutely nothing. No presence, no shift in mana, not even the slightest warning. His hand fell limp. Standing behind him was Gordon Direk, the Demon King's loyal servant. His blade was already lowered, as if the strike had taken no effort at all, and he spoke coldly, criticizing the noise and rudeness of humans like the attack had merely been an inconvenience. Before Hillencargill could recover, Gordon struck again, sending him crashing violently across the ground. Lying there and staring upward in disbelief, Hillencargill understood the threat immediately. This was a high-ranking demon. Even with the artifact's power flowing through him, Hillen had been completely overwhelmed. A cold chill ran down his spine. Then an even heavier pressure descended. The Demon King was suddenly behind him, one hand gripping Hillencargill's shoulder with effortless strength. Crimson light burned in his eyes as a faint, almost amused laugh escaped his lips. There would be no escape. Hillencargill tried to move. His instincts screamed at him to dodge, to run, to break free, but his body refused to respond. Only then did he understand the truth. The space itself had become a cage. Before him loomed a massive wolf-shaped presence, an ancient ruler whose authority had once dominated the entire continent. As realization settled into Hillencargill's eyes, he knew there was nowhere left to flee. Dark energy began gathering around the Demon King, swirling violently as the ground cracked beneath the crushing weight of his power. His voice remained chillingly calm as he declared that it was time to show Hillencargill what a true Demon King really was. The rumbling grew louder, rolling across the battlefield like the growl of something buried deep beneath the earth. Hillencargill's eyes widened in pure shock as that oppressive energy spread through the entire area. It pressed into every corner of the battlefield, carrying the feeling of destruction with it, as if the air itself had begun whispering his defeat. After the Demon King's devastating blow landed, Hillen lay motionless on the ground. His body looked half-dead, broken and battered, but even then, his chest still rose faintly. Somehow, he was still breathing. Even after being crushed so completely, the fact that Hillen had survived it all proved just how monstrous his strength truly was. The Demon King looked down at him in silence, his cold gaze carrying a trace of acknowledgement. Enduring a strike like that was not something an ordinary hero could ever accomplish, and the Demon King openly admitted that Hillen's power deserved respect. But respect and mercy were two very different things, and mercy had no place in his rule. Without the slightest hesitation, the Demon King ordered Rimek to bind Hillen's hands and throw him into prison. He also commanded that the other humans who had collapsed outside the door be imprisoned as well. Rimek accepted the order immediately, lowering his head before moving to carry it out without question. Granada, meanwhile, was in an even more pitiful state. His body had shriveled so badly that he looked almost like a white skeleton, with barely any life left in him. Groaning in agony, he weakly muttered that he could already see the afterlife waiting for him. The Demon King glanced at Granada and praised his efforts with a tone that barely hid its mockery. Then, almost casually, he used Spirit Blossom. In the very next instant, Granada's ruined body was completely restored. The pain vanished as if it had never existed. Flesh returned to his withered frame, strength flowed back into him, and Granada stood there frozen in shock, unable to believe that he had been pulled back from such a miserable state so easily. A moment later, the Demon King used Spirit Blossom on the princess as well. Watching the same power take effect before his eyes, Granada could not help wondering whether he himself had been healed in exactly the same way. Before Granada could think too deeply about it, the dwarf suddenly shouted in excitement. The Demon King acknowledged the dwarf's hard work and gave him permission to dismantle the tower. Overcome with joy, the dwarf burst into loud celebration, bowing again and again while pouring out endless gratitude toward the Demon King. With all urgent matters settled, the Demon King ordered everyone to return to their assigned duties. The damaged floors of the tower had to be restored and maintained immediately, without any delay. After giving his final instructions, the Demon King turned and left the area. His overwhelming presence gradually faded, and a strange calm began to settle over the battlefield. As silence returned, Granada thought back on everything he had just witnessed. After such a fierce and brutal battle, the Demon King still appeared completely unharmed. That alone made his terrifying reputation feel even more real. To Granada, this was exactly the kind of presence one should expect from a true Demon King. The princess, however, stood quietly nearby, lost in her own thoughts. When Granada asked what was troubling her, she brushed the question aside and said it was nothing. But deep down, she could not shake a certain feeling. Even if no one else had noticed it, the Demon King had seemed tired. Then the scene shifted away from the eyes of the others. Alone, Deli lay sprawled across the floor, utterly exhausted. His teeth clenched as he admitted to himself just how dangerously close that fight had been. A Demon King could never afford to show weakness, especially not in front of anyone under him. Delhi cursed Hilan Kargil under his breath, fully acknowledging just how dangerous that human had truly been. As he lay there, Delhi reflected on what it meant to face one of the 10 stars, the 10 strongest heroes on the entire continent. Hilan Kargil was counted among those 10 stars, even if he was considered one of the weaker members of that group. Even so, Delhi understood the truth better than anyone. In this life, Delhi had barely used any demonic energy points to strengthen himself, partly because he lacked the resources to do so. If Hilan had been in perfect condition when they fought, victory would have been impossible. The only reason Delhi had won was because his plan had slowly worn Hilan down. He had provoked Hilan, pushed him into panic, and forced his focus to narrow until he could no longer see the whole battlefield clearly. And in that single moment of desperation, Hilan exposed one fatal opening. The Demon King's all-out strike seized that chance perfectly and brought the battle to an end. For now, Delhi considered it a perfect victory. Even if it still fell short of what a true Demon King's victory should have been, something unprecedented had happened. Delhi suddenly realized that he had done the impossible. He had changed fate itself. That realization filled him with a new and unshakable resolve. If fate could be changed once, then it could be changed again. Delhi began to believe that the future was no longer fixed beyond his reach. And if he could reshape that future, then he could finally take revenge on the heroes who had once destroyed him. As the tension from the battlefield faded, the scene shifted to the Holton Walk press conference hall. Inside the hall, chaos had already erupted. Officials shouted over one another, while reporters angrily accused them of spreading nonsense. They mocked the claim that the heroes had simply given up because they could not find the tower. Furious investors demanded answers, shouting for someone to take responsibility for the failure. In the middle of that uproar, one man still stood his ground. He insisted that the mission had not failed yet. According to him, there was still hope. Sir Hilan Kargil and the great heroes had not abandoned the expedition. They were still out there searching for the Demon King's tower. All they needed, he claimed, was a little more time. But that was the exact moment the king finally exploded. The king's rage burst through the hall as he cursed Hilan Kargil for his arrogance and failure. His voice thundered over everyone else as he declared that Hilan had boasted so loudly and yet produced nothing. His patience had completely run out. If Hilan failed to rescue the princess, then he would be executed without mercy. The princess, burning with frustration, tried to speak up and explain the hero's journey and the circumstances surrounding it, but the king cut her off without the slightest hesitation. He had no interest in excuses or explanations, and immediately ordered that Hilan be found. Around them, whispers began spreading through the hall. Some claimed Sir Hilan Kargil had never returned, while others insisted he was already dead. As those rumors multiplied, news of the new Demon King spread rapidly across the continent. With every retelling, the story became more twisted, more exaggerated, and more terrifying. Fear and despair took root in the hearts of the people, until the world itself seemed to sink into deep sorrow. Because of that widespread despair, Delhi's demonic energy points began accumulating at an alarming speed. The scene then shifted to the Hero Guild headquarters, where a tense emergency meeting was already underway. The gathered heroes relentlessly questioned Hero Wharton, pressing him again and again as they demanded to know whether there was even the smallest falsehood in his report. Wharton swore on his own name that everything he had reported was the absolute truth. One of the elder heroes responded in a cold, measured voice, saying that the situation was extremely serious. However, since the identity of the new Demon King was still unknown, caution was necessary. He also reminded everyone that Hilan Kargil was one of the 10 stars, and a hero of that caliber could not be defeated so easily. After careful deliberation, the guild reached a decision. They would wait 10 more days for any news about Hilan. If no word came after that, then every hero across the continent, all 4,728 of them, would launch a full-scale assault to eliminate the new Demon King. From there, the scene moved deep underground into Vergadalus Tower prison, where Hilan was being held captive. The Demon King arrived and quietly observed him, noting that Hilan was already awake. He remarked on Hilan's exceptional recovery speed, sounding almost impressed by how quickly the hero had regained consciousness. Hilan immediately spoke up. If the Demon King had gone out of his way to keep him alive, then there had to be something he wanted. Hilan demanded that he stop wasting time and get straight to the point. The Demon King answered with a smirk, clearly pleased that Hilan was at least willing to talk. Without hesitation, he revealed his offer. Hilan was to become his vassal. At those words, Hilan froze, completely stunned by the proposal. His mind struggled to process what he had just heard. Then the Demon King placed a bag filled with gold coins in front of him, letting the heavy pouch settle between them. Calmly, the Demon King explained that a hero's journey required an enormous amount of money. There was food for hundreds of people, security, lodging, guild membership fees, armor, weapons, and even top-grade consumables, all of it demanding a constant flow of gold. Normally, the enormous cost of a hero's expedition was covered by investments from merchant groups, guilds, and powerful nobles. If the Demon King was defeated, the hero's entire life would change overnight. But if the expedition failed, that same hero would be crushed beneath unbearable debt. That was the harsh reality for heroes who built their journeys on borrowed money. And this time, every one of those investments had been concentrated on a single person, the captain of the hero party, Hillen Cargill himself. Hillen fell completely silent, his expression tightening because there was no way for him to deny it. Even if Hillen somehow escaped from this prison, the world outside would no longer welcome him as a glorious hero. He would be branded a failure, forced into hiding for the rest of his life, chased endlessly by debt and disgrace. What unsettled Hillen even more was the fact that the Demon King knew all of this in such detail. Then Granada stepped forward, his gaze sharp, and revealed that he was the one who had told him everything. Hillen's face twisted with rage as he shouted Granada's name, accusing him of betraying him. Granada shouted right back without backing down, calling Hillen nothing more than a scammer. He reminded him of everything that had been done to him, then declared openly that he had been standing on the Demon King's side from the very beginning. The Demon King then explained the real reason Hillen had lost. He stated it plainly. Hillen had failed because there had never been a Demon King like him before. Hillen reflected bitterly on those words, realizing that just as he himself had once broken the old standards for heroes, this Demon King was now breaking the old standards for Demon Kings. This Demon King would soon adapt, learn the rules, and find a way to clear the towers as well. Even so, something about his calm confidence deeply unsettled Hillen. Then the Demon King laughed and revealed Armani's orb in his hand. He pointed out that if one of humanity's strongest heroes began secretly interfering with humanity's own plans, the real question was whether humans could truly succeed at all. The Demon King explained that the orb was a magical tool used to monitor his subordinates. Once it entered the body, it would immediately attach itself to the brain, and from that moment on, he would know if Hillen held even the slightest hostility toward him. And with just a single gesture, the Demon King could destroy Hillen's brain instantly. He called this a crucial test. If the orb failed to adapt to Hillen's body, that would mean rejection. And if that happened, the Demon King would kill him without hesitation, coldly adding that there were still plenty of other heroes he could use instead. The scene then shifted to Hillen's companions. They lay scattered across the ground, half dead and barely conscious, groaning in pain as they struggled weakly to move. Seeing them in that condition, Hillen panicked. His eyes widened as he desperately tried to stop the Demon King. Hillen insisted that a hero as strong as him was immune to mind control magic. He claimed that the moment the orb entered his body, it would simply disappear, and none of the consequences would be his fault. Granada answered with a sharp grin, explaining that a hero's mental defenses could be lowered by their own will. The Demon King followed with a mocking smirk, making it clear that Hillen's own words had already sealed his fate. Enraged, Hillen hurled insults at the Demon King, calling him a deranged elf and demanding to know if he had any shame. Then Hillen declared that the Demon King should be the one ashamed for wasting such a precious magical tool. He swore through clenched teeth that he would never submit to a Demon King. But the Demon King ignored his resistance completely, silenced him coldly, and forced Hillen to swallow the orb. Agonizing pain tore through Hillen's body the instant the magic took hold. Granada watched closely and remarked that Hillen was surprisingly stubborn. Then, almost casually, he wondered what would happen if Hillen chose death instead. The Demon King showed no concern at all. In a calm voice, he reasoned that a greedy human who treated his own comrades as disposable tools for money would never truly sacrifice himself. A status window appeared before them. The name displayed was Hillen Cargill, and under equipment, Armani's orb was now listed. Then the status changed to Demon King's vassal. As the transformation finished, Hillen cursed bitterly, his hatred echoing through the cold prison. The scene then returned to the castle, where Rimek stood before the Demon King and reported the situation. Although Hillen Cargill had been successfully turned into a vassal, his enormous debt of 100,000 gold meant that his future actions would be severely restricted. Rimek pointed out that the gold coins they had previously exchanged for demonic energy points only amounted to about 2,000 gold. Even that was already comparable to a small nation's annual budget. With a troubled expression, he questioned how they were supposed to gather even more. The Demon King answered with a confident smirk, saying it was just about time for a message to arrive. When Rimek looked confused, the Demon King clarified that he meant the annual gathering of Demon Kings, the Unison of Towers. In his thoughts, the Demon King remembered his previous life. Back then, He had always avoided those gatherings because he found the very idea of demon kings banding together to be repulsive. But things were different now. Those demon kings had survived in Erin for a long time, which meant they must have accumulated enormous amounts of gold, treasure, and resources. Rimek reacted in shock, realizing that the demon king intended to exchange demonic energy points for money once again. In the past, Rimek would have protested fiercely the moment he heard such a plan. But after facing the heroes directly, Rimek now understood why the demon king's methods were necessary. If they had clung to the old standards, they would never have been able to stop the heroes. With no other choice left, Rimek accepted that truth and resolved to place his faith fully in his demon king. At that moment, news arrived. An invitation to the Unison of Towers had been delivered. Rimek immediately informed the demon king, and the demon king responded with a sly smile, declaring that they would attend. Inside his mind, he had already made his decision. He would swindle those senior demon kings without the slightest mercy. Rimek accepted the order at once and pledged his absolute obedience. No matter what kind of scheme his demon king intended to set in motion, he would follow it without hesitation. Then the scene shifted to a new place, the Tower of Lies. Deep inside the tower, the focus settled on the 13th floor, where the demon king's chamber stood waiting. This was where all the demon kings had already gathered. They stood in silence, each one waiting with their own thoughts hidden behind cold expressions. The atmosphere felt heavy and tense, as if even the air itself was holding its breath. Then, at that moment, the entrance of the demon king from above the 13th floor was revealed. He stepped forward calmly, and the moment he entered, his presence immediately dominated the room. As he advanced, his voice echoed through the chamber, saying that although he was not late, everyone was already there. Then he asked if they had so many things to discuss without him. His identity was revealed in full. Vergadalus, demon king of flames, a demonic dragon. The moment Draxen Doldorf laid eyes on Vergadalus, it was clear that he was far from pleased. Rage simmered beneath his expression, and his hostility was impossible to hide. Soon after, his own identity was revealed. Draxen Doldorf, demon king of beasts, a member of the werewolf race. Next, another demon king stepped forward. Her name was Rena Soldane, the demon king of winters, from the frost demon race. With an icy gaze and a tone just as cold, she looked at Vergadalus and remarked that he must be the one everyone had been talking about. Soon after that, another demon king made his presence known. His name was Ugur Belver, the demon king of indestructibility, a being born from the Titan race. He scoffed with obvious disdain, calling Vergadalus the arrogant newcomer who had insulted the standards. Then, at last, the central figure of the entire conference was revealed, the host of the gathering himself. Wearing a composed smile, he looked directly at Vergadalus and welcomed him by name. This was Jason Cockmund, the demon king of lies, whose race remained unknown. Vergadalus burst into mocking laughter, openly ridiculing every demon king gathered before him. With contempt dripping from his words, he called them fools and asked if they truly had formed an alliance, questioning whether they felt no shame as demon kings. Yet while he mocked them aloud, his true thoughts were far calmer. In his mind, Vergadalus reflected rationally that he already knew this was the correct choice in Erin's case. The tension inside the Tower of Lies deepened even further, making it clear that this gathering of demon kings was far more dangerous than it appeared. Ugur Belver, burning with rage, glared at Vergadalus and shouted that he was the real fool. He demanded to know who this newcomer thought he was, interfering in their affairs, and what he even knew about Erin. Hearing those harsh words, Vergadalus did not react outwardly. Instead, he calmly noted in his mind that a simple provocation made it easy to reveal what someone was truly thinking. Then, with cold confidence, Vergadalus looked straight at the enraged demon king and replied that Ugur had called him a fool, even though he was the only elite one in the room. That answer only made Ugur's fury burn hotter. Roaring with anger, he snapped back that if Vergadalus had a death wish, then he would grant it right now. In an instant, both demon kings released their power. Their overwhelming energy and aura exploded outward, crashing violently against each other as terrifying pressure filled the chamber. Just then, someone stepped between them and stopped the clash before it could erupt completely. It was none other than Jason Cockmund. Even so, the tension between Ugur and Vergadalus did not disappear. Both demon kings continued glaring at one another with blazing fury, their hostility still hanging thick in the air. In a calm but commanding voice, Jason Cockmund addressed them both. He reminded Ugur and Vergadalus that this occasion was meant for discussing cooperation, and asked them not to waste everyone's precious time. The moment Vergadalus heard that, something unsettling stirred in his mind. He realized that Jason had made the killing intent of two demon kings vanish almost instantly. That had not felt like ordinary magic. Vergadalus wondered how he had done it, and whether it was Jason's own power or the power of the tower itself. Soon after, the demon kings moved toward their respective chairs. As they took their places, Jason Cockmund spoke once more. He thanked them for being understanding. Yet even after sitting down, Vergadalus continued thinking about Jason Cockmund and the Tower of Lies, his suspicions only growing deeper. If that was the power of Jason's tower, then Vergadalus wondered whether it was similar to Manhwa's phantom. No, he decided. He should not jump to conclusions without evidence. At that moment, Jason Cockmund finally declared that the meeting would begin and invited everyone to speak freely. Hearing this, Vergadalus responded bluntly, his voice carrying quiet disdain, saying that this meeting was nothing grand after all. With those words, the true nature of the gathering inside the Tower of Lies slowly began to reveal itself. Beneath the polite setting waited conflict, deception, and power struggles far greater than anyone there was willing to admit. And at that moment, Draxen Doldorf finally spoke up. His voice dropped low, but every word carried a heavy, unmistakable threat. He declared that if no one else had anything to say, then he would be the one to begin. His gaze sharpened as he asked where Hillencargill was, and the moment Draxen spoke that name, he deliberately released his power, pressing that oppressive energy straight toward Vergadalus. That question was not just a question. It came wrapped in force, accusation, and pressure, and whatever answer Vergadalus gave next could easily decide the direction of the entire meeting. Vergadalus stayed silent for a brief moment, as if weighing each word carefully. Then, at last, he began to answer, saying that Hillencargill was. Before he could finish, the view quietly shifted away. Deep inside the Tower of Lies, the perspective moved to the adjutant's reception room. There, Gordon stood under the cold stares of two groups, the aides of the Demon King of Beasts, and the aides serving the Devil of Lies. Their eyes were sharp and unfriendly, all fixed on him as if they were already judging his answer before he even opened his mouth. The room was thick with tension. One of them cut straight to the point and asked if Hillencargill was already dead. Gordon's body stiffened at once, panic flashing across his face as he hurried to deny it. He insisted he knew nothing, explaining that he had not even managed to reach the upper floors of the tower, and that Hillencargill might still be wandering somewhere around Mount Ergrist. Gordon lowered his head as he spoke, almost pleading with them not to keep pressing him. But one of the beastmen let out a loud scoff, clearly not buying a word of it. He snapped that the excuse made no sense at all. If Hillencargill had really been near the mountain, then the tower should have been impossible to miss. Reem answered in a calm voice, pointing out that this was not actually their tower in the first place. Another beastman muttered that maybe the rumors were true after all, even mentioning the Demon King directly. The moment Reem heard that, a strange chill crept through him. Vergadalus's earlier words surfaced in his mind, and with a sinking feeling, he realized everything was unfolding exactly as His Majesty had predicted. Vergadalus's instructions echoed clearly in Reem's head. If anyone asked about Hillencargill, he was to claim he knew nothing and behave like a spy. Dia had repeated it again and again, making sure he understood that secrecy came before everything else, and that even the smallest mistake could ruin the plan. Even with those orders in mind, Reem could not shake the uneasy feeling building inside him. Something about this whole situation felt wrong, and the pressure in his chest only grew heavier. At that moment, he understood that the Demon King had not been mistaken at all. Then, unable to hold himself back any longer, Reem suddenly opened his mouth. He started to say that the Demon King he served was only, yet before the sentence could form properly, his thoughts completely broke apart. Emotions surged up in his chest all at once, and his restraint snapped. Without warning, he exploded in anger, shouting that the devil he served was nothing but a rebel and an idiot who never listened to anyone. Reem kept ranting, his frustration pouring out faster and faster. He complained that if that devil was left alone for even a single moment, he would immediately start doing the most ridiculous, irrational things imaginable. By the end, his anger had fully boiled over, and he shouted that if things were going to keep going this way, then they might as well handle everything without him. When his outburst finally ended, Reem felt an unexpected wave of relief wash through him. Strangely enough, it felt refreshing, almost as if he had finally released something he had been holding in for far too long. Gordon's emotional eruption left the other beastmen quiet for a moment, and then they exchanged knowing looks, their expressions softening with genuine understanding. They admitted that they already knew exactly what he meant, and that they truly understood his pain. One after another, they started grumbling about their own masters, complaining that all demon lords were basically the same. Their grievances spilled out repeatedly, each one adding another complaint about the demon kings they served. The view then returned to the Tower of Lies. Belver stared at Vergatalis in complete disbelief. His face twisted with frustration, as he demanded to know if Vergatalis seriously expected him to accept the situation as it was. Vergatalis answered without the slightest hesitation, calmly confirming that, yes, that was exactly what he expected. That was the final spark Belver needed to explode. Belver shouted furiously, pointing out that Hillencargill had not even arrived yet. Then he snapped that Vergatalis had not even built the tower on top of the mountain like he was supposed to. His anger climbed even higher as he yelled about the tower being only 82% complete, demanding to know who Vergatalis thought he was fooling with such an obvious mess. Vergatalis, however, did not seem shaken in the slightest. He replied as casually as ever, saying that wherever he chose to build his tower was entirely his own decision. Jason then spoke up, pointing out that the situation itself had not changed, since warriors were still aiming for the tower. With a mocking edge in his voice, he asked why Vergatalis had abandoned his own tower and come all the way here in the first place. He went even further, sarcastically calling Vergatalis a demon king who had lost his tower, and bringing up the lessons they had all supposedly learned back at the Demon King's Academy. With his irony painfully obvious, Jason continued needling him, calling him the greatest leader ever. Vergatalis simply brushed the sarcasm aside, answering calmly that there was no need to worry, because he would personally protect his own tower. But deep down, Vergatalis had to admit that one particular thing had been bothering him for quite a while. The devil of lies. That was the thought lingering in his mind. When Jason tried to continue mocking him in the same tone, Vergatalis abruptly cut him off, making it very clear that he had no interest in hearing any more unnecessary comments. Draxon, whose irritation was now plain on his face, narrowed his eyes and asked whether Vergatalis truly believed Grand Duke Alan would simply ignore everything that was happening. Vergatalis answered with complete indifference, saying that it did not matter what that old woman had to say. Draxon fell silent at that, once again reminded of just how stubborn Vergatalis really was. Then Vergatalis turned the pressure back toward him, calmly asking if something was bothering Draxon. Draxon gave only a short reply, brushing the matter aside and suggesting that they continue. Meanwhile, Vergatalis quietly thought to himself that even if he managed to catch them, there would still be no reliable way to confirm the truth with absolute certainty. For the time being, his doubts had been settled enough. He decided that avoiding needless trouble was better than risking exposure, and reminded himself why they had come here in the first place. Their real objective was simple and far more important than these arguments: collecting 100,000 gold. Everything else came second. As the conversation among the demon lords continued, Vergatalis became far more active than expected, openly taking part in the discussion. While observing the room carefully, he also realized something important. Even among demon kings, there was a strict hierarchy that no one could deny. At the very top stood the Demon King of Lies, firmly placed in the highest tier above the others. Vergatalis watched every person in the room with careful eyes, gathering whatever information he could. At the same time, he paid close attention to which demon kings seemed especially desperate for magic points. As he continued observing them, Riona suddenly turned a cold, piercing gaze toward Vergatalis. The hostility in her eyes came so unexpectedly that he was left momentarily confused, unsure why she was looking at him that way. The view then moved to the balcony on the 13th floor of the Tower of Lies, where Riona stood quietly by herself. She remained there alone, gazing out from the balcony into the distance. Vergatalis approached her and asked what was going on. Riona answered calmly that there was nothing secretive about it. After hearing the rumors spreading around, she had simply wanted a chance to speak with him alone. Vergatalis was visibly surprised that she had specifically wanted to talk to him. Riona turned toward him without any hesitation and confirmed it directly, saying that there were parts of his opinions she agreed with. Vergatalis was genuinely taken aback by her words, wondering if Riona had ever said anything like this in his previous life. Before he could misunderstand her too deeply, Riona quickly clarified her position, making it clear that he should not take her words the wrong way. She explained that she did not despise orthodoxy the way he did. In fact, she firmly believed in classical values. However, she also believed that there were moments when flexibility was necessary, especially in Aaron, and that was exactly why she had wanted to meet him in private. Riona added that compared to the others, Vergatalis was at least someone she could actually communicate with. Hearing that, Vergatalis gave his own thoughts in return, answering her with an unusual level of honesty. Riona told him that his way of thinking was not bad, and even admitted that he was better than she had first expected. Vergatalis accepted the compliment with mild surprise, still not quite sure how to react. Then Riona handed him an item and explained that it was a personal communication port. She told him that if he ever needed advice, he could contact her through it at any time. Then, with a faint sharpness in her voice, she added that as long as he did not insult Jayanak in front of his wife, she would be willing to tolerate him. Finally, Riona said she hoped someone capable of proper communication, like Vergatalis, would not disappear anytime soon. Vergatalis, still puzzled by the entire exchange, asked why she had not simply spoken to the Devil of Lies instead. Riona calmly answered that the Devil of Lies could not read his mind. She acknowledged that he was superior to the other two, but even someone like him still had limits. After saying that, Riona turned away and left the balcony without a moment of hesitation. Vergatalis remained there alone, quietly admitting to himself that he still could not fully trust her. Even so, Riona's attitude stayed in his mind. She was clear-headed, composed, and unexpectedly honest. To Vergatalis, meeting someone like that was an unexpected but valuable gain, and that brief conversation alone made attending this meeting worthwhile. At the same time, somewhere else inside the tower, the view shifted toward Vergatalis's own domain. On the first floor of Vergatalis's tower, the princess arrived while carrying a tray piled with freshly baked cookies she had made for Lower. Her eyes were bright, and her expression was unmistakably cheerful as she proudly presented the tray to him and urged him to try one. Lower stared at the cookies in disbelief, clearly surprised to see snacks prepared inside a Demon King's tower. The princess laughed softly and explained that the ingredients had been purchased by the Demon King himself. With help from the spirits, she had tried baking them on her own. Lower praised her at once, calling her a genius spiritist. Looking around at the surprisingly peaceful atmosphere, he could not help remarking that this place felt far more comfortable than he had expected. Encouraged by his praise, the princess urged him again to taste the cookies. Lower chuckled and finally accepted, deciding to eat one with gratitude. But inwardly he was already preparing himself. The princess had been raised without ever needing to lift a finger, without even a single drop of water touching her hands. A homemade cookie from someone like that could not possibly taste good, or so he assumed. Still, he resolved to praise it politely no matter what. But the instant he bit into it, every thought in his head collapsed. The flavor burst across his senses with overwhelming force, and even his mana began to sway wildly out of control. In that moment, Lower realized he had never tasted anything like this in his life. To him, those cookies did not just taste good. They tasted like a piece of heaven itself. The princess watched him closely, her eyes fixed on his face as she asked what he thought of the flavor. Lower could not pull himself away from the cookie at all, completely stunned by what she had managed to create. With a shy expression, the princess explained that she had mixed a small amount of sesame oil into the dough. She waited nervously for his reaction, visibly relieved that it had turned out well. Lower, meanwhile, struggled to understand why something so simple felt so unbearably precious to him. He felt his mana drain away for an instant, only for it to surge back up again moments later, as if the taste itself had shaken his entire body. Smiling warmly, the princess explained that this was meant as a gift, something to help build friendship for the future. Then, in a playful tone, she added that after watching his face for so long, she was absolutely certain he would buy it. Lower agreed with the sentiment, though a bit of hesitation still showed in his reaction. Laughing lightly, the princess then offered some to Granada as well. Lower reacted instantly, warning that the shock would be even greater this time, and somehow his excitement only grew stronger. The princess then wondered aloud whether the Demon King himself would enjoy them too. Lower acknowledged the thought, and for a brief moment, the atmosphere between them settled into something gentle and strangely warm. The scene then returned to Vergatalis, who had finished his conversation with Riona and gone back to rejoin the meeting. But when he arrived, he quickly realized that everyone else had already left. Vergatalis stood there for a moment, quietly taking in the empty meeting space and noting that every demon lord had already disappeared. Jason confirmed it without much concern, telling him that the Harmony meeting of the tower had already come to an end. Vergatalis looked over the silent room and commented that it had ended far more quickly than he expected. Jason noticed the look on Vergatalis's face and, with his usual relaxed attitude, offered him a cup of tea if he felt any regret over missing the rest. Vergatalis immediately rejected the idea, making it clear that he was not upset or disappointed in the slightest. Jason did not let the matter drop so easily. Instead, he calmly continued, saying that there was something Vergatalis urgently needed as a human, something he could not simply ignore. Then he stated it bluntly and without hesitation. What Vergatalis needed was money. The directness of those words struck Vergatalis hard, leaving him visibly stunned for a moment. Inside his mind, Vergatalis immediately began questioning what Jason was really trying to say. His thoughts sharpened with suspicion as he wondered how Jason could possibly know about that, and where such private information might have leaked from. Jason made it clear from the start that there was no point in pretending. He said there was no need for vague words, half-truths, or hidden intentions between them. Draxon had already told him everything, so trying to act ignorant would only waste time. For a brief moment, the air between them grew heavy, filled with quiet suspicion neither of them bothered to say aloud. But Jason simply waved that tension aside, dismissing it as unnecessary. He said there was no value in dragging things out with pointless psychological games. Instead, Jason cut straight to the real issue and calmly laid the proposal on the table. He wanted an exchange. Demonic energy points from Vergatalis, in return for human currency. Vergatalis reacted with caution at once, his eyes narrowing as he demanded to know what Jason's true objective was. Jason responded with a quiet chuckle, as if he had expected that reaction, and then finally revealed what he was after. Jason declared that he intended to stand on the Demon King's side and align himself with Vergatalis. Then, with a calm smile, he expressed his hope that the two of them would work well together from that point on. His words made his willingness to cooperate unmistakably clear, yet the real depth of his intentions still remained hidden beneath that composed expression. The view then moved away from the meeting and shifted back to the first floor of Vergatalis's tower. Inside the chamber, enormous sacks packed full of gold were stacked in neat piles across the floor. This was the payment Jason had sent over as part of their newly formed agreement. The Demon King immediately issued his orders, telling his subordinates to take gold worth 100,000 and move it without delay. Hillen stood frozen where he was, shock written across his face as the truth finally sank in. Jason had actually kept his promise. Even after accepting the gold, the Demon King did not let down his guard. His voice turned sharp as he warned everyone present to act with extreme caution and make absolutely certain the source of the funds could never be traced. The transaction may have gone through successfully, but that did not mean it was safe. As he thought over the situation, suspicion continued to gnaw at him. Jason might have some way to track the flow of money, and if he could follow every movement perfectly, the worst possible outcome would be Vergatalis ending up as nothing more than that man's puppet. With Jason's real intentions still unclear, the Demon King understood that caution was the only choice he had. Turning his attention to the people gathered before him, he explained that everyone who remained there had already been converted into dark knights and dark magicians. He then pointed toward the man standing in the center and identified him as Amon, a member of the Golden Moon Mercantile Group. Vergatalis revealed that he had known this truth from the very beginning, even back when the contract was first made. Hillen listened in silence as the Demon King continued, mentioning the Dark Knights and Dark Magicians of Vergatalis's tower and ordering that they be placed in charge of managing the funds. He emphasized that they would obey commands absolutely, without hesitation and without question. Meanwhile, the Dark Knights and Dark Magicians who had been forced into contracts by the Demon King were burning with resentment. Humiliated by their fall into servitude, they silently cursed their fate and desperately wished for Hillen to rescue them from this nightmare. The Demon King then spoke again, saying the situation was not a total failure. After all, everyone was still alive, and the debt could still be repaid. The thought crossed Hillen's mind that this might even mean he could return to hero activities in the near future. With a crooked smirk, he responded that things did not seem so bad after all. Then he suggested that they could make it work not as enemies but as partners. Those words sent a shock through the entire room, leaving the Dark Knights and Dark Magicians of Vergatalis's tower completely stunned. The moment the word partners left Hillen's mouth, the Demon King's expression darkened at once. Without even a second of hesitation, Vergatalis tightened his grip around the orb in his hand and pressed it. In that instant, the linked orb buried inside Hillen's brain was activated. A brutal wave of pain tore through Hillen's body. His strength gave out beneath him, and he collapsed onto the floor, writhing helplessly as the agony surged through every nerve. The Demon King corrected him in a cold, merciless voice. This was not a partnership, and it never had been. Their relationship, he declared, was one of master and slave. As Hillen continued to suffer on the floor without a proper word of protest, the Dark Knights and Dark Magicians watched him with grim satisfaction. In their minds, Hillen was finally receiving exactly the kind of punishment he deserved. Hillen slowly processed the words slave and master through the haze of pain. Even with agony still running through his body, he weakly forced out a joke, refusing to let the situation pass without saying something. He remarked that he had not known the Demon King was the type to enjoy such games. Vergatalis answered without the slightest trace of emotion, flatly stating that he had never expected sincere loyalty from Hillen in the first place. With that settled, he ordered everyone to move out. Hillen remained sprawled across the floor, groaning as the lingering pain refused to leave his body. As the moment continued, a princess quietly approached him and handed over a sealed letter, asking him to deliver it to her sister. Hillen immediately understood that she was talking about Alina, the 13th princess of Hilgeron, and admitted that such a task was not impossible for him. Even so, bitterness rose in his chest as he looked at her, questioning why she had chosen to stand on the Demon King's side. He understood all too clearly that her decision was the very reason he had fallen into this miserable state. The princess apologized softly, but explained that she had no intention of returning to the kingdom anytime soon. She said she trusted that a hero like Hillen would be able to understand her choice, as well as the hidden secrets buried within the royal family. Hillen fell silent, his thoughts drifting toward the rumors whispered about the royal family of Hilgeron. He had heard fragments before, pieces of stories so dark that even those born into royalty would tremble at them. If those rumors were true, then her actions were not completely impossible to understand. In the end, Hillen accepted her request and promised that he would deliver the letter to Alina, even though his body still ached and his pride had been crushed. Even in that pitiful state, he still chose to carry out the task. Sometime later, Pixel spoke up and voiced his concerns to the Demon King. Pixel made it clear that he was not questioning the Demon King himself. His doubt lay elsewhere. Whether a hero like Hillen would truly follow orders exactly as given, without twisting them or going off course. Vergatalis answered calmly, explaining that Hillen Cargill was not a simple man driven only by material desire. It might not be obvious at first glance, but Hillen did not possess the crude greed commonly found in humans who chased nothing but wealth. At the same time, the Demon King admitted that Hillen was far from noble. After examining him carefully, Vergatalis concluded that Hillen was not someone who sought honor. What he truly wanted was popularity. Everything Hillen did was bold, aggressive, and exaggerated because he wanted to stand out in front of others. If he was properly restrained through the Armani orb, the Demon King declared, then there would be no spy more useful than Hillen. Pixel fell into silent thought, slowly realizing just how thoroughly the Demon King had studied the nature of humans. That realization unsettled him, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that simply standing still and doing nothing was no longer an option. The Demon King then let a faint smirk spread across his face as he imagined what would happen next. He said that watching a hero act as a subordinate of the Demon King and destroy human society from the inside would be a sight worth seeing. Pixel immediately agreed, reaffirming his loyalty without hesitation. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed through the room, briefly confusing them both. The door opened, and the princess entered casually with a plate of cookies in her hands, offering them as if the tense atmosphere meant nothing at all. The Demon King accepted the plate and remarked that she had been entering and leaving the hall far too freely lately. Then he warned her that if he started finding it annoying, he would send her to the underground prison for an entire month. The princess was not shaken in the slightest. With complete confidence, she simply told him to try them first. Vergatalis glanced down at the cookies and commented that they were nothing more than a simple human dessert. But the moment he took a bite, his expression changed dramatically. A flash of shock crossed his face as the unfamiliar flavor spread across his tongue, far stronger and stranger than he had expected. The princess watched him closely, her heart pounding as she studied every small change in his face, wondering if he would like them the same way others always did. A faint sheen of sweat appeared on the Demon King's face. Still, he curved his mouth into a smirk and admitted that, for a human dessert, it was decent. Inside, the princess was stunned. He had endured it. The Demon King then pointed out that medicinal herbs had been mixed into the cookie, noting that the flavor itself was dangerous. The princess admitted it openly, smiling as she said she knew he would notice right away. The Demon King quickly connected her actions to the reward he had given her earlier. His eyes sharpened as he concluded that she was clearly hoping to receive something specific in return. The princess gave a quiet little laugh, and with that calm smile still on her face, she admitted that the Demon King's guess was exactly right. For a brief moment, he said nothing at all, simply staring at her as the confusion in his eyes slipped through his otherwise composed expression. And from there, time moved forward. After they reached Molten Walk, there was barely any time to settle in. They quickly made their way to the teleportation circle and departed for Hilgeron, and before long, the chaos in Molten Walk was brought back under control through Granada's authority. Not much later, the focus shifted to the headquarters of the Scarlet Hawk mercenaries. One after another, Granada's men began dragging themselves back in, returning to base in a miserable line. They were covered in bruises, battered from head to toe, and so drained that they could barely stand properly. Just seeing the condition they were in was enough to make Granada's anger flare instantly. With fury burning across his face, Granada exploded at them, demanding to know how every single one of them had run away during the very first avalanche. They had left their captain behind without even thinking twice, abandoning him over a danger they had never truly tried to face. One of the mercenaries, his face swollen and his cheeks wet with tears, stumbled forward and tried to defend himself. In a trembling voice, he insisted that Granada had it wrong and begged him to hear them out before judging them. The mercenary cried that Era Ergrist was a nightmare where even heroes had lost their lives, asking how ordinary mid-rank fighters like them were supposed to survive in a battlefield that terrible. If living through it was the only goal, he claimed they had no other option. Granada answered him with a brutal strike, roaring that no excuse in the world could justify deserting their own captain. Right then, a voice suddenly called Granada's name from behind, cutting through the tension and making him turn his head. A blonde female knight was standing there, calm and composed despite the scene in front of her. She introduced herself as Kay and stated plainly that she was a hero, explaining that unavoidable circumstances had kept her from joining the hero expedition at the very beginning. But now that she had finally arrived, Kay wanted to make use of the chance before her. Even though she was late, she bowed with proper formality and asked to be allowed to take part in the expedition. Granada looked at her with open confusion, unable to understand why a hero would come all the way here at this point. At the same time, several of his subordinates, already half-drunk and laughing among themselves, started joking noisily, pointing out that she was the one who had paid for all their drinks. While their captain had been away, they even started casually talking about ordering another round. Granada shut them down in an instant, striking them again and barking at them to close their mouths. Then Granada turned his attention back to Kay. He admitted that he appreciated her generosity in covering the drinks, but his words quickly changed the mood as he told her that the hero expedition had already come to an end. Kay froze in shock while Granada continued, explaining that Hillen Cargill and the others had already left Molten Walk. Kay reacted so strongly that she could hardly hide her disbelief. After apologizing for being so forward, she pleaded with Granada to tell her everything that had happened, especially the details of how his attempt had failed. Inside, Granada carefully made up his mind. He would only say as much as the Demon King had allowed him to reveal, and not a single word beyond that. The scene soon shifted to a restaurant, where the two of them sat across from each other at a table. Granada slowly went through everything that had happened, and after hearing the full account, Kay placed a few gold coins in front of him, her face still filled with disbelief. Only then did Kay understand the truth. The Demon King's tower had not been located at the very top after all, and once she realized that, she concluded there was no longer any reason for her to stay in that place. She thanked Granada for giving her his valuable time and explained that the gold coins were simply a small gift for his trouble. Then, without lingering or looking back, she rose from her seat and walked away. After she left, Granada's subordinates sneered at her behind her back, dismissing her as a rookie hero who clearly knew nothing about the real world. They even joked that she would be lucky if no one betrayed her someday. Granada's temper flared again, and he snapped at them, asking if they were so eager to lose a hand. After that, Granada silently watched the knights leave, his eyes following them as he took in everything that had just happened. The focus then shifted again, moving to a quiet, lonely alley in Molten Walk, where Kay arrived without making a sound and said it was time to return because the princess's fiancé was already waiting for her. But the answer that came back was firm and unwavering. Returning was rejected outright, and instead the person declared the desire to keep living as a hero. From a hidden spot nearby, Granada remained still, quietly watching the entire exchange unfold before him. At first, he had followed them for no grand reason at all. It was simple curiosity that brought him there, but what he saw in that alley made a chill crawl across his skin. He noticed dark figures shifting through the shadows without making even the faintest sound. Their footsteps were unnaturally quiet, and masks covered their faces so completely that Granada could not read a single expression. Only then did the truth really settle in. The hero standing there was actually a princess. Royal affairs were never supposed to leak outside the kingdom's own walls, and yet now those secrets were unfolding right in front of Granada's eyes. Before Granada had the chance to pull back and escape unnoticed, a knight suddenly appeared behind him. In the next instant, the cold edge of a blade pressed tightly against his throat. His breath caught in his chest, and beads of sweat began forming along his temples as the sharp metal rested dangerously close to his skin. The knight demanded to know who he was, accusing him of spying, while also pointing out the strange, unfamiliar magic Granada had been using. Panic surged through Granada as he instantly understood just how bad this was. The item he carried was no ordinary tool. It was a magical artifact personally given to him by the Demon King, and if he were captured here, there would be no way to hide the fact that he served under the Demon King. The knight's expression grew even darker, his eyes turning cold and ruthless as he decided Granada must be a spy from another realm. Once that judgment was made, the knight stated with deadly certainty that Granada could not be allowed to leave alive. Fear swallowed Granada all at once. His thoughts immediately rushed to the Demon King, and regret crashed over him as he realized he had chosen the absolute worst place to sneak around. His heart hammered violently in his chest while his mind scrambled for any possible way out, desperately trying to decide what he should do next. Suddenly, Granada was spotted by another knight, and the moment their eyes met, he twisted away and bolted. He sprinted straight toward the palace entrance as startled shouts erupted all around him. The knights raised their voices in alarm, shouting that an assassin had appeared. Their cries rang through the area as they warned one another not to let the intruder escape. Shock spread through the scene as the possibility sank in that this really might be an assassin. But even with the sudden confusion, the knights moved immediately and did not waste a second. They shouted for the princess to step back and quickly closed ranks around her, using their bodies to protect her from every side. Nearby, one female knight stood frozen for a moment, visibly stunned by how abruptly the chaos had broken out. As the alarm continued to spread, Granada realized just how dangerous his position had become. Clenching his teeth, he rapidly weighed his circumstances. Right now, he was the only elf in all of Otenwar, and if he revealed or used elven power here, he would stand out instantly and become an unmistakable target. Even knowing that, Granada also understood that holding back might get him killed. Doubt pressed into his mind as he wondered whether escaping from this situation in one piece was even possible anymore. The knights moved with practiced precision, tightening their protective formation around the princess and shielding her with their own bodies. They urged her to step aside and leave the danger to them, but the princess refused to retreat. With clear determination in her eyes, she declared that she was a warrior as well and would not simply hide behind others. Granada panicked inwardly, realizing there was no room left for hesitation. Even if his identity was exposed, he had no choice anymore. At that exact moment, the knights released a rain of arrows toward him, pushing everything to the breaking point. Just as the attack was about to land, the Demon King suddenly appeared, speaking as casually as ever and commenting that he had been wondering why everything was taking so long. In the next instant, the arrows flying straight for Granada shattered in midair, broken apart as if they were nothing under the Demon King's overwhelming power. Granada could only stare in complete shock, his mind struggling to process what had just happened right in front of him. The Demon King spread his wings and lifted into the air, a calm magical flame forming in the palm of his hand. With a slightly amused tone, he remarked that Granada must have been playing around in a place like this. Granada looked up at him, disbelief mixing with anger across his face as he recognized the figure hovering above him as the Demon King himself. Even after witnessing that overwhelming entrance, he could hardly accept that it was real. The Demon King brushed off the danger as if it were nothing, saying there was no need to cause such a scene over wounds that would heal with a little saliva. Granada immediately snapped back in frustration, making it clear that this was not something he could take lightly. Panic spread through the knights as they began shouting over one another, reacting as if an unimaginable enemy had descended right into their midst. They instantly assumed the devil had come for the princess, believing he meant to kidnap her and even shouting about sacrifices. The knights braced themselves and swore that they would protect the princess no matter the cost. At the same time, the princess stepped forward on her own, her expression calm but filled with resolve, declaring that her own safety did not matter. She urged the knights not to hesitate, calling this their chance to capture the Demon King. Without asking them to worry about her, she ordered them to attack. The Demon King then turned his gaze toward her, a trace of surprise crossing his face as he realized something he had not known before. The knights reacted in disbelief, shouting angrily and rejecting the idea as absurd. Confusion spread through their formation as they demanded to know why the Demon King would appear in a place like this at all. Granada, already irritated beyond measure, jumped in without holding back. He bluntly sided with the knights on that point, snapping in annoyance and demanding to know exactly why the Demon King had shown up here in the first place. The Demon King stayed completely calm, listening to the uproar around him as the tension in the palace climbed to its highest point. Then, with casual indifference, he explained that he had merely happened to be nearby while taking care of an errand, and his relaxed tone only made the knights even angrier. The knights rejected his explanation on the spot, their voices rising in anger as they shouted that there was no way such a ridiculous story could be true. They simply could not accept the idea that a being like him would wander into the palace grounds for something as ordinary as an errand. Their suspicion hardened into open fury, and the air around them grew heavier with hostility. As their angry voices clashed together, the scene slowly faded away. Time then shifted back to an earlier moment. Inside the quiet stillness of the tower, the Demon King sat calmly in place, listening without interruption as the princess explained exactly what she wanted from him. What she asked for was senile powder. The Demon King understood her request almost immediately. Senile powder was a substance used to help form contracts with spirits, and there was no need for her to explain that part in detail. The princess confirmed his understanding with a soft smile, making her intention perfectly clear. She then began telling him a story from hundreds of years in the past. Long ago, an elf named Senil returned to the human kingdom, and there, the king personally gave her a command. The king wanted humans to form contracts with spirits more easily and with fewer failures. To make that possible, Senil was ordered to develop a special supplement that could help them bridge that difficult gap. After a long process of research, trial, and refinement, that substance was finally completed. In time, it became known as senile powder. The Demon King then turned the conversation back toward the princess herself. In a calm tone, he pointed out that if they were speaking purely about talent, she should not actually need senile powder at all. The princess lowered her expression into something faintly sorrowful and replied that he was giving her far too much credit. She explained that, as he already knew, there was very little mana inside the tower. Without senile powder to support them, even her spirits would have a hard time functioning properly in such an environment. The Demon King told her not to stop the explanation there, then revealed that he had already been thinking about forming a contract with a new spirit himself, and this time it would be one of a higher level. The moment she heard that, the princess became visibly flustered, turning her face away with a pout of embarrassment. Even her fire spirit and water spirit copied the same expression beside her. After a short pause, the princess admitted that what he said might indeed be true. The Demon King calmly confirmed that her conclusion was correct, and at that moment, her thoughts began drifting quietly toward memories from her previous life. In that life, Ernan had formed a contract with a high-level spirit at the age of 27, and the news had shaken the entire continent. Only a tiny number of humans had ever succeeded in making contracts with spirits of that rank, yet now, that same kind of contract was being attempted 7 years earlier than before. She had originally wanted this moment to be a surprise, but the Demon King had already seen through it. She remembered how she had left the palace and spent several months living inside the tower, quietly wondering what kind of influence that decision, and her change of heart, had created. Her thoughts wandered through uncertainty, and for a moment, she wondered if some of this might be her fault. But in the end, she decided that even if the tower's power grew stronger because of it, that did not really matter. The Demon King then casually picked up a cookie and ate it, remarking that the meal had been good. After that, he rose from his seat and gave his farewell, and the scene returned once again to the present. Vergadalus raised one hand, and an intense flame of mana began gathering above his palm, dense enough to make the very air feel heavy. In a calm voice, he explained that he had his own circumstances to deal with and planned to end everything quickly. Just the sight of that overwhelming flame was enough to leave the ninth princess staring in shock. Without the slightest hesitation, Vergadalus released the gathered power. A massive explosion ripped through the area, swallowing the surroundings in a wave of raw destruction. As the devastation spread outward, the Demon King suddenly noticed something he had not expected. His expression shifted with surprise, and he muttered to himself as if finally understanding whether a warrior was truly a warrior. Everything around them had been obliterated by the Demon King's flame. The ground was scorched, the air still trembled with heat, and the surroundings had been reduced to ruins. Yet in the middle of all that destruction, the ninth princess was still standing, and a vivid green aura began pouring from her body with fierce, living strength. Seeing that, the Demon King could not hide his shock. He stared at her as the reality of what had happened sank in, while everyone else nearby remained frozen in complete silence. The knights immediately turned toward the princess, shouting for her not to move and warning that her life was in serious danger. Their panicked voices overlapped again and again, but none of it reached her. As her anger surged higher, an even stronger and more violent aura burst from her body, spilling outward like a storm breaking loose. Ignoring every warning thrown her way, she charged straight at the Demon King. Her hands tightened around her sword as she shouted with fury, declaring that a warrior's aura possessed the power to destroy the demon race itself. She declared that this was exactly why a warrior was the natural enemy of the Demon King. She rejected the idea that she belonged trapped inside some suffocating palace and proclaimed that the battlefield had always been her true place. With a fierce swing of her sword, she unleashed the highest level of Jespin swordsmanship, Crescent Slash. The force of the blade alone detonated the air in front of her, creating a massive explosion that tore violently through the surroundings. Grinding her teeth and pouring every ounce of anger into the attack, she focused everything into Crescent Moon Slash. It was known as one of the most difficult sword techniques, a strike that released aura in an instant to cut down the enemy with a single decisive motion. It was said to be a technique inherited only by the most exceptional successors of the imperial family. As she swung her blade, her thoughts raced through the meaning of honor and pride on the battlefield, the things she had chased through every brutal day of training. She had always seen herself as a low-ranking princess, someone others believed had little worth, someone who could be easily sold off to a foreign king if it benefited the palace. Even so, no matter how bitter that reality was, she refused to accept that she was meant to be treated like something vile. A deep sense of injustice burned in her heart. She remembered questioning her fate, seeking out the imperial swordsmanship instructor, and enduring merciless training day and night for one reason alone. She wanted to be acknowledged not as a princess, but as a warrior. If she could capture the Demon King here, she believed that recognition would finally be within reach. With that recognition, even under Bama's command, she might finally earn her freedom. Strengthening her resolve, she swore from the depths of her heart that she would save her husband. The warrior princess clenched her teeth as the tension reached its absolute limit. In response, the Demon King remained disturbingly calm, gathering a dense and terrifying aura into his hand. Then, in the very next instant, he completely shattered the warrior princess's sword. He looked down at her furious expression with a mocking smirk and casually remarked that it had been quite a useful sword. The warrior princess froze where she stood, unable to react. She stared in disbelief as the broken fragments of her blade scattered through the air around her. The Demon King then stated that his ultimate skill had been unleashed, adding with casual confidence that a warrior would not die so easily from something like that. As his words faded, a dark red aura began pouring from Vergatalus's body, heavy with negativity and overwhelming pressure. He rose into the air, hovering above the warrior princess as his presence swallowed the space around them. Beneath him, she looked up in terror, feeling that crushing force press down on her like an invisible weight. Sweat rolled down her face, her eyes widening as fear took hold, and her body began trembling beyond her control. In a shaken voice, she admitted that this enemy was far beyond anything she had ever imagined. The Demon King answered with a vile grin, saying that being both a princess and a warrior made her useful in all sorts of ways. Those words drove the fear deeper into her chest. She stood frozen in place, overwhelmed by the dreadful meaning hidden behind his smile. Her breathing grew uneven, and sweat continued pouring down as panic tightened around her. A desperate thought flashed through her mind, filling her with terror. The perverted Demon King might be planning to take her away too. Sensing the danger closing in, all the knights rushed forward at once, shouting urgently as they threw themselves between the warrior princess and the Demon King. Even knowing the risk, they planted their feet and stood firm to protect her. In response, the Demon King released another massive explosion. An overwhelmingly powerful aura erupted from his body, shaking everything around him as the battlefield was engulfed in raw, destructive force. The explosion swallowed the entire area. After the violent shock finally faded and several minutes passed, a thick fog remained hanging over the land, slowly drifting apart. As the haze began to clear, the terrible aftermath was revealed. The surrounding area had been completely destroyed. The ground was ripped open, nearby structures had collapsed into rubble, and knights lay motionless across the battlefield, their bodies scattered through the ruins. The silence that followed was cold and heavy, broken only by bits of debris settling back to the earth. Two healers arrived soon after, and the instant they saw the scene, the color drained from their faces. They panicked as they tried to understand what kind of explosion could have caused such devastating destruction. When they focused on the air around them, they sensed lingering traces of magic, dark, oppressive, and unmistakably dangerous. Realization struck them immediately. This had been a demon's attack. They frantically scanned the ruined area, and when they spotted an injured figure lying nearby, they rushed over while calling out desperately to see if anyone was still alive. Their voices shook as they knelt among the fallen bodies. Filled with disbelief and anger, they questioned what the guards had been doing and shouted for another healer to be called at once. Among all the wounded, one knight had barely managed to survive. The wounded knight weakly moved his lips, forcing out broken words with what little strength he had left. He mentioned the princess and the demon king. The two healers froze, shock flashing across their faces at the mention of a devil. They begged him to stay awake, pleading with him not to close his eyes and not to die. They urged him to explain everything clearly, but before the full truth could unfold there, the scene shifted away. The setting changed to the dungeon of the Tower of Berg, where the demon king had brought the warrior princess. She lay unconscious on the cold ground, her body covered in bruises and wounds left behind by the brutal battle she had barely survived. Another princess studied her carefully, uncertainty showing on her face as she wondered aloud whether this person might be named Senator. The demon king calmly corrected her, explaining that this was Princess Ki Jespin, the 9th princess. He then declared that from now on, she would be living together with them on the 4th floor of the tower. He added that she was badly injured and would need proper treatment. If she was raised well, he concluded, she would become useful in the future. The princess agreed, though curiosity immediately flickered in her eyes as she asked why another princess had suddenly been brought there. The demon king answered casually, saying he had simply seen her along the way and picked her up. He then added that he had done it to receive magi points, since princes and princesses had to be kidnapped from time to time. He explained that the targets could range from fairly high-ranking royals to those of much lower status. Hearing that only made the princess more curious, and she asked what magi points even were, wondering what a magi point actually meant. At that moment, the demon king suddenly went stiff. His eyes widened just a little as the realization hit him, and he silently cursed himself for almost letting a secret slip in front of a prisoner. He could not understand how he had nearly been so careless. Wondering if she had asked the question on purpose, he immediately shut it down and insisted that she must have heard him wrong. Then, before she could push any further, he quickly changed the topic and told her he would bring her some senile powder. The princess did not press him and simply nodded in agreement. As the demon king turned away to leave, irritation flickered across his thoughts. He wondered if seeing her so often had made him lower his guard, then sharply told himself to get a grip. He reminded himself that he was the demon king, while the princess was nothing more than a prisoner inside his tower. After that incident, news began spreading at frightening speed. The 9th princess of the Jespin Empire had been kidnapped, and the rumor exploded across the land almost immediately. In Otenwar, the information moved like wildfire, racing from one corner of the continent to the other. The focus then shifted to the headquarters of the Hero Guild, where Hill and Cargill stood in the center of the room, while the other heroes surrounded him and questioned him with intense pressure. The atmosphere in the room was heavy with suspicion and urgency. As the heroes listened closely to Cargill's explanation, one of them finally spoke up, acknowledging that there did not seem to be a single lie in his words. Even so, he asked Cargill to swear to it directly. Hill and Cargill lowered his head in visible shame, and with a heavy expression, he admitted the truth. Though it humiliated him to say it, he confessed that he had failed to locate the Demon King's tower. If that failure brought consequences, he declared that he would accept full responsibility for them. Before the weight of that confession could settle over the room, another hero immediately stepped in to reassure him. He told Cargill that there was no reason to blame himself, explaining that if a warrior were punished for the failure of a warrior's journey, no one would ever dare to lead again. Then he pressed the point even harder. Under conditions like that, what warrior would ever step forward and take command? Hearing those words, Hillen expressed sincere gratitude, and some of the tension in his shoulders finally eased. Just then, another hero brought forward a new piece of troubling information. He reported that at the same time the warriors were forced to retreat, the Demon King of Urgrist had kidnapped the 9th princess of the Jespin Empire. He then added that the Jespin Empire had formally requested that the warriors' banner be raised. Based on their past dealings with Urgrist, he explained that this would be the fastest way to resolve the crisis. After laying out the situation, he asked the others for their opinions. Hillen spoke again, his voice carrying clear regret over the 9th princess's fate. He admitted that even he had been unable to reach the top of the tower, and because of that, he argued that rushing straight into war would be reckless. Instead, he suggested sending a small reconnaissance team first to confirm the tower's true location. Once the tower's position was confirmed, Hillen believed the actual subjugation would be simple. His reasoning was clear. A demon king who truly trusted his own power would have no reason to hide his tower. The fact that this one kept it concealed only suggested weakness. Around him, the heroes began nodding in agreement, admitting that his logic made sense and that a truly powerful demon king would not need to conceal his stronghold. Several of them openly voiced their support. Others added that although this behavior went against what people normally expected from a demon king, a weak and cowardly one would not be a serious threat. They concluded that this demon king was probably no exception. At last, one hero who had remained silent until then stepped forward. His expression turned dark and serious as he spoke. He stated that they should follow Hillenkargel's advice until the location of the tower was confirmed, and with that decision, he declared that the warriors' all-out war would be temporarily suspended. Hillen bowed respectfully in response, quietly showing that he accepted the decision. As the meeting came to an end, Hillen's thoughts turned inward, silently addressing the Demon King in his mind. He wondered if this result was exactly what the Demon King had been aiming for. By using his authority, Hillen had managed to stop the Yangsa Act from being carried out. He understood that he had bought them some time, and in silence, he left the rest in the Demon King's hands. The scene then returned to the Demon King. A surface opened before him, revealing Ramin's report about Hillenkargel. He accepted the information calmly and instructed Ramin to keep watching the situation. Still, a troubled look crossed his face as he thought back on everything that had happened. He admitted to himself that he had not expected the Warriors Guild to start preparing so quickly. They had truly been moving toward an all-out assault. The Demon King let out a slow breath, feeling a rare sense of relief. Without Hillenkargel's intervention, he knew he would have ended up in serious danger. Looking back now, taking them into his family had clearly been the right decision. Outside the tower, Hillenkargel and Granada were already in motion, using their influence in different places. Thanks to their efforts, the departure of the warriors could be delayed. With that time secured, the Demon King continued pushing his plans forward and turned his attention once again toward the kidnapping of a new princess. As he carried on with his plan, Magi points began accumulating little by little, steadily increasing the resources available to him. He also considered using the extremely valuable Armani beads as a powerful source of energy. Meanwhile, the dwarves kept working without pause, remodeling the tower and reinforcing the first floor until it became solid, sturdy, and nearly impossible to break through. Krudu's influence also continued to expand, growing stronger with each passing day. With contracts now formed with high-level spirits, including Princess Ernan, the Demon King knew that even a small group of elite warriors would not be able to stand against him. At last, as the mighty tower drew closer and closer to completion, the Demon King slowly turned his gaze beyond its walls. His thoughts settled on revenge. Real revenge against the detestable warriors who had once killed him. In his mind, he pictured a land filled with powerful wizards and warriors, a place overflowing with magical strength and military force. That place was Amore, a city famous across the world for magical engineering. And the desire in the Demon King's heart was unmistakable. He wanted to seize the entire city for himself, and he wanted to do it without ever getting caught. The scene then shifted to the kingdom of Akan, toward Amore, the renowned city of magical engineering. On the outskirts of the world's largest magic market stood a small, plain-looking shop called Jetson's Paradise. Inside, the shopkeeper sat lazily behind the counter, looking as if business had been dead for a long time. He flipped through a newspaper with a bored expression, his eyes dull as he let out a tired sigh. As he read, his thoughts drifted toward the latest rumors spreading across the continent. The 9th Princess of Jespin had been kidnapped right after the hero expedition ended, and public anger toward the Hero Guild was growing because of their lack of action. The paper also reported that a hero named Roger was now being hunted. Taking all of this in, the shopkeeper quietly muttered that it really felt like the end times. Just then, the bell above the door rang, announcing a customer. The Demon King stepped into the shop. The shopkeeper instantly put down his newspaper, straightened his posture, and greeted the Demon King with an overly bright smile. He welcomed him warmly and asked if there was anything special he was looking for. The Demon King barely reacted to that enthusiasm. His eyes swept over the dusty, run-down shop with obvious disinterest before he finally said that he was looking for senile powder and asked if they had any. In his mind, he remembered that the princess had personally asked him to bring that senile powder back for her. The moment the shopkeeper heard the request, his mood changed at once. His eyes lit up with excitement, and he proudly declared that of course they had it in stock. The shopkeeper began speaking with ridiculous cheer, almost as if the Demon King were the first real customer he had seen in ages. Watching his exaggerated attitude, the Demon King grew irritated and silently criticized how shabby and unreliable the shop looked. The kingdom of Akan was known as a sacred land of magical engineering, a place where countless heroes, mages, and alchemists gathered from every part of the world. Because of that, the famous shops were always crowded with powerful figures. Even if demonic energy was hidden carefully, there was still a serious risk of being detected in places like that. This was exactly why Vergatalis had deliberately chosen a quiet, isolated shop with almost no customers. The shopkeeper excitedly held up 2 glass vials filled with senile powder, laughing loudly as he told the Demon King that he was incredibly lucky today. He insisted there was no need to visit any other shop, praising both his own store and the Demon King's good fortune. Then he announced a special price of just 1 gold coin per vial, acting as if this were a once-in-a-lifetime festival sale. His excitement was almost like a merchant celebrating New Year's Eve. Now clearly annoyed, the Demon King told him to stop shouting and bluntly said that the price was still too expensive. He picked up one of the vials and examined it more carefully, then noticed something strange. Senile powder was normally green, so why was this one purple? The shopkeeper laughed and explained that this was a newly developed version. Then he lowered his voice and added that it had been secretly created inside the Mage Tower and had not yet been officially released. The seller continued his excited pitch, saying that this new senile powder had not yet appeared on the public market. He stressed again and again that it was an incredibly rare item, so rare that most people did not even know it existed. With a confident grin, he insisted that even someone as great as the Demon King should not let an opportunity like this slip away. He dramatically warned that if the Demon King did not buy it right now, he might never have another chance. According to him, many powerful people were already searching for this special version of senile powder. As he spoke, the seller secretly smirked to himself, judging the Demon King by his appearance. In his mind, he assumed the man in front of him had to be some wealthy noble, because no ordinary customer would come all the way to a remote, rundown shop like this. Convinced he had found an easy target, the seller decided to squeeze as much money out of him as possible. The Demon King saw through the scheme immediately. His expression darkened as he realized the seller knew he had no better options and was deliberately trying to rip him off. Anger rose inside him, and for a brief moment, the thought of killing the seller crossed his mind. But before anything could happen, the bell above the shop door rang again. The seller instantly forgot about the Demon King and turned toward the entrance with a cheerful greeting for the new arrivals. A group of people stepped into the shop, and one of them quietly whispered in disbelief, wondering why they had to begin their search in such a shabby place. The Demon King looked toward the door and froze in shock. He recognized the newcomers immediately. It was Princess Louise and her knights. One of the knights calmly spoke to Louise, remarking that if Roger had any sense at all, he would avoid places that drew too much attention. Louise, however, was clearly irritated. With open frustration, she complained that she could not believe she had been forced to come to such a filthy dump because of him. Hearing that, the Demon King grew more and more uneasy, because he was the one who had kidnapped Roger in the first place. At the same time, one of the knights approached the seller and politely explained that they were looking for someone. Meanwhile, the Demon King watched Louise closely from where he stood. He took in her sharp temper, her rough way of speaking, and most of all those distinctive twin tails that made her impossible to mistake. He became certain that she was Louise Ver. At the same time, he reassured himself that she probably would not recognize him, since he had used a magic item to hide his identity during their previous encounter. The seller laughed awkwardly and told the knight that he understood they were searching for someone. Then, with a strangely serious face, the seller claimed he suffered from a very peculiar condition. If he failed to sell something, his memory would stop working properly. The knight froze for a moment, completely stunned by how bizarre and shameless that excuse sounded. Louise exploded in rage at once, throwing insults at the seller without holding back. In the next instant, she stepped forward sharply and brought her sword dangerously close to his neck, her eyes blazing as she shouted that he clearly did not understand how serious the situation was. She accused him of having the nerve to extort her in the middle of an investigation. The seller's face went pale with terror. He screamed that murder was forbidden inside the royal capital and begged them not to kill him. Trembling from head to toe, he still somehow managed to stammer that if they were going to threaten him, they should at least buy something first, and in his panic he quickly tried to recommend an item. Louise's anger flared even higher. She stared at him as if she could not believe what she was hearing and called him completely insane. Yet even while shaking in fear, the seller forced a crooked smile onto his face and made an outrageous proposal. He said that if they agreed to buy even one item from him, then afterward, he would accept whatever punishment they chose to give him. Hearing that, the Demon King was left speechless in silent disbelief. Even Louise seemed caught off guard for a moment, as if she had not expected him to be that reckless. Louise stared at the seller in stunned silence, taking in his shameless words for a brief moment. Then, unexpectedly, she tilted her head back and burst into laughter. Instead of growing angrier, she looked amused, remarking that the man was surprisingly interesting, and decided she would at least see what he had to offer. The seller seized that sudden chance immediately and changed his strategy without hesitation. He renamed the senile powder right there on the spot and proudly presented it as arch powder, boldly lying that it was an incredibly valuable item, especially useful for dwarven masters. Then, with astonishing confidence, he declared that it would cost 3 gold coins. Watching this unfold, the Demon King's anger flared again, his teeth clenching as he silently cursed the man for trying to scam him first and now shamelessly deceiving Louise as well. Yet, to the Demon King's shock, Louise seemed completely satisfied with the explanation. She happily accepted the so-called arch powder, thanked the seller with a smile, and even offered him a blessing before finally moving on to her actual business. Then she calmly asked whether a dwarf named Roger had recently passed through the shop. The seller shook his head and admitted that it was the first time he had ever heard that name. However, he quickly added that there was a well-known gathering place in Akan where blacksmiths usually met whenever they visited the kingdom, suggesting that someone there might know something. Louise considered the answer and decided it was not a bad lead. She told her knight as much, then concluded that it was time for them to leave. The knight agreed immediately without question, and as Louise turned toward the door, she muttered under her breath that the seller's behavior was truly disgraceful. Once Louise and her knights had finally left the shop, the tense air loosened at last, and the Demon King quietly let out a sigh of relief. After the door closed behind them, the Demon King raised an eyebrow and looked at the seller with a faint smirk. He casually remarked that selling worthless powder for 3 gold coins was honestly impressive, and that the seller had real nerve. The seller grinned proudly while pocketing the coins, clearly pleased with himself, and admitted that he was glad the Demon King had stayed quiet. To him, Louise had looked like a young noble lady who would not hesitate to pay that kind of money. He added with a sly smile that someone like her would never kill him over a mere 3 gold coins. Then the seller looked at the Demon King and suggested that he seemed interested in business, saying that for around 10 gold, he could even reveal a special secret. The Demon King immediately labeled him a massive scammer in his mind, yet he could not deny the man's talent for swindling humans, and to his own surprise, he found it slightly amusing. Leaning in a little with a faint grin, the Demon King told the seller to go to the Golden Moon Merchant Guild. The seller blinked in confusion and stared at him in surprise. The Demon King then explained that if he told them he had been sent by the mountain, the guild would accept him without question. As the seller calmly rearranged the remaining powder vials on the shelf, he wondered aloud whether the Demon King had some kind of connection to the Golden Moon Merchant Guild. He pointed out that the guild was nearly bankrupt and questioned why someone with so much potential would ever bother involving himself with a place like that. The Demon King only smirked again before revealing the truth in a calm, heavy voice. The woman the seller had just scammed was Louise Verdade. The instant those words left his mouth, the seller froze completely. His hands began trembling violently, and the glass vials he had been holding slipped from his grip. One after another, they crashed to the floor and shattered into glittering pieces. His face turned ghostly pale as he stammered in pure terror. The realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. That had not been some ordinary noble lady. She was the infamous villainous princess, the dreaded mad dog Louise Verdade. Shaking uncontrollably, he turned toward the Demon King and demanded in a panicked voice to know what he wanted from him. The Demon King calmly placed a single gold coin on the counter. His voice stayed cold and steady as he reminded the seller that he had already given his answer. The man was to join the Golden Moon Merchant Guild, where the monthly salary was 1 gold. Then, with a slight smirk, the Demon King added a chilling warning. If the seller refused, he would personally bring Louise back to this shop. The moment the seller heard that, he completely lost his composure. His face drained of color, and he clasped his hands together in desperation, begging for his life and pleading with the Demon King not to leave him to that fate. But then, as if a switch had flipped, his expression changed. All that fear vanished, replaced by a sharp, mocking grin. He sneered that the Demon King should not think he would actually beg like that, and with an aggressive motion of his hand, he shouted in anger. He demanded to know who the Demon King thought he was trying to scam, then ordered him to get out immediately. He even dared him to bring Louise back, scoffing that not even the infamous Mad Dog Princess would bother returning to such a filthy, run-down shop. Without another word, the Demon King turned and left. As he walked out, the Demon King quietly muttered that things would go exactly the way the seller wanted. Then he went straight to Louise and told her everything that had happened inside the shop. The moment Louise heard that she had been deceived, Her fury erupted like a raging inferno. She stormed back toward Jetson's paradise, her anger burning hotter with every step she took. Watching from behind, the Demon King quietly smirked to himself. Inside the shop, the seller saw Louise returning, and all of his confidence shattered in an instant. Overcome with terror, he started screaming and trembling uncontrollably. Completely broken, he finally handed over the real senile powder in exchange for just 1 gold coin. Once he was back outside, the Demon King held up the vial and examined it carefully. Looking at the ordinary powder inside, he thought to himself that even the poorest shops in the slums sold normal senile powder like this. He silently cursed the seller all over again, fully realizing just how shameless and extreme that man's scamming truly was. At that same moment, Louise noticed him standing nearby. She walked over and thanked him sincerely, saying that because of him, she had been able to get her money back. The Demon King answered politely, then casually asked what she had done to the miserable shopkeeper. Louise clenched her fist in frustration and admitted that because this was a foreign country, she could not do anything more than teach him a small lesson. Still seething with anger, she muttered that she should have ripped his heart out. One of her knights quickly tried to calm her down, remarking in surprise that no one had expected the little princess to become this furious. Hearing that, the Demon King grew uneasy. He thought to himself that Louise was still as eccentric and terrifying as ever, especially after hearing her mention ripping someone's heart out so casually. Sensing the dangerous mood around her, he quickly changed the subject and asked about the person she was searching for, confirming whether Roger was really a blacksmith. Louise's mood shifted almost instantly. Her eyes lit up with excitement as she eagerly confirmed that he was, then urgently asked whether the Demon King knew Roger or had any idea where he might be. In response, the Demon King took out a necklace and showed it to them, asking whether it might have some connection to Roger. The knight gasped the moment he saw the necklace. He recognized it immediately and explained that it was one of Roger's early creations. The Demon King then began telling a carefully fabricated story. He said that 2 months earlier, he had happened to encounter Roger in a tropical forest in Ormus. At the time, Roger had been starving, so the Demon King shared some supplies with him. As a token of gratitude, Roger gave him this necklace. The Demon King added that it looked like the work of a true master, which was why he had kept it. Louise took the necklace into her hand and clenched her fist around it, her body trembling with anger. She admitted that she now owed the Demon King yet again. She said she would have loved to welcome him to the palace and treat him to drinks for 5 whole days, but the situation would not allow it. Hearing that, the Demon King grew uneasy and silently hoped she would restrain herself. Then Louise handed him an emblem. She explained that they needed to catch Roger before he escaped again, so the Demon King should keep the emblem for now. She told him it could be exchanged for the finest equipment in the Dwarven Kingdom. The Demon King thanked her and remarked that it sounded like something quite useful. He accepted the emblem and tucked it away. Soon after, Louise and her knights began to leave, and the Demon King watched them walk off. As they moved away, one of the knights asked Louise what she planned to do next. Louise replied that she would contact Her Majesty and request reinforcements. As she continued forward, a determined smirk slowly appeared on her face. She declared that this time, she absolutely would not let him escape. Her fury was aimed straight at Roger as she vowed that he had better wait for her. As the Demon King stood there, his thoughts turned inward, and a certain phrase echoed in his mind: the heart. Fragments of memory rose one after another, and after his regression, he realized something crucial. He had been so focused on avoiding the path of a typical demon, so obsessed with acting differently and keeping himself under control, that he had completely forgotten an important event. Before the regression, around this exact point in time, Duran had discovered the heart of a certain mystic beast. After finding it, Duran absorbed the heart and gained overwhelming power, enough to drastically shift the balance of strength. As that realization settled in, the Demon King understood that this was the one power he truly wanted. Reborn now as a new Demon King, he also understood the limits still holding him back. Dimensional interference was still heavily affecting him, restricting the full extent of his true strength. If he fought Laws one-on-one under these conditions, especially while Laws was fully equipped with Heilgear, even the Demon King could not be certain of the result. At best, he might barely win, and that would never be enough for him to take revenge on the heroes and survive safely in this dimension. The Demon King reached a firm conclusion. In the end, he had to increase his own power. With that plan becoming clear in his mind, he decided on his next move. He would send Louise to Ormus, to the place where the Tower of Beasts stood. There, 2 monsters would inevitably collide. One was the mad dog, Louise Verdade. The other was Draxon in Daldith, the Demon King of Beasts. While those two tore into each other in a brutal clash, the Demon King would stay hidden in the shadows, waiting patiently for the perfect moment to move. And once their battle reached its end, he would step in and claim the prize for himself. The scene shifted back to the tower, where a ghostly, moan-infused tool hovered quietly near the terminal known as Kineshire. Around it, the air hummed softly with power. 2 new functions had now been added to the tower. One allowed the top-level feature to be activated from a distance, and the other made it possible to transfer items directly through the tower system. Without any warning, a box wrapped in swirling purple energy suddenly appeared in midair. The strange glow pulsed around it as a calm voice echoed through the chamber, announcing the command to send an item. Far above, on the highest balcony of his residence, Demon King Vergatalis stood looking down over the land below. As he sensed a disturbance through the tower's new function, he muttered quietly to himself, then called for Gordon and told him that something had happened, leaving the tower in his care for the time being. Vergatalis opened his status window and issued a direct command to his subordinate. He ordered Gordon to deliver the spirit-powered substance to Princess Ernan Hildron. The item was a fine powder-type potion infused with Heil spirit energy, an essential material needed to form a contract with the Heil spirit. Vergatalis added with quiet confidence that the potion would be extremely useful to the princess. When Princess Ernan Hildron received it, her eyes sparkled as she examined the powder closely, barely able to hide her excitement. She exclaimed that it was top-tier quality and asked if it had come from the kingdom of Akan. Gordon Direk nodded firmly, explaining that the Demon King himself had obtained it, then advised her to use it carefully. Meanwhile, inside the prison on the 4th floor, a blonde-haired girl sat quietly on the cold stone floor. Even though she was being held captive, her posture remained calm, and there was a strange serenity around her. Elsewhere, in the middle of a fierce training match, she faced Garin with her sword raised. Their blades crashed together with explosive force, mana flaring violently between them. Garin blocked her strike and glared at her with intense pressure, coldly telling her that only after landing at least one proper hit would she have the right to speak to him. On the 1st floor of the tower, where the newly transferred item had appeared, the dwarves were practically overflowing with excitement. One of them rushed straight toward the enormous blast furnace, his eyes shining as if he had just discovered a priceless treasure. He shouted in amazement, asking what kind of furnace this was and saying he had never seen anything like it before. He circled around it again and again, inspecting every detail while wondering aloud how it even operated. Behind him, Gordon stood in silence, calmly watching his reaction. The dwarf continued staring in awe, running his hand near the glowing surface as if afraid to touch something sacred. He marveled at the color, saying it almost seemed alive, then praised it as another blessing from the Demon King's grace. His mouth hung open in disbelief before he declared that he would forge equipment worthy of the Demon King himself. Elsewhere, Vergatalis observed the orc tribe from a distance and frowned slightly. He questioned what was happening with the orcs, then turned his gaze toward a towering orc warrior and gave a firm order. Every monster in the surrounding area was to be hunted down, and the orcs had to grow strong enough to serve his plans. At that moment, a screen flickered to life, and Garin appeared to deliver a report. The Demon King listened, then gave a small nod and told him to guard the tower until his return. Garin answered solemnly, swearing that he would not disappoint his lord. In one swift motion, the Demon King leapt through the air and landed smoothly atop a tall building. From there, he instructed his subordinates to manage the tower directly, saying there was no need for him to personally travel to the kingdom. Nearby, a Rabbiteer subordinate responded with visible admiration. The Rabbiteer praised the feature as incredibly convenient. Just then, another call came through, this time from Hillen Cargill. Vergatalis's eyes widened slightly as Hillen cautiously asked if it was a good time to contact him. His expression hardened into a composed but alert look, and he told Hillen to speak and explain what was happening. News then arrived that the conquest of the summit of the Golden Moon had been completed. The Golden Moon Monastery was now under the management of the Black Knight and the Black Magician. The Demon King listened carefully, then remarked in a thoughtful tone that this was a significant development. On the other side of the call, a man spoke with urgency, explaining that he was a 10-star warrior who supported the Demon King. Even if the Demon King suffered one failure, he insisted, his reputation would not simply collapse. Such a name would not disappear so easily. After hearing that, the Demon King issued his next command without hesitation. He ordered Hillen to report everything to Granada, adding that the funding would come from the top of the Golden Moon. Then, in a quieter but more serious tone, he told him to secretly gather every elf slave across the continent. Hillen's eyes widened in shock as he repeated the words in disbelief. The Demon King's expression darkened, and a low laugh slipped from him. He mentioned that there was a scammer named Jason and said the man would prove useful, so they should allow him to act however he wanted. Hillen blinked in surprise and murmured that it really was fraud after all. Vergatalis smirked faintly, remembering Jason all too clearly. To the Demon King, Jason was nothing more than a pathetic fool who had once tried to scheme against him. But Vergatalis had already uncovered every piece of personal information about him. With that, the view shifted again. Standing before Jason, the shop owner, the Demon King looked down at him with a cold, threatening glare. In a voice heavy with menace, he told Jason that he already knew everything about him, then reminded him exactly who he was, the Great Demon King. He warned Jason that if he did not come to him within 1 month, he would send the association after him. Jason trembled violently, crying out in fear under the pressure. Soon after, the once shabby shop was reduced to ruins. At the public training grounds, the sharp sound of clashing swords echoed through the air, while nearby students whispered among themselves, watching the scene unfold with nervous curiosity. A man from the association appeared, and Granada, watching everything through his screen, gave a firm order with no room for hesitation. He told the man to follow the Lord's command. The man immediately replied that he understood and would gather the members as quickly as possible. But deep down, Granada felt conflicted. Saving the pirates was one matter, but dragging them into the Demon King's affairs was something else entirely. Granada clenched his teeth, frustration pressing against him as he thought about what was being asked of them. In his heart, he bitterly wondered whether the Demon King had assigned this mission purely for his own benefit. Nearby, a captain swung his sword in practice while his eldest companion watched him with confusion. The companion asked why he was practicing the 11th swordsmanship, and the captain answered with clear irritation that he had no idea. Some old man had told him to do it. When someone pointed out that the old man had lived 100 years longer than the captain, a younger subordinate stared in disbelief and quietly concluded that the captain had lost his mind. Another person lightly suggested that the vice-captain should come up with a more memorable name for the technique. They said that if the vice-captain moved, they would follow. At that moment, a rogue brat tried to run away, hiding from Granada like a terrified animal. Granada's jaw tightened as he noticed the attempt. He could clearly sense the man's fear. Even so, Granada thought bitterly that this was troublesome. After spending his whole life as a slave, perhaps enduring the Demon King would still be better than the life they had known before. Suddenly, mana-infused roots burst out of the ground beneath the fleeing rogue. They twisted around him in an instant, binding his body tightly and trapping him where he stood. A sharp command rang out, ordering him to stop. The captain shouted at him harshly, telling him that he was embarrassing himself in front of his own men. There was anger in his voice, but also a heavy trace of pain. Others shouted as well, their voices overlapping in the chaos, but Granada ignored them all. His focus stayed fixed on the scream in front of him. Watching this unfold, Hillen looked up with concern. Hillen asked what was happening, but Granada answered calmly that it was nothing. Still suspicious, Hillen pressed him further, asking what the man was doing now, what the Demon King had told him, and whether they were searching for some kind of treasure. Deep within the rainforest kingdom, the scene shifted once more, moving into a dense and humid land buried beneath endless green. The dwarf princess pushed her way through the thick jungle, her armor brushing against vines and heavy leaves as her companions hurried close behind her. A dwarf rushed up to her in alarm, reporting that airborne officers had delivered an ultimatum from an anonymous source demanding that they withdraw immediately. But she did not slow her steps, and determination continued burning in her eyes. She said firmly that she still had not found him, then kept pushing deeper into the forest without any intention of turning back. Cold sweat ran down the dwarf princess's face as her subordinate urged her again, warning that they should only inspect the areas permitted by the anonymous order. But she clenched her teeth, clearly refusing to accept that limitation. Anger burned through her hesitation as she insisted there were still places she had not searched. Then her gaze fixed on Beast Mountain in the distance, and for a moment, she froze. Even she understood how dangerous that place was, because the Beast King's domain was considered forbidden territory. A dwarf shouted desperately for the princess to stop, but she stepped forward without slowing down at all. She declared that it was fine and that they would not dare lay a hand on her. Sweat soaked into her armor, yet excitement blazed in her eyes as she laughed sharply and dared them to challenge her, reminding everyone that they were members of the royal family. She declared that their entire nation wielded dwarven weapons, and if the enemy wanted war, then the dwarves would give them war. Then, under her breath, She added that she had not forgotten the princesses who had fallen 200 years ago. Her eyes hardened with resolve as she thought about the demon king, who had once been defeated in a single subjugation and was now rising again. She warned herself that she could not afford to rush blindly. Beside her, the small doll-like companion whispered nervously, asking what would happen if there had never been any loggers there in the first place. What if that man had tricked them? The princess's glare sharpened instantly. She coldly admitted that such a possibility existed, but told the doll to stay quiet unless it wanted its head knocked off first. Without waiting for any reply, she marched onward and glanced toward the distant tower. The situation had become serious for the Demon King. Inside the tower, the wolf-like Demon King slowly lifted his head, sensing the danger approaching. A demon girl appeared before him and bowed respectfully, reporting that the dwarf princess was heading toward Beast Mountain. His eyes widened in disbelief as he snapped, demanding to know why that crazy princess was there. Rage twisted across his face. He wondered if she had come to interfere with the heart of reincarnation. The security around that chamber was absolute, and even the pure mana sealed inside the magma core could not be easily altered. Not even 10,000 spirits combined would be able to move it. If he absorbed that power, he thought he would gain the strongest weapon. He muttered that the absorption work had already reached its final stage, then clenched his teeth and asked why this had to happen now. In the next instant, realization struck him like lightning. "Stop her!" he thundered, his voice shaking the room with raw command. "Do not allow that princess to come any closer." Then his tone turned even sharper, cutting through the air like a blade. "But listen carefully. You are not to kill her, and you are not to leave anyone with serious injuries." The demon's servant stiffened, hesitation flickering across his face. "My lord, that may be difficult." The wolf demon king's eyes narrowed at once, his expression turning dangerous. "What exactly do you mean by that?" he demanded. Back inside the forest, the princess suddenly stopped in her tracks. Right in front of her, blocking the narrow path, stood a massive, muscular figure whose body seemed carved for battle. His sheer presence pressed down on the area like a wall, making the air around him feel heavy. His voice came out calm, but there was a deadly edge hidden beneath it. "Are you out of your mind? Do you actually want to die here? Why did you come?" The princess narrowed her eyes, refusing to step back even an inch. "The pride of the dwarves is not something you can frighten so easily." "This is Demon King territory," the man answered, tightening his grip around the hilt of his sword. "No one is allowed to enter. Did nobody bother to tell you that?" A dark, mocking chuckle slipped from his lips. "Anyone who walks in here has to accept the risk of being slaughtered by demons." The man standing before her was Max, the Prince of Ormus. The princess snapped back without the slightest hesitation. "They won't lay a hand on me. Now move." Her command came cold and direct. "And don't come back until you find the logo." Max's face twisted, irritation spreading across his features as her words cut into his pride. Max's gaze darkened as he thought to himself that dwarves truly had no sense at all. In his mind, he recalled the brutal all-out war from 1 year ago, the fighting that had erupted near the kingdom of Jasper, right along the border close to the Demon King's castle. "I made a fortune back then by supplying resources for the war," he said with bitterness curling in his voice. "Because of that so-called profit, Jasper only became stronger." His eyes sharpened as he stared her down. "But if you die here today at the hands of the Demon King's subordinates, this will not end the same way as before." Behind the princess, dark red energy suddenly burst outward, twisting and swirling like a violent storm. Within that ominous power, a faint whisper seemed to echo from somewhere unseen. "If you must die today, then take the Demon King's head with you." Even as her subordinates cried out behind her, the princess paid them no attention. Her eyes stayed locked on Max alone, sharp and unblinking, as if nothing else on that battlefield mattered anymore. "In our country," Max began, but the princess immediately cut him off with a sharp sneer. "Enough!" In the next breath, the fragile tension between them shattered completely. Both of them shifted into battle stance, and the forest around them began to tremble as their surging power filled the trees. Then, without warning, more men stepped out from the shadows between the trees, their voices rising with greedy excitement. "Now it's our turn to collect the reward." Max's hand tightened around his weapon as his expression hardened. "Kill them all." At his command, soldiers and hunting hounds spread out around the dwarf princess, closing in from every side and cutting off every possible escape route. "For the prosperity of the kingdom of Ormus," Max declared in a cold, merciless voice, "every one of you will die here." Rage flared from the princess's body like fire as she lifted her axe. You dare lay hands on me in this place? You filthy cowards. From far across the battlefield, the thunderous sound of demonic hooves began to echo through the air. Inside the tower, the wolf demon king roared in disbelief. What? Stop this immediately! His eyes widened as the truth finally struck him, and his expression turned grim. The forces of Ormus were not simply attacking on their own. They were planning to murder the princess here and then place the blame directly on him. A large-scale offensive, just like the one from 200 years ago, had already begun. Outside, monstrous demonic creatures were sent out without delay, rushing toward the forest with terrifying speed. The wolf demon king's thoughts turned cold and urgent. No matter what happened now, the princess had to survive. As blood sprayed across the trees and violent mana began staining the forest, Max's comrades pushed forward without mercy. Their attacks were sharp, precise, and terrifyingly efficient as they cut down dwarf soldiers one after another. The battlefield quickly turned into a brutal scene of blood and chaos. Then, in the middle of the violence, a brilliant golden shield suddenly flared to life around the princess, wrapping her in a shining barrier. "Release them all!" she shouted, her voice ringing across the battlefield with fierce command. One of the wounded dwarves cried out desperately, "Princess, their advantage is too great. We cannot defeat them in a direct fight. Please run. We'll open a path for you." The princess clenched her teeth so hard her fury seemed to burn even brighter in her eyes. The frustration boiling inside her became unbearable. "This is so annoying. I'll just smash everything myself." The doll hurriedly pleaded with her, "Please calm down." But the princess ignored the warning completely, her rage already pushing her forward. Max raised his weapon as wild mana blazed around him, spreading like flames across the blade. A sneer curled across his face. "So you hide behind that pitiful shield like a turtle and call it defense?" But the moment his words fell, a violent burst of purple energy exploded right in front of him, blinding and fierce. Max froze and staggered back, shock cutting across his face. Magic! The thought struck him instantly. Had one of the Beast King's subordinates already reached the battlefield? Above them, a dark purple aura grew thicker and more intense, pressing over the forest like a storm cloud. Then a cold, steady voice echoed toward Max. "The Ormus attack was never part of my plan. Humans were far too unpredictable, far too complicated, and far too quick to twist any situation into something impossible to control." Max went rigid, his eyes widening in disbelief. You're not a beast demon." At the same time, both Max and the princess felt their bodies tremble beneath the overwhelming presence of the Demon King. Piers Doss stepped onto the battlefield, a mocking smile slowly curving across his lips. His voice cut through the chaos with icy precision. "Die here, Princess of Ormus." He activated the equipment magic tool on him, a facial recognition mask, and his expression did not waver in the slightest. The Demon King had already made up his mind. Someone suddenly screamed from the chaos, "They're high-level demons!" At that same moment, Max stood directly before the Demon King, his face cold as he gave the order. "Kill the princess while I deal with her." But the guards who had been standing behind Max only moments earlier were now completely swallowed by terror. Panic spread across their faces, and one by one, they broke formation, scattering in different directions as they tried to escape the suffocating pressure filling the air. Then Max heard it. A sharp, rapid rhythm of footsteps pounding toward him at incredible speed, each step closing the distance faster than he could react. Someone was charging straight at him, cutting through the chaos while screaming his name with fury in every breath. It was none other than Princess Louise Werft. Her voice rang out across the battlefield like a war cry as she shouted in rage, "How dare you say that in front of me? Seal your eyes." The moment she shouted, a terrifying power erupted from her body. The atmosphere itself seemed to shake beneath the force of her aura, as if the entire battlefield had been caught in the grip of something unstoppable. Seeing her power surge, Max's thoughts raced. Why was she so quick to bring up the matter of dwarves? Of course, dealing with this insane princess had to come first. Even as he tried to keep his composure, a faint thread of fear began creeping into his heart. On the other side of the battlefield, the Demon King's body began releasing an even darker and more suffocating aura. The pressure was so monstrous it almost felt solid, spreading through the air and crushing down on everything in its path. Then, all at once, that dark aura coiled around Max's body and locked him in place. His eyes widened as he struggled against it, shock tearing through his mind. Did he just bind me with magic? What the hell was this? Max could not move at all. The crushing pressure pinned him where he stood, freezing his body as if invisible chains had wrapped around every limb. In that single opening, Princess Louise Werft flashed forward, her figure cutting across the battlefield with unstoppable speed. With one decisive strike, she sliced Max's body cleanly in two, her attack passing through him without hesitation as she continued moving forward through the battlefield. But even after cutting him down, her rage did not fade. If anything, it burned even hotter. Without wasting a glance on Max's fallen body, she pressed toward the remaining enemies, fury still pouring from her as she prepared to crush anyone blocking her path. The soldiers trembled the instant they saw Princess Louise Werft advancing. Fear seized them so completely that they stopped thinking and began fleeing in every direction, desperate to get away from her overwhelming presence. Her power was simply too intense for them to stand against. Yet inside her own mind, Louise was focused on something else. Where had that demonic energy vanished to? Where had that demon gone? She swept her gaze carefully over the battlefield, her sharp eyes searching through the smoke, blood, and broken trees for even the smallest trace of the dark aura from moments earlier. But before she could find it, a few of Max's remaining soldiers forced themselves to step forward, their voices shaking with anger and arrogance as they shouted at her. "How dare a dwarf like you attack the prince? You are an enemy of the prince." Their words rang out across the battlefield, but even as they shouted, the terrifying energy radiating from Louise's body made their courage feel painfully thin. The air surrounding the princess seemed to vibrate under the pressure of her power. Princess Louise's expression hardened, her eyes turning colder as she looked at the men in front of her. Her aura grew even more intense as she shouted back at them. "You came here to kill me first, and now you want to complain? Fine. I'll send you to your prince as well." Her voice rose higher and louder, filled with fury, while the ground beneath her feet trembled under the force of her unleashed strength. Just then, the dwarf soldiers reached the battlefield. Without a moment of hesitation, they shouted, "Form a shield. Protect the princess. Don't let them get anywhere near her." Moving quickly and with practiced coordination, they formed a defensive wall around Louise. From within that shield formation, several soldiers rushed out alongside their comrades and launched counterattacks against the approaching enemies, throwing the entire forest into chaos. Huge explosions thundered between the trees, shaking the ground as powerful attacks slammed into one another with violent force. Smoke rolled outward, and shockwaves tore across the battlefield, ripping through the surroundings as the clash grew even more intense. At a distance, the Demon King stood silently, watching everything unfold with calm, unreadable eyes. As he observed the destruction spreading through the forest and the fierce battle raging before him, he quietly murmured, "At this point, you won't die, Louise. All right then. Go ahead and take the bait, Beast Demon King." With that quiet thought, the Demon King finally prepared to set his real plan into motion. His gaze lifted slowly, rising past the forest and toward the enormous structure looming in the distance, the Beast Tower. The moment the focus shifted toward the tower, a tremendous wave of power could be felt pouring out from within it. The energy was thick, heavy, and suffocating, making the air around the tower tremble as if the entire place was alive with rage. Inside the tower, the Beast King stood in a fury, his presence filling the chamber as he shouted at one of his subordinates. His anger was impossible to hide, and every word he spoke echoed sharply through the room. Just then, the subordinate hurriedly tried to report, "Demon King, this magic is..." But before she could even finish her sentence, the Beast King cut her off with a sharp and irritated voice. "Yes, it does not belong to my clan," he said coldly, his eyes narrowing. "Another demon lord has sent demons into my territory, and if they are operating at this level, then they must be elite demons of a higher rank, or perhaps something even beyond that." His expression grew darker, his rage barely staying under control. In his mind, the Beast King quickly began piecing the situation together. Right now, the dwarf princess and Prince Ormus were clashing in the forest, and on top of that, other demon tribes had suddenly started invading his land. The timing was far too perfect to be a coincidence. "I'll have to confirm this myself." With that decision made, the scene shifted back to the forest. The Beast King arrived on the battlefield with a heavy, commanding presence, and the first thing he demanded was, "What happened to the dwarf princess? And what about that demon bastard who invaded my territory?" One of his men immediately tried to answer. "Demon King, that is." But before the soldier could finish, another quickly stepped in and said in a rushed voice, "I'm sorry, we had only just arrived." By the time we reached the scene, the princess had already been surrounded by Ormus soldiers. The moment he heard that, the Beast King's anger flared even higher. His aura surged around him as he glared down at his men, and a grim thought formed in his mind. This was bad. If the same kind of massive offensive from 200 years ago happened again, he still did not have the ability to stop it completely. While that unease pressed down on him, one of the beast soldiers spoke up nervously. The princess was already surrounded by Ormus soldiers. I tried to save her, but then, before he could properly explain the rest, the scene shifted back toward the battlefield. There stood Princess Louise Werft in the middle of the chaos, and the sight was terrifying. She was cutting down every soldier who dared to stand in front of her, moving through them with a brutal, unstoppable assault. Not a single man was able to withstand her. Even her own soldiers cried out in alarm as they watched her continue. "Princess, stop. If you go any further, this will become a massacre." Their voices were urgent, filled with fear over how far her rage had already gone. But Louise's fury showed no sign of slowing. The scene returned to the beast soldier, who lowered his head and finished the report with a trembling voice. "The princess handled everything on her own, so we were unable to save her. I'm sorry, Beast King." The Beast King's face twitched in irritation the moment he heard that. "Don't confuse me, you idiot," he snapped, his patience clearly gone. In his anger, he struck the soldier without hesitation. The beast soldier immediately dropped his head and began apologizing again and again, his body trembling under the Beast King's furious pressure. Then more soldiers arrived at the scene, and with them came several powerful beasts, their heavy footsteps adding even more tension to the forest. One of the soldiers hesitated before giving the next report. "And Prince Ormus too was killed by the dwarf princess." Another soldier quickly followed up, asking, "What should we do with the remaining Ormus warriors?" They all waited for the Beast King's order, clearly unwilling to act without his permission. The Beast King stayed silent for a moment, his expression dark and calculating. In his mind, he weighed the consequences carefully. If he killed these men now, Ormus would use it to frame him for the prince's murder. It might be the fastest way to earn magic points, but kidnapping and murder carried very different political consequences. Ormus might be a small country, but if its king went mad with grief over his son's death, the aftermath could still become a serious headache. The Beast King turned to his soldiers and gave a firm order. "Send them back alive. These men need to give proper statements so I don't get falsely accused." His voice stayed cold and controlled. Even so, the tension beneath his calm tone was impossible to miss. Then he turned his sharp gaze toward the rest of his troops and asked, "Have you found the demon who invaded my territory?" The soldiers immediately hesitated. "That is, we are still searching." Their voices trailed off awkwardly, and the weak answer only made the Beast King grab his head in frustration. "Pathetic, every last one of you. Not only are your brains useless, even your noses are worthless." His anger was obvious, but soon his expression shifted into deeper thought. No, if the intruder was a high-level demon who specialized in stealth, then it was no surprise these fools had failed to track him. The Beast King's eyes narrowed as he considered the possibility. "It has been a long time since I've dealt with a situation like this." With that, he activated a technique, sensory super-maximization. It was a powerful method that pushed the senses to their absolute limit by concentrating magic directly into the sense organs. Once mastered, the technique could detect even the faintest traces of stealth magic that would normally remain completely hidden. The Beast King focused his power, spreading his magic outward through the forest like an invisible web, searching every corner. After a moment, he caught it. There were traces of an unfamiliar demon lingering in the area. His expression darkened at once. If that bastard had chased after the dwarf princess, the Beast King immediately turned toward his soldiers and demanded, "Which direction did the dwarf princess run?" One soldier quickly pointed and answered, "She went that way." But before the soldier could even finish speaking, the Beast King had already vanished from where he stood, moving with terrifying speed. As he tore through the forest, his furious voice thundered between the trees. "That damned bastard Demon King!" In one horrifying instant, the Beast King understood everything. His eyes widened as the truth connected inside his mind. The dwarf princess, Prince Ormus, even the exposed magic. All of it had been bait. It was a trap designed to lure him away from the volcano. Rage surged through him like wildfire, and his aura exploded violently as he raced forward at incredible speed, heading straight for the mountain. The ground cracked beneath his steps, and the wind screamed around him as he moved. The scene shifted deep inside the Beast King's territory, to a massive cave hidden near the volcano. The area was guarded heavily by numerous beast warriors, each one standing alert as if protecting something extremely important. Demonic workers could be seen carrying materials in and out of the cave with disciplined urgency. Everything about the place felt like a secret operation already in motion, carefully hidden beneath the mountain. Then the view moved deeper into the cave, where a calm voice spoke the name, Heart of Wanzu. It was none other than the Demon King himself. He had already reached the hidden location, standing before a massive pool of extraordinary lava and studying it carefully. The molten flow glowed with an unnatural light, radiating strange and powerful energy from within. As expected, this is no ordinary lava, he said thoughtfully. The energy of return is being transmitted here. No matter how tough Draxon was, jumping into this would have been impossible for him. So they were secretly building something to drain the lava. A faint calm remained in his voice. Not that I mind. As he spoke, dark energy began rising around his body, curling upward like smoke from a living shadow. Mysterious abilities activated one after another as his power intensified. Flames swirled around his form, but they could not harm him in the slightest. He spoke almost calmly, with complete confidence. Because the black flame dragon scales can move even through lava. Just as the Demon King was speaking, someone suddenly sensed his presence within the cave. A tiger demon, sharp-eyed and alert, locked onto him instantly. Without wasting even a second, he launched a full-force attack straight at the intruder. The tiger demon poured all his strength into his weapon, striking with deadly intent as the blow cut through the heated air of the cavern. But the Demon King simply raised one hand and stopped the attack as if it were nothing at all. The weapon could not push forward even a single inch. Without showing the slightest sign of strain, the Demon King said calmly, At this distance, it was inevitable that a high-level demon would discover me. The tiger demon bared his fangs in fury and shouted, Stop right there! But before he could make another move, the Demon King's voice turned cold. You should come with me. With those words, he seized the tiger demon and dragged him along, then leapt straight into the enormous pool of lava without hesitation. As they plunged into the burning molten depths, the tiger demon's screams echoed through the cavern. His body was completely destroyed, burned away until not even a trace remained. But the Demon King was untouched. The black flame dragon scales covering his body protected him fully from the devastating heat, and the molten fire flowed over him as if it were harmless water. Moving rapidly downward through the blazing depths, he continued sinking deeper without slowing, his thoughts remaining calm. Now then, Draxon. After absorbing the heart of the beast in his previous life, his regenerative abilities had become unbelievably powerful, far beyond what an ordinary demon could endure. He had often wondered what kind of recovery power he had truly absorbed back then. As the memory surfaced, a faint smile formed on his face. Then, far below in the depths of the lava, something finally appeared. A phoenix. Even surrounded by molten fire, the phoenix radiated an immense and overwhelming presence, its power refusing to be swallowed by the lava around it. The Demon King recalled what he had learned long ago. During his time as a Demon King cadet, the existence of the phoenix had been confirmed across multiple dimensions. He had seen the records himself. The phoenix could transcend dimensions, and its form varied greatly, from divine beings to ultimate destroyers that ruled only within their own realms. The scale of its power was never fixed. The Demon King narrowed his eyes as that truth settled in. But there was one thing every record had in common. Any demon lord who completely absorbed a phoenix became powerful enough to carve their name into the history of the demon world. As he gazed into the depths, a quiet satisfaction settled across his expression. Deep inside his own thoughts, the Demon King spoke in a voice so quiet it almost disappeared beneath the roaring heat around him. Draxon, thank you. Because you absorbed the phoenix in your previous life, I was able to stand here in this moment. That power was the one thing I ever truly envied from you. And now, in this life, I will make sure I use it properly, without wasting even a single piece of what you left behind. The Demon King slowly extended his hand forward, and in the next instant, a terrifyingly powerful light exploded from the center of his palm, flooding everything before him. The radiance was so overwhelming that it did not remain trapped inside the cave. It burst outward like a second sun, shining across the distant sky and washing the surrounding mountains in blazing light. Far away, the Beast King caught sight of that blinding glow, and his face twisted with a mixture of disbelief, fury, and panic. Who the hell discovered my phoenix? He growled, his mind spinning wildly. For one moment, he wondered if it could be Vergatalis, but he dismissed that thought almost immediately. No, Vergatalis would never move unless there was a clear benefit waiting for him. As the Beast King tore forward at incredible speed, he kept analyzing the situation in his head. Other than the adjutant who should have been stationed above, there should not have been any higher-level demons in the area. No newly risen demon lord should have had the ability to uncover this place. The security had been managed perfectly, without even the smallest opening. In the blink of an eye, he reached the cave entrance. The guards standing there flinched at his sudden arrival, their voices breaking as they tried to speak. "Demon," they started to say, but the Beast King shoved past them without slowing down. With a sharp command, he ordered everyone to stay back, then strode straight into the cave. His thoughts moved quickly as he stepped deeper inside, and under his breath, he began narrowing down the possibilities. Yuger does not have the intelligence to scheme something this complicated. And Rina, who comes from the Snow Demon tribe, would never touch the phoenix so easily. Its fire attribute would be no different from poison to her. If that was true, then only one possibility remained. The Beast King suddenly turned toward his soldiers, his eyes sharp and dangerous, and demanded, "Are you safe?" One soldier hurriedly answered, his voice shaking as he explained that earlier, the tiger had suddenly leaped straight into the lava. "Impossible. That is impossible." The Beast King snapped back instantly, his expression hardening as if the very idea was too absurd to accept. The soldier trembled even harder and forced himself to continue. He said he was going to steal it. "Demon King, this is dangerous." A desperate shout rang out from deeper inside the cave, but the warning was almost swallowed by the enormous light pouring outward. The glow kept growing brighter, stronger, and more violent with every passing second. Soon, the light spread far beyond the mouth of the cave, stretching across the landscape until it could be seen even from an incredible distance. From far away, several figures stood frozen as they witnessed the impossible sight. Princess Louise Verft, Merchant Granada Hillen Cargill, and Princess Elena watched alongside their soldiers, all of them staring toward the source of the radiance. No one spoke at first. The brilliant eruption held all of them in place, leaving them stunned as the light tore across the sky before their eyes. Meanwhile, inside the cave, the Beast King's rage finally reached its limit. His fist clenched so tightly that his aura burst violently around him, and with a roar full of killing intent, he shouted, "I will kill you." And then, within the burning depths of that blazing light, the phoenix finally appeared. Deep within an ancient forest, thick trees towered overhead and blocked most of the sunlight from reaching the ground. The air was heavy with the smell of damp soil, moss, and old bark. Then, for a brief moment, a strange sound echoed between the trunks. The noise was sharp, unnatural, and completely out of place in the quiet woods, but it vanished almost as quickly as it came. Silence returned. Among the fallen leaves, broken branches, and scattered twigs, a motionless figure lay on the ground. It was Vergatalis Doss, and for a long time his body did not move at all, as though life had completely left him behind. Several quiet minutes passed with only the forest breathing around him. Then, at last, his eyelids gave a faint tremble. Slowly his eyes opened. Confusion filled his gaze as he stared up at the tangled canopy above, the overlapping branches and leaves blurring together in his vision. His mind struggled to understand where he was or how he had ended up in such a place. As his senses gradually returned, he realized he was not alone. A number of animals had gathered around him, keeping a careful distance. Wolves stood silently in the shadow of the trees, smaller forest creatures peered out from behind bushes, and birds perched on the branches above. Strangely, none of them attacked, and none of them ran away. They simply watched him, their eyes fixed on the strange human who had suddenly appeared in their territory. Vergatalis ignored the silent audience surrounding him and slowly pushed himself upright. His body felt heavy, his thoughts were still scattered, and he searched through his memory for what had happened before he lost consciousness. For a while, there was nothing but emptiness. Then, all at once, the memory came back. The phoenix. Everything had centered around that creature. From the beginning, his plan had been simple and precise. After killing the phoenix, he was going to store its corpse inside his personal subspace and carry it safely back to his tower. It had been a carefully calculated operation, just like the many times he had handled other rare magical beasts before. But right before he could finish the job, something completely unexpected happened. The instant that overwhelming power flowed into him, the entire volcano erupted with terrifying force. What followed was not just an ordinary explosion. It was a catastrophe. The blast struck him with enough power to throw him away from the mountain like a helpless ragdoll. He was launched across the sky and sent flying an incredible distance, until he finally crashed somewhere in this remote forest. The whole situation was troublesome enough to leave him faintly irritated. After walking for a short while, he reached a narrow stream running gently between the trees. He knelt beside the water and leaned closer, intending to check his reflection. The moment he saw the face looking back at him, he froze. His appearance had changed completely. The features reflected on the surface of the stream were unfamiliar, as though another person were staring back from beneath the rippling water. Wahlberg remained there in silence, trying to make sense of what had happened to his body. Far away from that forest, important events were already beginning to unfold within the hidden kingdom of Ormus. Inside the royal palace of Ormus, Princess Louise stood before Prince Jetson and gave a detailed report on the recent battle. Her tone remained calm and respectful as she explained how the warriors of Ormus had stepped in bravely and saved them from a powerful subordinate of the Beast Demon King. As she spoke, her words carried clear admiration for the soldiers who had risked their lives in that dangerous conflict. But Prince Jetson did not respond with pride, relief, or satisfaction. Instead, a heavy shadow remained over his face, and his eyes burned with grief and anger. One of the warriors who had fallen in that battle was his own son. The loss had struck him to the core, and the pain was impossible for him to hide. Drowned in sorrow and rage, Prince Jetson immediately sent an order to the Heroes Guild. He commanded them to begin preparing a massive expedition at once. The purpose of that expedition was firm and unmistakable. The Beast Demon King had to be defeated. Meanwhile, back in the forest, Vergatalis was still trying to understand the strange transformation that had overtaken his body when a glowing holographic screen suddenly appeared in front of him. A communication request had come through. The screen flickered for a moment, and then Hillen Cargill's image appeared. He had contacted Vergatalis to deliver a report. But the instant Hillen saw Vergatalis's face, shock spread across his expression. Vergatalis clearly looked nothing like he had before, yet Vergatalis himself did not seem bothered by the change at all. In a calm, steady voice he simply said, "It's me." After confirming his identity, he told Hillen to continue. Hillen quickly gathered himself and began reporting the latest developments. A large-scale hero expedition was already being organized. Nearly 500 people were expected to join the operation, and among them were roughly 200 officially recognized heroes. Their destination had already been decided. They were heading for the Tower of Beast. The expedition would be commanded by the famous 10-star battle mage Rose Elchin, while Baldus Road would take the position of vice commander. Hillen then added one especially interesting detail. Not everyone involved actually wanted the Beast Demon King dead. There were certain groups moving in secret who preferred that the Demon King remain alive. The reason was simple. The tower produced valuable resources, including rare materials and magical components that were extremely difficult to obtain anywhere else. Vergatalis listened to the report without interrupting, and after considering the situation, he quickly made his decision. He ordered Hillen to join the hero expedition. Once the right opportunity appeared, Hillen was to kill the Beast Demon King with his own hands. If he succeeded, that achievement would greatly raise his reputation among the humans. Not long after that conversation came to an end, another message reached Vergatalis. This time, the report came from Gordon. He informed Vergatalis that the Beast Demon King Draxon had summoned several other Demon Kings to gather at the Tower of Beast. Inside the tower, Draxon had already called powerful figures to attend the meeting, and the atmosphere was growing heavier as they waited. Among those already present were Uger Belver, the Demon King of Indestructibility, and Rena Soldian, the Demon King of Winter. Both of them remained there inside the Tower of Beast, waiting for the remaining guests to arrive. After grasping just how dangerous the situation had become, Vergatalis wasted no time. His body shifted back into his demon form, wings spreading wide behind him before he launched himself into the sky and flew straight toward his own tower. But while he was cutting through the air, a sudden, scorching heat erupted from deep within his heart, as if a furnace had been lit inside his chest. The Phoenix's mana had not disappeared. It was still buried inside his body, and now that power began to stir violently, reacting as if it had a will of its own. Flames burst outward from the surging energy, and in the next moment, his wings transformed into blazing phoenix wings, burning bright against the open sky. His speed surged far beyond what he could control. Vergatalis shot forward like a burning comet, his flaming wings dragging a streak of fire across the heavens. That wild momentum refused to slow down, carrying him straight toward the protective barrier wrapped around his tower. He slammed into the barrier with tremendous force, making the entire defense tremble violently. Only after struggling against the recoil did he finally regain control, steady himself, and land safely inside. Once Vergatalis calmed his breathing and confirmed that he had returned without further trouble, he looked on as Gordon prepared a portal that would connect directly to the Tower of Beast. At that same time, heroes from many different regions were beginning to gather, all drawn together for the massive expedition that was about to begin. Among the gathering crowd stood the famous battle mage Rose Elchin, whose presence alone immediately drew attention. Her reputation was so great that the people around her could barely hide their admiration, and a wave of excitement spread through the heroes just from seeing her there. Rose, however, hardly seemed to care about the eyes fixed on her. She stood with calm confidence, paying almost no attention to the crowd surrounding her. When Helen approached and greeted her with polite respect, Rose answered with the kind of confidence that bordered on open arrogance. Without the slightest hesitation, she declared that she would be the one to personally defeat the Beast Demon King. Helen kept a courteous smile on his face as he listened, giving nothing away, but deep inside, his thoughts were already settled on a completely different conclusion. In the end, the Beast Demon King's head would not belong to Rose or anyone else. It would belong to him. Meanwhile, Gordon, Vergatalis, and Jason stepped through the portal and arrived at the highest level of the Tower of Beast. Draxen was already there waiting for them. He acknowledged their arrival with a calm look, noting that Jason Cockmund and Vergatalis had both arrived on time. Then he turned away slightly and told them that the full explanation would continue inside the chamber. As they entered the meeting room, Vergatalis quietly reminded himself that arriving late would have been a foolish move, especially under these circumstances. Once everyone had gathered in the chamber, Yuger was the first to speak, asking what kind of urgent matter could have forced Draxen to summon them to an emergency meeting. Jason simply smiled and mentioned that he had already heard about the massive hero forces gathering outside. With a casual tone, he wondered if this meeting had something to do with that development. Draxen's expression tightened slightly. Since Jason already knew at least part of what was happening, there was no point in pretending otherwise. After a brief pause, Draxen decided to speak openly. He revealed that one of the Demon Kings had secretly sent a subordinate demon into his territory. That intruder had stolen the corpse of the phoenix that Draxen had been preparing to absorb. And that was not the worst of it. The same culprit had also caused the death of the second Prince of Ormus, which had directly triggered the hero expedition now moving against him. The other Demon Kings listened in silence, each one weighing his words. Some began wondering whether Draxen had been secretly hiding a phoenix all along. Others thought that stealing such a powerful spirit beast was an unbelievably reckless act. But provoking the kingdom of Ormus into sending such a large expedition made one thing clear. Whoever had done this was likely trying to destroy Draxen completely. Draxen continued, suggesting that this same hidden enemy might also have been involved in the death of the dwarf princess. If that suspicion was correct, then the true goal might be far larger than a single theft. Someone could be trying to ignite a massive war across the entire continent. Draxen's gaze swept across the chamber as he declared that the person responsible might be standing among them. But if someone truly intended to eliminate him, he warned that he would not be dragged down alone. His anger sharpened with every word, and he swore that he would expose the traitor behind all of this. To do that, he announced that he would purchase the black box key. The black box installed inside the tower was a special device capable of recording the movements and actions of Demon Kings. Originally, it had been created to examine past operations and help plan future invasions more efficiently. But many Demon Kings who followed strict demonic traditions considered such devices unnecessary. Using the system demanded an enormous amount of demon energy points, and since the device would vanish if the tower collapsed, most Demon Kings eventually stopped paying attention to it. Draxen, however, intended to use it. The moment Vergatalis heard that announcement, a disturbing thought crossed his mind. The black box was something Vergatalis had never factored into his plans. If Draxen opened the black box inside his own tower, then the truth would become impossible to bury. Draxen continued explaining that activating the device was not something he could do entirely on his own. The system required approval from the Demon King who controlled the tower where the black box was installed. Without that authorization, the black box would remain sealed. He looked around at the rulers gathered in the chamber and asked each Demon King present to grant him permission to open the black box in their domain. His reasoning was simple. If the culprit was hiding among them, that person would likely refuse the request. For a brief moment, silence settled heavily over the room. Vergatalis listened carefully, feeling the pressure around him grow colder and sharper. The situation had become far more dangerous than expected. If the recordings inside the black box were exposed, the truth might come out. But the tension did not last long. One after another, the Demon Kings granted their approval. Even the Demon Queen gave her authorization without the slightest hesitation. Not a single one of them objected to the request. Seeing that no one resisted, Draxen gave a satisfied nod. With everyone's approval secured, the process could begin whenever Draxen chose to activate the device. He announced that once the results were obtained, he would inform them. For the moment, the meeting was over. Later, more details about the black box key became clear. It was an extremely rare consumable item, and it could only be used one time. The price was staggering, 9,999,999 demon power points. Only rulers with truly enormous reserves of demonic energy could even think about purchasing it. Because the cost was so overwhelming, most demon kings avoided using it entirely. Draxon himself had no intention of buying the key right away. With the hero expedition preparing to attack his tower, spending such a massive amount of power at this moment would be far too reckless. If he weakened himself before facing the heroes, the consequences could be disastrous. Even so, Draxon had already made up his mind about what he would do once the immediate danger passed. If the hero expedition failed and the situation returned to normal, he would immediately purchase the black box key. Once it was in his hands, he intended to open the black boxes belonging to Vergatalis and Jason. Only then would the traitor's true identity be revealed. Meanwhile, after the meeting ended, Vergatalis and Gordon returned to their own tower. The moment they arrived, Vergatalis began carefully breaking down the situation in his mind. The possibility of the black box being activated weighed heavily on him, and after considering every angle, he saw only one solution. Before that moment could arrive, Draxon had to be eliminated. With that decision forming clearly in his thoughts, Vergatalis decided to inspect the tower before planning his next move. Gordon informed him that most of the preparations inside the tower had already been completed. After hearing that, Vergatalis suggested they begin their inspection from the lowest level. Together, they descended to the first floor of Vergatalis's tower. The moment they arrived, the enormous sight waiting there was impossible to ignore. A gigantic magical weapon dominated the entire floor. It looked like a colossal cannon, towering there like a siege machine built for absolute destruction. Standing proudly on top of the massive device was Lower. As soon as he saw Vergatalis arrive, his excitement burst out of him, and he eagerly began introducing his newest creation. With visible pride, he announced that this was a weapon forged in the Hellforge, Hell's Catapult Mark I. Lower's voice overflowed with admiration for his own masterpiece. In his eyes, the design was both magnificent and elegant, without a single wasted detail. To him, it was unquestionably the greatest creation he had ever produced. Thanks to the Hellforge, he had been able to build something truly extraordinary. A cannon capable of unleashing attacks infused with 3 or more magical attributes at the same time, giving it terrifying destructive power. But that was only the beginning of what made the weapon special. Lower had also designed a mobile carriage system beneath the cannon, allowing the enormous machine to move across terrain, instead of being locked in place like ordinary siege artillery. Its ammunition was made from compressed magical cores, carefully engineered into dense mana projectiles capable of carrying immense magical force. By adjusting the internal composition of those projectiles, each shot could be infused with different elemental attributes, such as fire, lightning, ice, or even several elements combined together. That alone made the weapon frighteningly versatile, but Lower had pushed the design even further. Whenever its internal reserves ran low, the cannon could absorb mana directly from the surrounding atmosphere to replenish itself. As Vergatalis and Gordon turned to leave, Lower's excited voice kept ringing behind them. He shouted his thanks to the Demon King again and again, then promised with overflowing enthusiasm that the next weapon he created would be even larger, even stronger, and far more extraordinary. Leaving the noisy inventor behind, Vergatalis and Gordon moved on and headed up to the second floor of the tower. On the second floor, they found Keed standing alone in the training area, her sword moving with sharp focus as she continued practicing. The moment she sensed Vergatalis entering the room, her posture changed instantly, and she did not hesitate for even a heartbeat. Keed rushed forward at once and launched a direct attack. Her blade flashed through the air with impressive speed, cutting a clean path toward Vergatalis as if she intended to test him with everything she had. Vergatalis remained perfectly calm. He simply raised his weapon at the right moment and blocked her strike with such ease that it looked almost effortless. "Nothing has changed," he said quietly, his eyes following her stance and technique as if he had already seen through every movement. Keed narrowed her eyes, refusing to back down as determination burned across her face. "The real battle begins now," she replied firmly. Without wasting another second, she activated the Japan combat technique and released a modified attack known as Waxing Moon. The technique cut forward with a force meant to break the waning moon, and the power behind the strike was clearly greater than anything she had shown before. It was a move refined through steady practice, sharper and stronger than before. Yet even this improved attack still failed to place the slightest pressure on Vergatalis. He stopped it just as easily as he had blocked the first strike. A faint smirk tugged at his face as he looked at her and spoke again. "You have improved a little," he admitted, "but you still have a long way to go." Keed stared at him in disbelief, unable to understand how her carefully polished technique had been neutralized so simply. Before she could steady herself or prepare another attack, Vergatalis moved first and launched a swift counterattack. His strike landed with clean, controlled precision, hitting with just enough force to push her to the edge of unconsciousness. The short exchange ended almost as quickly as it had begun. After that, Vergatalis turned his gaze toward Gordon, and a note of curiosity entered his voice. He asked why Princess Kid had been placed on the second floor. Gordon answered that Princess Ern was currently carrying out a summoning ritual on the fourth floor, and because that process was delicate, they needed to prevent any outside interference. For that reason, Gordon had temporarily moved Kid to another level of the tower. Hearing this explanation, Vergatalis raised one eyebrow slightly, showing a hint of mild surprise. At that very moment, the ritual on the fourth floor was already underway. Inside a large magic circle glowing across the chamber floor, Ern stood with deep concentration. She channeled her energy steadily while activating the spirit dust that Sinal had provided earlier. Drawing on her own magical power, she began reciting the summoning incantation with careful precision, each word flowing into the light beneath her feet. She called upon the great spirit of water, invoking the guardian bound by blood and soul. Her voice echoed gently through the chamber as she spoke the sacred name of Ern and Hildron, seeking to form a spiritual contract with that ancient being. A few moments later, the ritual succeeded. A powerful water spirit manifested within the circle, its body shimmering with flowing blue energy as its presence connected directly to Ernst's mana. But the moment the bond was formed, an unexpected surge of energy rushed through Ernst's body all at once. The overwhelming force shook her balance, and her body tipped forward as she began to collapse. At that exact instant, Vergatalis appeared beside her. Moving with incredible speed, he caught her before she could fall to the ground. Holding her carefully so she would not lose her footing, Vergatalis gave a faint smile. "It seems I arrived just in time," he said calmly, while also praising her for completing the ritual successfully. Ern let out a soft laugh, though embarrassment showed in her expression as she shook her head. She explained that the ritual had succeeded mostly because of the spirit dust she had received earlier. But then, without warning, something completely unexpected happened. In a quiet voice, Ern suddenly said that she loved the Demon King. The words slipped from her lips before she could stop them, leaving the air between them suddenly frozen. Vergatalis froze as well, caught off guard by the sudden confession, and for the first time, a trace of panic flashed across his face. Ern quickly insisted that she had not meant to say anything like that, even though the voice had clearly come from her own mouth. She claimed she had no control over it at all. After a brief moment of confusion, the truth became clear. Those words had not truly come from Ern herself. They had been spoken by the newly summoned water spirit. Vergatalis gave a light sigh and remarked that she seemed to have summoned a rather troublesome spirit. Hearing that, the spirit burst into bright laughter. Soon after, she introduced herself properly. Her name was Narinal, a high-ranking water spirit, and her personality became obvious almost immediately. She loved reading romance novels, especially dramatic stories about forbidden love. With cheerful enthusiasm, Narinal declared that she truly adored the Demon King. She even pointed out that he had clearly noticed Ernst's feelings already, then immediately began asking when the two of them planned to officially become boyfriend and girlfriend. Those outrageous words made Ern completely lose her composure. Her face turned bright red as she demanded to know what kind of nonsense the spirit was saying. Heat spread across her cheeks, her usual calm tone broke apart, and nervous stammering replaced her steady voice as panic flickered in her eyes. Meanwhile, Narinal looked thoroughly entertained by the entire situation. With a playful smile, she continued teasing Ern without mercy, urging the princess to admit the rumors that were apparently spreading throughout the spirit realm. According to those whispers, the innocent demon princess had already entered a romantic relationship. To Narinal, the whole situation was far too amusing to ignore. She pushed the topic even further, asking when the supposed relationship had begun, whether the two were still together, or whether everything had already ended. Every question only made Ernst's embarrassment grow worse. Ernst's face grew hotter with every passing second as she desperately tried to escape the conversation. In flustered frustration, she asked Narinal to return to her own domain, hoping the spirit would leave and put an end to the humiliating teasing. But Narinal had no intention of leaving so quickly. She casually mentioned that it had been quite a long time since anyone had summoned her, making it clear that she was in no rush to disappear. Before the conversation could spiral even further out of control, Vergatalis stepped forward and interrupted. His expression stayed calm, but his voice carried a serious edge as he addressed the high-ranking spirit directly. He asked Narinal what kind of impression he gave her. Narinal looked him over carefully for a moment, studying him from head to toe. Then a slow smile appeared on her face as she answered honestly. In her eyes, he looked like a refined and striking demon king, someone who seemed perfectly suited to stand beside the princess. Vergadalus listened quietly, but that answer did not seem to fully satisfy him. Keeping his composure, he asked the same question again. Then, without warning, he activated his magic. His appearance began to shift instantly. His hair changed into a vivid shade of red, and the energy around him transformed so dramatically that the change was not merely visual. His entire presence became something completely different. Once the transformation was finished, he asked again how he appeared now. Both Ern and Narinal were stunned by the sudden shift. The change had been so intense that neither of them had expected it. Narinal tried to analyze the sensation carefully. Just moments earlier, his power had felt like the dense magical energy of a demon king, but now it felt entirely different. What she sensed now resembled pure mana, refined and unlike the aura of any demon lord. Instead, it carried the unmistakable essence of a spirit. At the same time, a blazing aura surrounded Vergadalus, with flames of energy radiating outward from his body. Calmly, he explained the purpose behind the transformation. Even a superior spirit like Narinal had been deceived by his disguise. If even she could be fooled so easily, then the other demon lords and warriors would likely never notice the difference either. A confident smile formed on Vergadalus's face as he reasoned aloud that the beast demon king could probably handle matters independently for now. For the moment, Ern remained confused, struggling to process everything she had just witnessed. The conversation had changed direction so quickly that she could barely follow what it all meant. And when she heard the idea of one demon king eliminating another, the thought unsettled her deeply. Not long after that, the scene shifted again. Vergadalus moved swiftly through the sky, flying at tremendous speed with clear determination in his eyes. While he traveled, a system notification suddenly appeared before him. Gordon was trying to contact him. Once the connection opened, Gordon's face appeared on the screen, his expression filled with stress and urgency. He looked completely overwhelmed, even grabbing at his own hair in frustration as he shouted loudly. Vergadalus remained calm and asked what had happened. Gordon immediately answered that the situation involved the Demon King. The news surprised Vergadalus for a brief moment, though he quickly regained his composure. Gordon continued in disbelief, unable to understand why one Demon King would attempt to eliminate another. Vergadalus responded without hesitation, reminding Gordon that he had already made his intention clear. He planned to remove Draxon. That answer only made Gordon panic even more. He protested loudly, explaining that such an act violated the long-standing rules between Demon Kings. If the others discovered that the rule had been broken, the consequences could spiral completely out of control. Vergadalus tightened his jaw slightly as he weighed the urgency of the situation. He explained that this matter had to be settled quickly. If Draxon managed to open the black box first, everything would turn against him. In that case, Vergadalus would be the one forced to bear the consequences. Gordon admitted that he understood the logic, but understanding it did not make the plan any less dangerous. He stressed the risks again. The Demon King had not yet obtained Ernst's dimensional energy, and Vergadalus still did not have the ability to fully control that kind of power. Dimensional energy was a fundamental force that existed in the space between worlds. Without mastering it, the room for error became dangerously small. Every realm naturally rejected beings that came from another dimension, and the moment an intruder crossed into a foreign world, that world would respond like a living defense system. It pressed down with overwhelming pressure, using dimensional energy as a barrier to suppress the invader's abilities. Because of that rule, demons who entered the human world suffered extreme weakening, and their original strength became heavily restricted. Even a demon whose power reached the terrifying level of 666 in their own realm could be reduced to something closer to level 1 after stepping into another world. Compared to their original might, that weakened state was almost insignificant. And in that condition, they would still have to face warriors chosen by the dimension itself, guardians meant to preserve the balance of that world. To overcome this natural suppression, the demon race created a specialized invasion system known as the Demon King's Tower, also called the Devil's Tower. The tower acted as a magical conduit, linking the demon world, the Demon King, and the flow of magical energy. By investing accumulated magic points into the structure, the Demon King could slowly pull greater power from their home realm. As the tower rose higher and expanded floor by floor, that connection became stronger, gradually restoring more of the Demon King's original strength. In many ways, the growth of the tower directly reflected the ruler's true power. But this system also carried one very important limitation. The farther a Demon King traveled from their own tower, the weaker the magical connection became. As distance increased, the supply of energy thinned out, and their strength would naturally decline along with it. Gordon reminded Vergadalus of one crucial difference. The Beast King's tower had already reached 13 levels, while their own tower had only grown to the 5th floor. With obvious reluctance, Gordon admitted an uncomfortable truth. Even if Vergatilus truly carried the title of Demon King, victory inside the Beast King's territory was far from guaranteed. Vergatilus accepted the situation calmly. He understood that even though he had absorbed the Phoenix Heart, he had not yet fully made that power his own. The energy inside him was still unstable, which meant he could not completely overpower the other demon lords in his current condition. But that weakness only mattered if he fought by himself. Slowly, a confident look formed on his face. The moment Gordon saw that expression, he immediately realized what Vergatilus was planning. Panic rushed back into him, and he tried to object before things went too far. But Vergatilus had already made up his mind. Once again, he used magic to alter his appearance, reshaping his body into an entirely different identity. With a playful smile, he introduced himself under a new name. From this point on, while wearing this disguise, he would be known as Pale. Then he declared that he would personally join the upcoming hero expedition. Gordon could only freeze in disbelief. The scene then shifted to the distant region of Ormus, where fierce combat was already tearing across the land. The Knights of Hillen were locked in a brutal confrontation against the invading demons, steel and magic clashing across the battlefield. Although the knights had managed to cut down several enemies, they had not escaped unharmed. Many of them were injured, the battlefield around them was chaotic, and the air was heavy with exhaustion and destruction. Both sides had taken losses, and Hillen looked over the situation with concern. The enemy had chased them all the way to this location. But now, the remaining demons were clearly weakened. Seeing that the momentum had shifted, Hillen moved quickly among his fallen comrades, kneeling beside the injured knights to check their condition. He handed out healing potions and urged them to drink so they could recover their strength. One soldier groaned in pain, barely able to lift himself upright. In the middle of that aftermath, Vergatilus arrived, now appearing under the identity of Pale. His presence felt calm and unfamiliar, yet there was a quiet authority in the way he stood. After taking in the wounded soldiers and the disorder spread across the field, he asked Hillen how the situation had become this severe. Hillen instinctively began to address him with formal respect, but Vergatilus gently interrupted and reminded him to call him Pale instead. Hillen nodded, quickly corrected himself, and began explaining what had happened. After the expedition forces gathered, they launched their assault on the Beast King's tower just as planned. Their strategy centered on exploiting the Beast King's weakness by targeting his tails. By concentrating their attacks there, they managed to inflict real damage during the fight. However, the battle had not gone as smoothly as they expected. As Hillen spoke, the memory of that brutal confrontation returned. Draxen had unleashed overwhelming power, throwing the entire battlefield into chaos. Under that pressure, Hillen was forced to retreat while urgently calling for Rose to carry out their plan. But when he looked back, his expression changed to horror. Rose had collapsed on the battlefield. She lay there badly wounded, blood streaking across her face, as she struggled desperately to stay conscious. Hillen was completely shaken. Then he noticed something even worse. Draxen was standing directly behind Rose, and the danger was right on top of her. Hillen reacted without a moment of hesitation, rushing forward to protect her before Draxen could strike again. He caught and supported Rose firmly, helping her back onto her feet while keeping one arm around her for balance. Then he turned and fled the battlefield, shielding her from any further attack as they withdrew from the Beast King. With that, the painful memory faded. Back in the present, Hillen finished his account. His tone carried frustration and regret as he explained how the mission had ended. Because Rose had suffered serious injuries, continuing the assault had become impossible. Retreat was their only choice, and in the end, the hero expedition had failed. Vergatilus remained silent after hearing the full story. A faint smile briefly touched his lips as he processed the details. Then, all at once, his expression stiffened as something clicked in his mind. The pieces lined up with unsettling clarity. In simple terms, everything had fallen apart. Hillen continued, explaining that even though they had withdrawn, they had still dealt a heavy blow to the Beast King. Even so, many knights were severely wounded and needed urgent treatment. Their forces were exhausted, though they had also eliminated a significant number of demons during the clash. As Vergatilus listened, his thoughts moved quickly, calculating the situation from every possible angle. Rose watched him closely from nearby. The longer she looked at him, the more curious she became. She asked who he truly was and why he had come to help them. But there was something else she could not ignore, a faint warmth radiating from him. That energy felt strangely pure, unlike anything she had ever sensed before. Before giving her a proper answer, Vergatilus glanced across the battlefield at the injured knights scattered around them. Their bodies had begun to heal, but their spirits were still broken. Physical recovery alone would not be enough to bring them back into the fight. If their morale remained shattered, they would never fight effectively. And he needed them. To defeat Draxon, unity and resolve were absolutely necessary. After a brief pause, Vergatalis decided it was time to reveal a portion of his strength. A small fiery presence hidden deep inside him began to stir. He told everyone to follow him quietly, and then his body slowly rose into the air. The knights stared upward in shock. Rose immediately recognized the energy gathering around him. A golden, flame-like aura spread outward, glowing brighter as it wrapped around his body. Behind him, a massive silhouette resembling a phoenix unfurled its blazing wings, filling the sky with radiant power. In that instant, the entire atmosphere changed. Vergatalis spoke in a clear, steady voice. He revealed that he was the wielder of the phoenix. His name was Pale, and his goal was simple: to defeat the Beast King. Rose's eyes widened at once. The phoenix was a legendary existence. Now the overwhelming surge of energy she had sensed earlier finally made sense. That immense presence had almost certainly come from him. Judging purely by his mana output, his strength was comparable to that of elite 10-star warriors. A sudden surge of hope rose inside her. If she fought alongside him, then victory against the Beast King might truly be possible. That display quickly breathed life back into the battlefield. Knights who had been drained and discouraged began regaining confidence. One by one, they straightened their backs and rose to their feet. Hillen felt his own determination returning as well. Although Vergatalis was acting under a new identity, his leadership and strategy naturally began guiding the group forward. None of them realized that the mysterious warrior calling himself Pale was actually the Demon King himself. Meanwhile, inside the Tower of Beast, the Beast King stood with rage burning across his face. Just one look at him made it clear how furious he was. He muttered that reclaiming the tower had cost him dearly. "I used far more demonic energy points than I expected," he said, his voice heavy with irritation. "Because of that, I could only purchase one black box key. I will open the other one later. For now, it is your turn. You bastard." At that very moment, the black box finally opened, and a system notification appeared before him, announcing that the black box of a Demon King who had granted consent was now being accessed. A blinding flash erupted from within the box, filling the space with a fierce white glow. The Beast King narrowed his eyes and stared straight into the light. "Now show me everything," he said coldly. "Show me every secret you have been hiding." But as the truth began unfolding in front of him, his expression changed completely. His eyes widened in shock, and he muttered under his breath, "No, wait, this is the truth? The black box cannot be manipulated. If this is real, then that explains why he did something like that. I have to hurry and inform the other Demon Kings right away." The Beast King's face grew visibly tense, his earlier fury replaced by deep unease as the weight of what he had seen pressed down on him. Just then, one of his servants rushed into the room in a panic. Already irritated, the Beast King snapped, "What is it?" The servant hurriedly answered, "Demon King, the heroes have invaded right now." The moment he heard that, the Beast King shouted in shock. "What?" The servant quickly continued, "And this time, the new 10-star hero, Ralph Schmitz, is leading the vanguard." At the front of the advancing force stood Ralph Schmitz, the guild master himself, leading the charge with steady steps and unshakable presence. Then, 1 hour later, the battlefield had already shifted into a far more intense confrontation. The Demon King now stood before the entire human army and the gathered human heroes. Even then, the humans still had not fully understood the true weight of the Demon King's presence. But after witnessing the Phoenix, their fighting spirit had been reignited. Confidence surged through the ranks as they shouted with renewed determination. "Yes, let's try this again. We have the legendary Phoenix on our side. The Demon King of Beast is nothing." Fueled by excitement and courage, they lifted their swords high into the air and cried out together, "Everyone, draw your swords. Let's slaughter every last demon. The Phoenix is with us, and the Demon King of Beast's treasure will be ours." Their voices thundered across the battlefield, their morale fully restored as they prepared to charge forward without hesitation. Watching their confidence rise, the Demon King silently observed the army and thought to himself, "Their morale has recovered, but I still do not know whether they can freely use the Phoenix's mana in battle." Even with the humans roaring around him, he remained cautious, carefully reading the situation before making his next move. Then he stepped forward and spoke to the others beside him. "Since the 10-star heroes alone are not enough, I would like to strengthen our forces if possible." Hearing that, Hillen Cargill stayed silent, giving no immediate answer. But Rose stepped forward and said calmly, "Well, that is fortunate. A decent hero has just requested to join the fray. As everyone's attention shifted ahead, the Demon King looked forward and declared that this person was a 10-star hero. Ralph Schmitz, the strongest powerhouse among the Shield Masters. At that moment, Ralph Schmitz appeared, advancing steadily with his companions at his side. With unwavering resolve, he stood at the very front, holding back waves of monsters almost entirely on his own. His presence alone steadied the battlefield, and someone among the crowd shouted with confidence, "He is the vanguard for this revenge mission." Then the focus shifted to Ralph Schmitz on the front line, where he was holding back an overwhelming number of monsters by himself. With calm control, he suddenly deactivated his field. In that very instant, the shield in his hands began to change, its form shifting into an entirely different shape. As the shield transformed, an immense and terrifying energy burst out from it, spreading across the battlefield with crushing force. The pressure continued building, heavy enough to make the surrounding air tremble. Then the power exploded outward, so overwhelming that every monster in front of him was sent flying backward, clearing the path in a single instant. Thanks to that devastating push, the human forces finally managed to break through and reach the first floor of the Beast Tower. Watching Ralph's performance closely, the Demon King thought to himself, Ralph Schmitz, the second strongest tank among the 10 stars. His weapon is the ultimate shield, capable of reflecting any impact it receives. I know better than anyone how troublesome he is to deal with. As he continued staring at Ralph, memories from his previous life began rising in his mind. His expression darkened as he remembered that Ralph had been one of the hero bastards who brought him down and mocked him before. I want to tear him to pieces right now, he thought bitterly. But for the moment, Draxon comes first. At the same time, Rose watched everything unfold, and anger began to show clearly on her face. Unable to hold back her frustration, she said, "Ralph Schmitz also arrived only after the hero expedition ended, just like you. If I had waited just a little longer, then with both of you together we could have won without suffering any casualties." Her voice carried both anger and regret as she thought about what might have happened. Hearing her words, the Demon King answered calmly, "Being confident in your skills is fine, but do not underestimate the Demon King." Rose seemed slightly taken aback and questioned him, but he continued in a firm voice, "A Demon King always keeps a trump card hidden. They only reveal their final resort right before they are about to die." After saying that, the Demon King began thinking silently to himself. If Draxon has reclaimed the tower and already purchased the key, then he should not have enough demonic energy left to stop the hero expedition. In that case, I might finally get to see it in this life. Draxon's trump card. His thoughts grew heavier as he anticipated what was coming. Soon after, time moved forward, and the scene shifted directly to the Beast Tower. On the 13th floor, inside the Demon King's room, the Beast King sat calmly on his throne, waiting for them to arrive. Meanwhile, the full group of heroes and soldiers entered the room together, weapons ready as they stepped into the highest floor. As they came inside, some of the soldiers looked around in confusion and began whispering among themselves. "The demons are gone. This is definitely the top floor, so why is only the Demon King here? Last time, this place was crawling with them." Seeing all of them gathered before him, the Beast King glared down from his throne and said, "You bug-like hero bastards. I did not expect you to challenge me again so soon. I could not deal with other matters because I was busy preparing this." His voice was filled with confidence, and beneath it, there was a sharp hint of menace. Hearing that, Rose sensed that something was wrong and said, "There is a massive concentration of demonic energy here. Is that why there are no demons around?" In response, the Beast King released a powerful wave of dark energy and declared, "That is right. To wipe all of you out in one strike, I gathered all of my vassals into one place." Right after saying those words, he consumed something, and his power immediately began climbing even higher. His aura grew more intense by the second, pressing down on the room with an overwhelming force. Watching closely, the Demon King analyzed the situation in his mind. Normally, the strongest monsters should have been placed on the top floor. But Draxon had found a loophole by absorbing the power of an entire floor into himself. The focus returned to the Beast King, whose expression became even more ruthless as he declared, "Foolish hero bastards. I will kill you all without leaving a trace so you can never climb up again." Seeing the overwhelming surge of power before them, the Demon King, Ralph Schmitz, Hillen Cargill, and Rose were all left completely shocked. The intensity of the Beast King's aura was far beyond anything they had expected. As the Beast King fixed his gaze forward, the Demon King immediately sensed the danger and thought, "He is coming." In the very next moment, the Beast King released a thunderous roar, and with it, An enormous wave of terrifying energy exploded outward. The force was so immense that the surrounding soldiers were shoved backward uncontrollably, struggling with all their strength just to stay on their feet. Two figures suddenly push forward, crossing right past the defensive line that Ralph Schmitz's shield had formed around the others. The moment the soldiers see them step beyond the barrier, one of them panics and shouts for them to stop, warning that rushing in now is far too dangerous. But those two are already driven by desperation, and they answer without backing down. The Demon King is in the middle of trying to grow even stronger, and to them that brief opening looks like the best chance they will ever get to strike him down. But as the Beast King keeps unleashing more and more of his hidden strength, the entire situation begins to collapse faster than anyone can control. The energy bursting from his body swells into something monstrous. Ordinary humans and even warriors without truly exceptional strength are hurled backward by the pressure alone, as if an invisible wall has slammed into them. The force coming from him is on a completely different scale. The pressure becomes so overwhelming that even Ralph Schmitz's shield starts to give way, cracking and splitting apart under the strain. For one brief instant, Ralph himself freezes in shock at what he is seeing, but he forces that surprise down almost immediately and regains his focus. Gathering every bit of strength he has, Ralph pours more power into the barrier and forces the broken halves back together, repairing the shield and restoring the defensive field before it can fully collapse. From the newly restored barrier, a tremendous wave of energy surges forward, crashing against the suffocating pressure being released by the Beast King. The dark red aura that had been spreading across the battlefield begins to shrink back, slowly pushed away by the resistance of Ralph's strengthened shield. Then, through the fading haze of that overwhelming energy, the Beast King steps forward, slow and steady, carrying a presence that feels impossible to stop. The aura now pouring from his body has risen to an entirely new level, far beyond the power he had shown only moments earlier. Even Hillen Cargill, who is watching the scene unfold, cannot hide his shock. He realizes that his own magic had been deflected far too easily, as if it had barely mattered at all. Now standing in his true form, the Beast King advances toward them one step at a time. Every movement feels heavy, crushing, and absolute, leaving the others staring at him with a mixture of awe and fear. At last, someone manages to force the words out through the pressure hanging in the air. The Beast Demon King. Around him, the warriors tighten their grips on their swords and plant their feet firmly against the ground, bracing themselves for the battle that is about to begin. Even with all their determination, fear still leaks into their voices as they speak to one another, their bodies reacting before their pride can hide it. They can feel that ominous demonic energy pressing into their throats, thick and poisonous, as if the Beast King's pressure is slowly choking the air out of them. The Beast King's demonic aura grows so intense that it begins to swallow their courage and overwhelm their bodies completely. Just standing within that aura is enough to weaken them. Their knees strain, their breathing falters, and they struggle to endure the suffocating weight pressing down on them. But then, a phoenix wing appears, spreading out with a powerful protective force. It is revealed to be a high-ranking defensive spell, Protect Version Phoenix. The instant the magic activates, everything changes. The crushing pressure that had been strangling the soldiers suddenly vanishes, lifting the unbearable weight of the demonic energy from their bodies. Their breathing steadies, strength returns to their limbs, and relief spreads across their faces. Overcome with gratitude, they declare that they will never forget this kindness. But while the others are finally able to breathe again and feel relief wash over them, the Demon King remains completely focused on the fight ahead. His thoughts stay sharp as he realizes he cannot allow Draxon to gather any more demonic energy. The magic has activated properly, and now there is no more room for hesitation. Turning his attention to the others, he speaks in a firm voice, telling them that from this point on, they will only become obstacles if they try to interfere. He orders them not to step outside the barrier again, while those who can still move must prepare themselves. His words carry clear authority across the battlefield. The atmosphere shifts at once, and everyone who is still capable of fighting begins readying themselves for what is coming. They all prepare for the decisive clash about to unfold. At that same moment, the Beast King studies them with narrowed eyes and notes that there are 4 of them, with one among them carrying especially irritating mana. His gaze sharpens, cutting through the battlefield until it lands directly on one specific person. Anger rises in his expression as he points his attention toward that figure and growls, demanding to know if it is him. Then his voice hardens further as he asks who that person truly is. The Demon King meets the Beast King's glare head-on, and a dark, ominous smile slowly curls across his face. The instant the Beast King recognizes him, the battle reaches its boiling point. A violent surge of rage erupts from the Beast King's depths, shaking the air itself as he roars about the phoenix that was stolen from him. His fury crashes over the battlefield like a wave, made even more terrifying by the insult of the Demon King daring to enter his tower. The Saronians tremble beneath the sheer weight of his anger. But the Demon King does not flinch. In sharp contrast to everyone else, he raises one hand with calm authority and instantly silences the Beast King, creating a domain where all sound is erased. A faint, confident smirk appears on his face as he makes it clear that within this space, every vibration is under his complete control. In that single instant, the entire battlefield changes. Rosal immediately understands how brilliant the move is. The Beast King's devastating roars have been completely nullified, and at the same time, their enemies can no longer hear the chants needed for magic. Without wasting even a heartbeat, the Demon King casts a high-ranking binding spell, Sage's Chains, aiming to lock down the Beast King's movements. But the gap in raw power is impossible to ignore. With nothing but brute force, the Beast King tears through the chains and shatters them apart. His strength is so overwhelming that it becomes terrifying to watch. Even with the battlefield wrapped in silence, his presence alone screams absolute dominance. Through sheer killing intent, he makes it clear that, to him, this is no ordinary battle. It is a hunt, and he intends to rip them apart one by one. Even so, the Demon King does not waver. Calm and composed, he mocks the Beast King's rage, saying he cannot hear anything over all that barking. The soundless domain remains fixed on the Beast King alone, cutting him off even further and leaving him isolated inside that oppressive silence. Rosal quickly pulls her focus back to the fight and urges everyone to concentrate on Pale. At that exact moment, Pale charges forward and strikes the Beast King head-on, unleashing a massive explosion that rips across the battlefield. The impact throws the entire battlefield into chaos almost immediately. Blow after blow is exchanged at a relentless pace. Their movements grow so fast and unpredictable that even Rosal admits she can no longer follow the Demon King's position. Hillen brushes off her concern, reminding her that it does not matter whether they can track the Demon King directly, as long as they keep following Pale's lead. Meanwhile, the Beast King continues his furious assault, mocking their efforts and sneering at their attempt to understand a power that lies far beyond ordinary reason. To him, they are nothing but lunatics baring their fangs at a monster they cannot comprehend. And yet, beneath his arrogance, there is still a cold recognition that they have chosen to challenge him head-on. As the battle grows even more intense, the Demon King suddenly changes direction with blinding speed, attempting to reposition himself in the middle of the chaos. The Beast King reacts instantly. His burning focus snaps straight toward the Demon King, and through his murderous intent, he makes it clear that there will be no escape alive. Their eyes meet for one fleeting moment, and in that instant, the Demon King remembers the plan he laid out before the battle. He had already explained it clearly to Rosal, Hillen, and Ralph. The only way to defeat the Beast Demon King was through speed. Even though the Beast King's body was enormous, his reactions were just as terrifying as his strength. Facing him head-on was almost impossible, so the only real path was to restrict his movements, break his footing, and strike the moment even the tiniest flaw appeared. Back then, Hillen had doubted whether he could really keep up, even with his lightning-fast dash. But the Demon King had calmly reassured him, saying he would send the signal at exactly the right moment. Hillen still had no idea what that signal would look like, but he chose to trust him anyway. Back in the present, the Beast King suddenly lunges forward, his claws crashing down with deadly force as if he is certain he has finally trapped the Demon King in front of him. But the deadly strike cuts through empty space, missing him as if the Demon King had slipped away without the slightest effort. At that exact moment, the Demon King comes to a sudden stop and reveals Aaron's orb, a sharp, knowing smirk slowly forming across his face. The Beast King only scoffs at the sight, dismissing the orb as nothing more than a useless trick. The Demon King remains perfectly calm and explains that the orb was never meant to affect the Beast King directly. Its true purpose was to reveal the Master's position to a vessel. The Beast King laughs at the Demon King's words, certain that no such vessel could possibly exist. But that moment of arrogance is exactly the signal they had been waiting for. In a flash, Hillen appears beside him, moving so quickly it feels faster than thought itself. He activates the orb and drives his attack into the Beast King with every bit of strength he can gather. The pressure nearly crushes him from the inside, and his mind feels like it is about to split apart under the strain. Even so, Hillen grits his teeth and forces himself through it. For the first time, the Beast King's calm expression finally breaks. Shock and fury collide across his face as he realizes what has happened. The Demon King has turned a hero into his vessel. And in front of that realization, the Demon King wears only a faint, almost amused smile. The Demon King simply remarks that this method is surprisingly useful, as long as the person using it manages to survive. His eyes stay cold, sharp, and calculating, as if every move in this battle had already been arranged long before it began. Hillen follows through without hesitation, throwing his full force into the strike. The impact explodes outward, sending shockwaves across the ground, splitting the earth beneath them, and blasting debris in every direction. And yet, even after taking that blow, the Beast King barely staggers. His body is simply too durable, almost monstrous beyond reason. Contempt twists across his face as he treats their attack like something insignificant. But before that arrogance can settle, flames suddenly burst against him from another direction. The timing is perfect. The sudden strike catches him off guard and, for the first time, forces his body to recoil. That shift in momentum is not luck, and it is definitely not coincidence. The moment echoes the plan from before the fight, when the Demon King had instructed Rosal with absolute calm. He told her that the instant Hillen created even the smallest opening, it would be her turn to strike. He ordered her to pour everything into that one attack, her pain, her anger, and the grudge born from losing everything she once had. Rosal had listened without saying a word, her resolve hardening as her trembling hand slowly clenched into a fist. Now, in the present, she releases all of it. Mana erupts violently around her, twisting the air as it gathers into a terrifying mass of power. The ground beneath Rosal's feet cracks under the pressure. Even from a distance, the heat becomes almost unbearable to the eye as she fixes her focus entirely on the Beast King and channels every ounce of strength into her ultimate spell, Satellite Cannon. A massive beam of blazing energy fires forward, tearing across the battlefield with a blinding intensity that swallows everything in its path. The beam slams into the Beast King head-on, and the force of the impact is nothing short of catastrophic. The explosion that follows devours the area in fire and destruction. The sky itself seems to shudder above them, while the earth groans beneath the overwhelming blast. For one brief, suspended moment, everything goes still. A deep, unnatural silence settles after the explosion, and even the wind seems to stop, as if the world itself is holding its breath. Slowly, the thick smoke begins to drift away, revealing the broken battlefield beneath it. Hillen, Ralph, and Rosal remain tense and motionless, their eyes locked on the center of the devastation. Every passing second feels heavy, stretched thin by anticipation. Even after witnessing such overwhelming destructive power, a cold doubt begins creeping into their hearts. Then, from within the fading smoke, the Beast King rises once again, completely unharmed. Not a single wound can be seen on his body. The sight alone sends a chill through everyone watching. Rage twists his expression as he mocks them, his voice louder, rougher, and filled with unrestrained fury. He ridicules the idea that the Demon King truly believed an attack like that could kill him, and his dark laughter echoes across the battlefield. The Demon King, however, remains calm. There is no shock in his eyes, no panic in his posture, only quiet understanding. He accepts the truth plainly. An enemy who can survive that level of destructive force was never going to fall so easily. This outcome is something he had already accounted for. Meanwhile, the Beast King's fury continues to climb, twisting into something even more dangerous. His body trembles as his mana surges violently around him. Then, with a roar worthy of a Demon King, a terrifying red aura erupts from his body. It spreads outward like a raging storm, swallowing the battlefield beneath its oppressive energy. The sheer intensity of it forces the others backward, their boots dragging across the ground as they struggle just to keep themselves standing. The aura itself tears into the surroundings. Cracks split open across the earth, and the air grows so heavy it feels like the entire battlefield is being crushed under his power. With pride and wrath burning through his voice, the Beast King declares who he truly is. He is the Demon King of Beasts, Beast King Duluth, the right hand of Arcalcan, and the one destined to conquer the dimension. Every word he speaks lands with crushing weight, shaking the battlefield through sheer force. He cannot accept being pushed this far, and he vows that none of them will leave alive. Without warning, he charges again, aiming straight for the Demon King with even greater speed and unpredictability. His movements are wild now, driven less by strategy and more by uncontrollable rage. Yet the Demon King steps back smoothly, avoiding him with almost effortless timing, as if he had already seen the attack before it happened. A faint grin appears on the Demon King's face as he watches the change unfold. The opponent who was once calculating and composed has now become nothing more than a beast swallowed by madness. Overwhelmed by fury, the Beast King screams that he will silence the Demon King forever. His voice strains and cracks as he reveals that he still has not unleashed the true power of the Phoenix. A massive aura begins gathering in his hand, spinning violently as it compresses into a dense, concentrated form. The energy radiates intense heat, bending and warping the space around it. Hatred and desperation fill his tone as he speaks of the power that was stolen from him. But before the Beast King can release that power, the Demon King moves. With flawless timing, he strikes the Beast King with a precise and powerful blow, cutting off the buildup before it can be completed. The attack lands cleanly, sending a violent shock through the Beast King's body and forcing a scream of pain out of him. Even then, the Beast King refuses to collapse, snarling that he will not die so easily. And in that exact moment, Rosal catches sight of the weakness. Her eyes sharpen as she focuses on the Beast King's tails, remembering every detail the Demon King had told her. Without hesitation, she changes her approach. Instead of relying on overwhelming force, she gathers a precise amount of mana and carefully lines up her attack. When Rosal releases it, the strike slices cleanly through one of the Beast King's tails. His scream erupts across the battlefield again, this time filled with raw agony as his entire body reacts violently to the damage. At last, the opening they had been waiting for appears. The Demon King acts instantly, activating his high-ranking binding magic once again. Sage's Chains. This time, the glowing chains appear without the slightest delay, coiling tightly around the Beast King before he can react. They pulse with power, locking down his movements and suppressing his ability to gather mana. The Beast King understands the danger at once. If they strike now, everything will be over. He struggles with savage force, his aura flaring wildly as he tries to tear free, but the chains hold firm. At that decisive instant, a calm yet brilliant blue aura began to flow out from him, spreading across the battlefield like a soft tide of light. The energy washed over his allies first, wrapping around their battered bodies, steadying their breathing, and restoring the strength they had nearly lost. Then, without wasting even a single breath, he pulled that same power back into himself, reinforcing his own body as he prepared to bring the fight to its final end. There was no hesitation left in him, no fear, no uncertainty, only a cold, unwavering resolve. Even as his defeat closed in around him, Beast King continued to spit curses at the Demon King, his voice rough with fury, refusing to lower his hatred even in his final moments. And then the opening finally came. Beast King was bound, weakened, and stripped of any chance to protect himself. With his body exposed and his resistance completely broken, the final strike came down in one clean, decisive motion. The battle was over. Silence settled across the battlefield once again, but this time it did not feel tense or threatening. It lingered heavily in the air as the crushing pressure that had smothered everyone moments before finally disappeared. The Demon King stood above the fallen Demon King of Beast, a faint smirk still resting at the corner of his mouth. His eyes remained on the body for a moment longer, as if making absolutely sure the end had truly come. Then, in a calm voice filled with certainty, he declared that the Phoenix's power would not be wasted. And with those final words, he quietly bid Beast King farewell. Hillen moved with one sharp, decisive swing. His blade flashed through the air in a clean arc, cutting straight across Draxon's neck before anyone could even fully react. The Demon King's head separated from his body and spun away through the air. A heartbeat later, it crashed heavily into the ground, sinking slightly into the dirt from the force of the impact. For one brief moment, the entire battlefield went completely still. Then, as though the world itself had finally released the breath it had been holding, the surviving heroes burst into cheers. Relief, disbelief, and triumph swept through the battlefield all at once. Voices rose from every direction, shouting that they had won at last, that the nightmare was finally over. Again and again they cried out that Hillen Cargill had slain the Demon King. The crowd's excitement kept rising, their scattered voices gradually blending into one powerful chant as they began calling him Lord Hillen. Standing at the center of it all, Hillen raised his sword high above his head, a confident smile spreading across his face as he drank in every shout of praise. But beneath that heroic smile, his thoughts were already twisting with hunger. The cheers around him were sweet, but they were not enough. He wanted more recognition, more admiration, more people looking up at him like a living legend. In his mind, he pictured a future where those voices never faded, where he alone stood above every other hero as the greatest name in history. Just as that glorious moment reached its peak, the ground suddenly began to shake with violent force. Cracks split across the structure beneath their feet, spreading fast as the tower started to collapse around them. In an instant, the celebration shattered into chaos, and panicked voices erupted from every side. Orders rang out through the confusion, sharp and urgent. They were told to grab whatever treasures they could carry, prioritize recovery potions for the 10-star heroes, and escape immediately. Yet in the middle of all that noise, the Demon King remained still for a short moment, silently staring at Draxon's lifeless body. His thoughts lingered on that fallen figure, drifting back over the path Draxen had chosen for himself. For a moment, he wondered whether anything might have been different if someone like Draxen had been given another chance. The answer came to him almost immediately. No, Draxen had held onto his identity as a demon king until the very end, clinging to it so tightly that there had never been room for any other path. With urgency finally breaking through their hesitation, everyone rushed out of the collapsing structure, carrying whatever treasures they had managed to seize. They escaped just in time, and behind them, the beast tower finally gave way completely, crashing down into a mountain of ruins. Once they were outside, Rosal approached Hillen with sharp, observant eyes. Her voice remained calm, but her words cut straight to the point. She said it seemed as if he had planned everything from the very beginning, as though he had always intended to be the one to claim the Demon King's head. Hillen brushed off her accusation with effortless ease. He treated it as nothing more than a misunderstanding born from the confusion of battle, smiling as though there was no reason to take her suspicions seriously. Rosal did not press the matter, but the look in her eyes made it clear she was not fully convinced. In her mind, she recalled the exact moment Hillen had suddenly decided to join the fight, and how suspicious that timing had felt even then. The Demon King had not been as overwhelmingly powerful as they had expected, but the battle had still pushed them dangerously close to their limits. They had survived, and Rosal could not deny that Hillen had contributed to that victory. Still, she shifted the conversation and informed him that she had taken possession of the Demon King's corpse, then asked whether he had any objections. Hillen answered simply, saying he had no problem with it. At that exact moment, urgent voices called out to Rosal from nearby, telling her to come quickly. Something unexpected had been discovered among the ruins. Rosal hurried over at once, but the moment she saw what they had found, she froze. There was the kidnapped prince, and lying beside him was none other than Lavinia Aiken, the third princess of the Aiken kingdom. Lavinia was unconscious at first, her body limp and still, but after a moment, she slowly began to stir. Shocked by the sight, Rosal immediately demanded to know why she was there. Lavinia answered in her usual broken, fragmented way, muttering something about materials. Rosal listened closely, and from those scattered words, she quickly pieced together the truth. Lavinia had entered the tower completely on her own, all for the sake of gathering materials to create a chimera. That realization left Rosal stunned. The recklessness of it was almost impossible to believe. Then Lavinia added a few more broken words. Monsters, Rosal, and Rosal's concern deepened as she began to understand the full extent of what had really happened. The others nearby could only watch the exchange in confusion, unable to understand how Rosal was making sense of Lavinia's strange, scattered way of speaking. Trying to stay focused, Rosal asked whether the Demon King had harmed her in any way. Lavinia replied with more disconnected words about money and monsters, but Rosal interpreted the meaning almost immediately. Lavinia had been trading monsters in exchange for money. Lavinia confirmed it without the slightest hesitation. Hearing that, the Demon King quietly connected the pieces in his mind, and the source of Draxen's wealth suddenly became clear. Rosal chose to end the conversation there, supporting the weakened princess as she led her away, scolding her for being reckless even while making sure she was safe. Watching them leave, the Demon King reflected on Lavinia's actions. Entering such a deadly place alone, then negotiating with a Demon King for the sake of research was more than reckless, it was dangerously unpredictable. He had thought the same thing in his previous life, and seeing it happen again only made him more certain. The scene then moved to the Hero Guild, where a meeting of elder heroes was already underway. Around the table, they discussed the aftermath of the battle, especially the loss of the Beast Tower, which had once served as a valuable hunting ground. Their frustration was obvious. They had spent a great deal of effort coordinating with sponsors and managing the 10-star heroes, only for an unexpected outsider to appear at the decisive moment and claim the victory for himself. That mysterious person was known only as the owner of the Phoenix, and he had no official connection to the guild. The elders questioned who he really was, understanding that uncovering his identity had become extremely important. After all, this was the first time since a Demon King had descended upon XYZ that such a threat had been ended so decisively. Recognizing that the balance of power had begun to shift, they concluded that it was time to tighten their control over the heroes once again. And the first step would be uncovering the truth behind the Phoenix's owner. From there, the scene shifted to the Ormus Royal Banquet Hall. The banquet hall was filled with quiet conversation, but beneath the formal atmosphere hung a heavy sense of exhaustion and grief. The king, overcome with emotion, kept expressing his gratitude again and again. He thanked the heroes for defeating the Demon King and rescuing the prince, and although the banquet had been prepared in haste, he urged everyone to enjoy it. The knights beside him gently tried to persuade him to rest, but he continued speaking, unable to hold back his tears. Among the guests, Rosal stood out in an elegant dress, calmly sipping a cocktail as she observed the room. The mood around her was undeniably somber, yet she still found herself noting that the drink was surprisingly good. Hillen approached her with an easy smile, complimenting her appearance and saying the dress suited her well. He also mentioned that the princess had safely returned to the Achen kingdom. Rosal looked at him with a hint of suspicion and asked whether he was trying to leave a good impression on her. Hillen laughed it off lightly, claiming that trying something like that in front of her would be pointless. Rosal then shifted the topic and asked about Pale. She wanted to speak with him, especially about the phoenix. The people nearby quickly echoed her curiosity, saying they also wanted to meet him and offer their thanks. Then, without warning, Ralph spoke up. Just hearing his voice was enough to shock everyone around him. He praised the owner of the phoenix, and the entire crowd stared in disbelief, unable to believe those words had actually come from him. Hillen then revealed that Pale had already left, and that single statement only deepened the surprise spreading through the banquet hall. After that, the scene shifted far away to the Ursa mountain range, where Verg's tower stood in silence. Inside the tower, Gordon stared in complete disbelief as he thanked the Demon King, still struggling to believe what he was hearing. He asked if he had truly killed the Demon King and returned safely, and the Demon King confirmed it with calm certainty. Gordon was stunned, unable to fully process the scale of what had just been accomplished. But then concern began creeping into his thoughts as he wondered what kind of consequences would follow and how the Demon King intended to handle them. The Demon King dismissed Gordon's reaction without much concern, making it clear he had already considered what needed to happen next. He told Gordon to stop staring and then took his seat upon the throne. From there, he explained that with Draxon gone, the other Demon Kings would inevitably reach out to him. If he were absent at a time like this, suspicion would immediately fall on him. Gordon listened and understood the logic, accepting the explanation. As he thought back on the battle, the Demon King quietly admitted to himself that he was still not strong enough. Even Draxon's final attack had not been as devastating as he had expected it to be. And that was partly because Draxon had already been weakened before reaching that final moment. If he kept relying only on the strength he already possessed, it would never be enough. That battle had made the truth painfully clear. His current power could carry him only so far. He needed to become stronger, far stronger than he was now. And it was not just his own body that had to grow. The power of the Phoenix also needed to rise to a higher level. At that exact moment, a message arrived from Jason, requesting that the Demon Kings gather for a meeting. The timing was so sudden that it almost felt as if the invitation had been waiting for this very moment. Jason informed him that Draxon had died. Inside, the Demon King quietly smirked, because of course, he already knew the truth better than anyone. But on the surface, he put on a perfect act of surprise. Then Jason revealed something else. Another Demon King had already descended to replace the one who had fallen. That part genuinely caught him off guard. The replacement had happened far too quickly, as if someone above had already prepared for Draxon's death before it even happened. Even so, there was no proof tying him to Draxon's death, and with the tower destroyed along with its hidden secrets, he felt confident enough to attend the meeting without exposing himself. The scene shifted once again, this time to the 13th floor of the Tower of Lies. Several Demon Kings had already gathered there: Draeona the Demon Queen of Bittercold, Jason Kitmundo, the Demon King of Lies, and Uger Belver, the Demon King of Adamant. Draxon's empty place was impossible to ignore, and standing among them now was a new figure, who introduced herself with confidence as Vivian Blunt, Queen of the Blood Moon clan. The Demon King showed almost no interest in her arrival. He merely corrected her about his name in a brief, flat tone before sitting down, leaving Vivian visibly caught off guard by how little attention he gave her. She had expected at least a glance, maybe some sign that her presence had made an impression. Instead, he gave her nothing at all, as if she were not worth even a second look. Remembering the instructions from her superior, Vivian reminded herself that Draxon's fall was suspicious. And among all possible suspects, the intruding Demon King, Vergadalus, was considered the most likely one. She had been ordered to watch him carefully, but now that she had seen his sharp tongue and dismissive attitude for herself, she found him more fascinating than expected. Perhaps she thought that kind of personality might even make him easier to toy with. With that idea in mind, she decided to test him directly. Just as the meeting was about to begin, Vivian rose from her seat and approached him. In a casual tone, She remarked on how interesting the dimension of Eri was, especially with demon kings cooperating in such an unusual way. But her attention quickly narrowed onto him alone. With a playful look in her eyes, she admitted that out of everything in this place, he was the one who interested her the most. She stepped even closer, crossing the space between them with bold confidence, then seated herself right in front of him as if she had every right to invade his space. Vergatalis immediately questioned what she thought she was doing, irritation already clear in his voice. Vivian simply brushed off his sharp reaction, saying she was curious about what kind of demon could shake up the entire realm so badly. Then, with a confident smile, she praised his looks and made a suggestive advance toward him. But Vergatalis did not hesitate for even a moment. He rejected her outright. He pushed her hand away without mercy and answered her with a blunt insult. The coldness of his reaction struck Vivian so hard that, for a second, she could only stare at him. For a brief moment, she could hardly believe what had just happened. As a succubus queen, she was not the kind of woman men casually ignored, much less insulted to her face. And yet this man had done exactly that without the slightest hesitation. Rianne, clearly irritated by the disruption, ordered Vivian Blunt to return to her seat. Her voice was sharp enough to chill the entire room. Vivian remained standing for a moment, surprised by the command, before Rianne continued in a firm, controlled tone. Rianne made it clear that while this gathering was meant to welcome Vivian, there was a far more serious purpose behind it. They needed to uncover the truth behind Draxon's senseless defeat, and everyone present was expected to maintain their dignity accordingly. From the side, Jason watched in quiet astonishment, still trying to process the fact that Lady Rianne herself had come to preside over the meeting. Vivian, however, broke through the tense atmosphere with a mischievous smile. She teased Rianne, hinting that she seemed to share the same interest in a certain man. The remark only made Rianne more frustrated, and she dismissed Vivian's thoughts as shallow and ridiculous. Vivian, completely unbothered, simply declared that she had said enough for the day and finally returned to her seat. Sensing that the meeting needed to be brought back under control, Jason stepped forward and called for everyone to continue. The discussion soon returned to its main topic, the 10-star heroes, the central force leading the current hero expedition. What followed was a steady and almost routine exchange of information, with each demon king reporting what they had gathered on their own. But as the conversation went on, one subject slowly overshadowed everything else, the sudden appearance of a mysterious powerhouse known only as the owner of the Phoenix. The atmosphere in the room grew heavier as different opinions began to clash. Each demon king had their own interpretation of the threat, and their levels of concern varied sharply. Although no single answer satisfied everyone, they eventually reached one shared conclusion. The owner of the Phoenix had to be investigated thoroughly, and Kikmundo would be an essential part of what came next. Amid the discussion, Vergatalis remained silent and reflected inwardly. Since he had infiltrated the hero expedition under the identity of Pale, he was confident that the demons had not been watching him directly. Still, he understood that from this point forward, he would need to be much more careful about revealing anything connected to his true identity. His thoughts briefly drifted to Vivian Blunt, the Inquisitor sent by Archduke Alkin. As if she had sensed his attention from across the room, Vivian smiled playfully and blew him a teasing kiss through the air. Vergatalis gave her no reaction worth mentioning. He simply turned his face away, treating her gesture as something completely beneath his concern. The scene then shifted smoothly to the first floor of Vergatalis's tower, where Keed stood quietly, carefully observing everything around her. Something about the tower felt different. The usual surveillance had clearly weakened. There were no demons visible anywhere nearby, and Princess Hernan was nowhere to be seen. Realizing that this might be the rare chance she had been waiting for, Keed fixed her eyes on the exit and made up her mind to escape. In her mind, crossing that door meant finally reaching freedom. Without hesitating any longer, she broke into a sprint, every step driven by desperate determination. But the instant she reached out and touched the door, a terrifying burst of energy exploded from it without warning. The overwhelming aura slammed into her with brutal force, throwing her backward like a ragdoll and sending her crashing hard onto the floor. The sudden impact left everyone nearby frozen in shock, the air filled with stunned silence after the violent burst. Gordon, however, remained calm, as if this result had been obvious from the beginning. He explained that the tower would reject anyone who had not been granted permission by the Demon King. Even after hearing that warning, Hernan stepped forward and approached the door herself. Gordon quickly cautioned her not to touch it so recklessly, clearly worried about what might happen to her. But to everyone's astonishment, Hernan opened the door with ease, as though the barrier offered her no resistance at all. The unexpected sight left Gordon completely speechless. Even Ernan seemed just as confused, awkwardly admitting that she had only felt like she could open it. Not knowing what else to do, Ernan hesitated in front of the open doorway and then tried to close it again. At that exact moment, the door was pushed open from the other side, and Vergatalis stepped into the room with a faint smirk on his face. His arrival instantly changed the atmosphere. With a teasing edge in his voice, he asked whether Ernan had finally decided to run away. Ernan froze in surprise, startled by his sudden appearance, while Gordon quickly lowered his posture and acknowledged his return. Gordon addressed him respectfully as the Demon King. Vergatalis glanced around the room, calmly taking in the awkward scene before asking what exactly had been going on. The tension remained in the air as his question hung there, marking the start of another shift in events. Inside the Demon King's chamber within Verg's tower, a heavy silence filled the room as Demon King Vergatalis issued his command with cold authority. He ordered Gordon to imprison Princess Kid in the underground dungeon for attempting to escape, and Gordon accepted the order without hesitation. Gordon accepted the command as naturally as if carrying out his master's will were no different from breathing. Yet even while he obeyed without question, one concern still weighed heavily on his mind. After a brief pause, he brought up Princess Ernan, pointing out the strange detail that refused to fit. It simply did not make sense. Only those acknowledged by the Demon King were supposed to be allowed to leave the tower, and yet Ernan had opened the main gate without facing any resistance at all. Vergatalis answered in a calm voice, as if the matter had already been decided long ago. The tower, he explained, had recognized Ernan as one of its own. That revelation struck Gordon hard, and the shock was clear on his face. Meanwhile, Vergatalis turned his attention elsewhere, gazing through the system window as he observed Ernan from a distance. His thoughts grew deeper as he silently considered everything about her current situation. Now that Ernan had formed a contract with a high-ranking spirit, escaping the tower and surviving alone in the harsh Ursus mountain range would not be impossible for her. In fact, with that power at her side, she could have left if she truly wanted to. And yet, even during his long absence, she had stayed. That contradiction stirred his curiosity. The more he thought about it, the more he wondered what Ernan was truly aiming for, and what kind of answer she was quietly keeping hidden beneath her calm expression. The scene shifted to the underground dungeon, where Kid now sat imprisoned inside the cold, unforgiving depths of Vergatalis's tower. The silence around her was heavy, until it was finally broken by Hernan's arrival as she came down to visit her. In a calm but firm voice, Ernan reminded Kid that she had already warned her not to attempt an escape. But Kid looked back at her with suspicion in her eyes. She argued that kindness never came without a reason, insisting that the Demon King must be hiding some kind of scheme. She tried to convince Ernan that she was only being manipulated. Ernan did not answer right away. Instead, she slowly lifted her gaze upward, her eyes settling on a point above them as though she knew perfectly well that someone was watching. What Kid did not know was that Vergatalis truly was observing them through the system window. Then, with quiet certainty in her voice, Ernan stated that she had come to the tower by her own free will. Those words hit Kid like a blow, leaving her briefly unable to speak. Even Vergatalis was caught off guard, because Hernan's gaze had lined up perfectly with his own viewpoint, almost as if she could sense his presence from beyond the window. Then, without trying to hide it anymore, Ernan revealed the truth she had been carrying. She confessed that she had run away because she hated the royal palace, hated the royal family, and even hated her own father. At first, Ernan admitted she really had been kidnapped. But after that, she had made the choice not to return. The honesty in her words struck Kid deeply, leaving her shaken and unsure how to respond. Watching from afar, Vergatalis found himself wondering whether Hernan's words were meant for him as much as they were meant for Kid. As Kid tried to make sense of it all, she recalled Hernan's position within the empire. Among the many princes and princesses of Hilgeron, Ernan alone was known for possessing overwhelming talent. Kid could not understand it. She questioned why someone destined to become the future queen would throw away such a brilliant path, only to become a subordinate of the Demon King. Ernan answered with a faint smile, then revealed a truth far more unsettling than Kid had expected. She explained that the Hilgeron royal family actually had 62 princes and princesses in total, the largest number on the entire continent. And yet, aside from her, not a single one of them was truly known by name. Kid stared at her in confusion, struggling to understand what that could possibly mean. She insisted that the official number of royal children was only 28. Ernan calmly clarified that 28 was merely the number acknowledged in public. The real truth, hidden behind the palace walls, was completely different. If Kid truly wanted to know more, Ernan suggested that she ask the emperor herself once she returned to the empire. The weight of that hidden secret unsettled Kid, making the air between them feel even colder. Kid began to worry that if such a truth were ever exposed, it would stain the honor of the royal family and damage the dignity of the kingdom itself. Ernan only giggled at that concern. With a light teasing tone, she pointed out the irony of a princess who had run away to avoid marriage now worrying about the dignity of royalty. The remark caught Kid completely off guard, and her face flushed with embarrassment as she realized how easily Ernan had turned the conversation back on her. As Ernan turned to leave, she casually added that she had only been joking. Then, in the same relaxed tone, she told Kid they would meet again the next day. Meanwhile, Vergatalis reflected on everything he had just witnessed. This was no ordinary confession. It was a secret known only to the highest ranks of royalty, a hidden truth buried deep within the Hilderon royal family. Without wasting any time, Vergatalis issued another command to Gordon. He ordered him to prepare Ernan, because he intended to leave the tower in search of spirit herbs. Gordon accepted the order immediately, lowering his head without hesitation as he prepared to carry it out. Soon after, the setting shifted again, this time to the vast and unforgiving Ursus mountain range, where jagged terrain stretched endlessly beneath the open sky. There, a water spirit moved eagerly alongside the other spirits, searching for herbs with almost childlike excitement. Ernan followed close behind, trying to keep the water spirit from acting too recklessly, and she noted with a faint hint of amusement that it seemed unusually excited after being outside for so long. Ernan then mentioned almost casually that Vergatalis himself had also been away from the tower rather often lately. But at that very moment, her name was called from nearby. The voice was unmistakable. Vergatalis stood there, and the mere weight of his presence was enough to darken the atmosphere around them. Ernan froze where she stood. Her expression shifted, and a clear sense of unease slowly crept across her face. Without warning, Vergatalis conjured a flame of aura in his hand, the energy flickering with a fierce but controlled intensity. His eyes locked onto Ernan as he demanded to know what she had been hiding from him. The pressure in his voice fell over her like a heavy weight, leaving Ernan momentarily speechless as she struggled to gather her thoughts. Unseen by either of them, a lone observer watched the entire exchange from far away, peering through a telescope from a hidden vantage point. The observer's eyes sharpened as realization struck, finally recognizing the figure standing in the distance. The man standing there in the mountains, radiating both fear and power, was none other than the demon king of the Ursus mountain. Vergatalis's question struck Ernan like a sudden storm. Her composure wavered, and a flicker of anxiety passed across her face as hesitation crept into her voice. It was obvious that she had been shaken, but Vergatalis had no intention of waiting for her to recover. His gaze stayed cold and unblinking, making it clear that there would be no avoiding the question, no stalling, and no escaping his demand for an answer. Before Ernan could fully steady herself, he moved her aside with quiet force and stepped forward. Then Vergatalis raised his hand, gathering a surge of concentrated power in his palm. Vivid purple flames burst from his hand, slicing through the air with terrifying precision. The attack crossed an enormous distance in an instant and struck the man who had been secretly watching him through the telescope. The observer had no time to react. His shock turned into fear the moment he realized that his concealment had been pierced from such an impossible range. But the truth behind the target soon became clear. The one who had been struck was not even his real body, but only a clone. Even so, Vergatalis showed no reaction to the result. His expression remained completely indifferent, as if tricks like that were not worth his concern. To him, it was nothing more than a minor nuisance, a cheap deception that failed to impress him in the slightest. Behind him, Ernan struggled to process what she had just seen. Confusion filled her thoughts as she wondered whether that man could have been a hero. Vergatalis confirmed it without hesitation, admitting that the man's presence had been irritating him for quite some time. As Ernan pieced the situation together, her mind moved quickly. A hero had traveled all the way to the Ursus mountain range under the guise of exploration, relying heavily on stealth and concealment. There was only one person it could be. Ernan identified him as Daphne Filion, a 10-star hero and mercenary famous for intelligence gathering and espionage. His mastery of invisibility and cloning techniques was unmatched, making him one of the most elusive figures in existence. Hearing that name stirred old memories within Vergatalis. Fragments from his previous life surfaced in his mind, along with a sudden realization. Much of the information about him had once been exposed because of that very individual. Although Vergatalis had known of Daphne Filion before, this was the first time he had encountered him from such a close distance. Ernan then turned her attention toward the tower, concern showing in her voice as she asked whether it would remain safe. Vergatalis calmly dismissed her worries, assuring her there was nothing to fear. At that moment, the scene shifted to Verg's tower, hidden deep within the Ursus Mountains. Inside the mountain range, that same hero continued his search, confirming the existence of multiple clones as he tried to uncover the truth. He speculated that if a demon king was present, then a tower must be hidden somewhere nearby. But no matter how carefully he searched, he found nothing, no trace, no sign, and nothing that could confirm his suspicions. At the same time, a notification appeared in front of Vergatalis through his system window. The ability called Monarch Ghost Remote Control had activated, wrapping the entire tower in invisibility and hiding it from outside eyes. But that concealment came with a painful price. Every passing second consumed 10 demon power points, draining his reserves without pause. Vergatalis watched the system display with quiet focus, calmly acknowledging that the ability had begun working. The instant he sensed the threat, he had already moved to protect the tower. It was a useful power, especially against heroes, but the cost was anything but light. As the numbers continued to tick downward, 65,120, then 65,110, then 65,100, Vergatalis silently calculated how long he could maintain the concealment. For now, the tower remained completely hidden, safe from discovery as long as his demon power did not run dry. With the immediate danger dealt with, Vergatalis turned his attention back to Ernan. His tone grew sharper as he ordered her to continue where she had left off, making it clear that this time, she would tell him everything she had been hiding. There was no room left for refusal. If Ernan chose to stay silent, he would never allow her near the tower again. She lowered her head, falling into a tense silence as she gathered her thoughts. After a moment, she seemed to make up her mind. Slowly, Ernan began to speak, bringing up a term that carried a heavy, unsettling weight, the child of the world tree. She looked at Vergatalis carefully and asked whether he knew about that kind of magic. Meanwhile, inside the tower, the guards continued watching the intruder without letting their focus waver for even a moment. They quickly reported that the hero had appeared from the mountains without using stealth this time. That detail made one thing clear. The figure they were watching was most likely another clone. Vergatalis acknowledged their work with calm approval and ordered them to find every remaining clone. He made it clear that their movements had to be tracked without missing even a single trace. As his orders were carried out, the system continued updating in front of him, and his demon power kept draining second by second. At the same time, Hernan's voice became steadier as she continued her explanation. The kingdom of Hildron had once stood as a powerful empire, a nation strong enough to command fear and respect. But after long years of war, that glory had been worn down, leaving it as nothing more than a shadow of what it used to be. Her father, the king, was desperate to restore that lost greatness. But in his eyes, armies alone were not enough to reclaim the empire's former power. What he wanted instead was something far more decisive. A single genius mage with enough overwhelming talent to dominate an entire battlefield by themselves. But a person like that could not simply be found by chance, and no ordinary training method could create one from nothing. Vergatalis began to understand where Hernan's story was heading, and she soon confirmed his suspicion. The child of the world tree was the answer, a forbidden form of magic. It was magic capable of creating humans. The weight of that revelation settled heavily between them. Ernan explained that from the earliest stages of life, enormous amounts of mana were forcibly poured into developing bodies. The process was cruel beyond imagination, and the chance of success was terrifyingly low. Most of those lives ended before they could even be born. Others survived only for a short time, their bodies twisted or unable to endure the pressure forced into them. Only the rare successes, the true prodigies, were ever brought before the world and celebrated. Vergatalis questioned how any body could possibly endure such a process. Ernan confirmed his concern without looking away. Countless lives had been sacrificed, and the truth behind those geniuses was soaked in blood. Before the weight of her words could settle any deeper, something suddenly shifted behind her. Vergatalis's attention snapped toward the disturbance immediately. A grotesque creature had appeared, a one-eyed, octopus-like demon drawn in by the demonic energy he had released earlier. Its presence alone carried a dangerous pressure, marking it clearly as a superior-ranked monster. Without hesitation, Vergatalis gathered mana again, condensing destructive force into the center of his palm. In a firm voice, he ordered Ernan to step aside, addressing her directly as the princess. But Ernan did not move away. Instead, she raised her hand and summoned her water spirit before him. Her expression hardened with resolve as she prepared to fight. And in that moment, she revealed the truth about herself. She was one of the successful results of that forbidden magic, a being created to become an overwhelming genius. As Hernan's words faded, the demon formed a glowing red mana circle, its energy twisting violently as it prepared to launch its attack. The air trembled under the pressure of that incoming strike. Ernan reacted without the slightest delay. Through her spirit, she gathered the surrounding water and compressed it tightly, shaping it into a sharp spear that gleamed like ice. With flawless precision, Ernan sent the spear flying forward. The attack cut through the demon with terrifying ease. It pierced straight through the monster's body and erased its life in a single clean strike. Silence followed the impact. Vergadalus watched the result without saying a word, but the meaning was impossible to ignore. A human had just eliminated a superior-ranked monster in an instant. That single attack proved exactly why the king was so obsessed with his ambition. Yet Ernan showed no pride in her strength. Instead, her face darkened as guilt pressed heavily down on her. She described her power as something tainted, a strength born from sacrifice, suffering, and lives that had never been allowed to reach the world. Vergadalus, however, pointed out the contradiction in her words. With that kind of power, and with her standing so close to inheriting the throne, her claim that she did not want to return to the kingdom sounded almost impossible to believe. He questioned her sincerity directly. Frustration flared in Hernan's eyes as she insisted that she was telling the truth. Her voice rose with urgency, and she demanded that Vergadalus take her with him, just as he had once done with Hillen using a magical artifact. But Vergadalus rejected the idea immediately. The Armani orb, he explained, could not endure the mana of spirits. If it were used on someone like her, it would shatter instantly and become useless. Then he raised his hand again, directing his pressure toward her as he demanded that she reveal her true purpose. His warning carried a dangerous weight. If she tried to deceive him again, he would show her what it truly meant to stand before the Demon King. Those words pushed Ernan to her breaking point. In one sudden motion, Ernan grabbed his hand and pressed it firmly against her chest. Her voice rang out with frustration and desperation as she insisted that she had been telling him the truth from the very beginning. Caught completely off guard, Vergadalus demanded that she let go of him, confusion flickering across his face. But Ernan refused to release his hand. She told him to listen, to feel the beating of her heart. At first, he resisted the strange request. But then, something inside the moment began to change. Through Ernan, Vergadalus started to sense something deeper than ordinary touch or sound. It was as if a phoenix stirred within her, allowing him to feel the very rhythm of her existence. Her heartbeat was no longer just a physical sound. It carried emotion with every pulse. Shame, heavy and raw. Anger followed, then disappointment, each feeling flowing into him with a clarity that could not be mistaken or denied. Though her face was flushed with embarrassment, Ernan explained that this was a method of communication used by spirits. Through pure mana, one could perceive delicate waves and understand the true feelings hidden inside another person. She insisted once more that every word she had spoken was true. This time, Vergadalus could not deny it. What he had felt through her heart matched her words perfectly. Then Ernan revealed something even more personal. From the moment she first saw him, she had sensed something different about him, something unlike anyone else she had ever met. That difference had given her hope. Her voice trembled slightly as she admitted that she needed his help, while Vergadalus struggled to understand what she truly meant. Confusion and disbelief mixed inside him as he stared at her. And then Ernan finally said it. With unwavering determination, she declared her true intention. Hernan's true goal was to bring down Hilgeron itself. The moment those words left her mouth, they struck the air like a thunderclap, heavy enough to leave everything around them frozen. Vergadalus stood there in stunned silence, unable to fully accept what he had just heard. Even as he stared at Ernan, disbelief lingered in his mind. And yet, the truth he had felt through the rhythm of her heart made it impossible for him to simply dismiss her words. After listening closely to everything Ernan had revealed, Vergadalus finally allowed his guard to lower. The sharp tension in his expression faded, and for the first time, he chose to accept her sincerity. Ernan seemed deeply relieved by his decision. She offered him a quiet word of gratitude, her cheeks turning faintly red from embarrassment. For just a moment, a subtle warmth passed between them, gentle but impossible to miss. Watching the two of them from the side, Neruniel's curiosity quickly turned into playful mischief. A teasing smile spread across her face as she began poking at the atmosphere, wondering aloud how they had grown so close without her noticing. She jokingly accused Ernan of acting innocent while clearly hiding something more. Vergatalis was caught off guard by how boldly she said it, leaving him briefly speechless. Ernan, on the other hand, became visibly flustered and hurried to explain that it was nothing strange, only the way spirits communicated. But Neruniel did not look convinced at all. With a light laugh, she continued teasing Ernan, hinting that this so-called communication seemed far more intimate than ordinary words. Clearly entertained, Neruniel stretched the teasing for as long as she could before the mood finally settled again. Vergatalis calmly acknowledged Hernan's sincerity, then his tone grew firm as he suggested they continue discussing Hildron once they returned to the tower. Ernan nodded right away, agreeing without the slightest hesitation. But before they moved on, Vergatalis issued another order. This time, his focus shifted completely to strategy, and he commanded Ernan to use the spirits to locate Daphne Fillion's real body. Capturing Daphne had now become a priority. As that decision settled, the scene shifted, and the atmosphere changed completely. A frozen mountain landscape came into view, buried beneath thick layers of falling snow. In the biting cold, Daphne Fillion, the hero, stood deep in thought, his mind focused on the unique cloning magic that defined his strength. It was a powerful ability, one that allowed him to create several clones at the same time while sharing a portion of his own strength with each of them. The weakness, however, was clear. The more clones he created, the weaker each individual clone became. Even so, the advantage was undeniable because it allowed him to search an enormous region all at once. Holding his map in hand, Daphne carefully analyzed the situation before him. A Demon King's tower should have been at least 50 meters tall, the kind of structure that should be impossible to overlook in open terrain. And yet, even after scanning the entire region, he still found no sign of it anywhere. He recalled the information he had previously received from Lord Wharton Kolo and Lord Hillen Cargill. Using the data they had provided, he had calculated the route and timing of the hero expedition with an impressive 93% accuracy. Everything he had gathered pointed toward the same conclusion. The tower had to be somewhere nearby. And yet, no matter where he looked, there was nothing. No trace, no sign, only the quiet, snow-covered mountains stretching around him, making the situation feel even more unsettling. His instincts kept telling him he was close. But the evidence refused to match his certainty. Then, without warning, his map released a sharp alarm, and in that instant, Daphne realized something was terribly wrong. His clones were being attacked. Those clones, which were capable of evading even high-level monsters, were being destroyed at a terrifying speed. One after another, they disappeared from his awareness. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vergatalis's demons moved with ruthless efficiency. They swept through the surrounding area like hunters, tracking down and eliminating every clone they found. When they returned, they reported their success without hesitation, even remarking that the so-called 10-star hero did not seem especially impressive. Hearing that, Vergatalis allowed a satisfied smile to appear. Without wasting even a moment, he gave a clear order to destroy every remaining target. The demons accepted instantly and resumed their assault, while Vergatalis began calculating his next move with confidence. He still had enough points left. If he could eliminate all of Daphne's clones and capture the real body, he could turn the hero into his subordinate. And if that happened, the entire continent would eventually fall under his control, bending completely to his will. Everything seemed to be moving in his favor, until the situation suddenly took a dangerous turn. A system window appeared before him, and Gordon's voice cut sharply through his thoughts with urgent news. Vergatalis immediately turned his attention to the report, only to learn that something had gone wrong with the tower itself. Gordon explained that the Monarch Ghost was behaving abnormally. Its energy had heated to a dangerous level, as if it might explode at any moment. At the same time, a system notification flashed in front of Vergatalis. The tower was beginning to overload from the prolonged use of invisibility. Worse than that, the cost of maintaining the concealment had suddenly skyrocketed. It was now consuming 100 points every second, while the remaining demonic energy had dropped to only 49,910. For the first time, Vergatalis felt truly shaken as he instantly understood how severe the situation had become. At this rate, they had less than 10 minutes before everything failed. If Daphne was not captured within that short window, the tower's location would be exposed, and the hero expedition would begin. As the pressure mounted, Gordon delivered another critical update. Outside the tower, countless clones had already surrounded the area from every direction. At the same time, Daphne continued scanning the environment, his confusion growing stronger by the second. He still could not locate the tower, but his instincts refused to back down. He was certain it was there, hidden somewhere just beyond his reach. After investing so much mana into the search, Daphne made a firm decision. He would find it, no matter what it cost him. Back inside the tower, Vergatalis wasted no time. He immediately contacted Krudu, his voice sharp with urgency. There was no room for delay. He ordered Krudu to prevent any more clones from approaching and to search every inch of the surrounding area without exception. Krudu acknowledged the command instantly, accepting the order without the slightest hesitation. Without pausing, Vergatalis turned back to Gordon and demanded precise information. He wanted the locations of every destroyed clone, especially those created by Daphne's magic. As the information was processed, a pattern slowly began to appear. Vergatalis studied it closely, his mind racing as he realized the clones could not move too far away from the original body. That meant the points where the clones were destroyed would naturally form a cluster around their source. With that realization, Vergatalis reached a clear conclusion. Daphne's real body had to be at the center of that pattern. Elsewhere, Daphne suddenly sensed something unusual, a presence so overwhelming and unmistakable that his body reacted before his thoughts could fully catch up. It was the Demon King himself. That presence confirmed everything. The tower was nearby, and his calculations had been correct from the very beginning. Realizing this, Daphne prepared to withdraw and report what he had discovered. But before he could make his move, the situation changed again. Neruniel found him first. Without hesitation, she formed a mana circle, her expression filled with certainty as she confirmed that she had located the real body. The moment shifted in an instant. Sensing the danger closing in, Daphne turned sharply and tried to escape. Neruniel noticed his movement immediately and relayed the information to Vergatalis and Ernan without delay. The hero was running. Vergatalis reacted at once, demanding his exact location without wasting a single breath. Ernan responded immediately, confirming the precise position to Lady Neruniel. Together, they transmitted the coordinates straight to Vergatalis, leaving no room for the target to slip away. And in the very next moment, Vergatalis appeared directly in front of the fleeing hero, cutting off Daphne's path before he could escape. Vergatalis activated the power of the Phoenix, and his presence surged with overwhelming force. In an instant, the surrounding air grew heavy, filled with a pressure powerful enough to dominate the entire area. Flames of terrifying intensity coiled around Vergatalis like a living cloak, wrapping his entire body in heat and light as his already overwhelming aura swelled even further. Standing directly before Daphne Philin, Vergatalis met his gaze without the slightest flicker of hesitation. In a calm, steady voice, he confirmed who he was and placed a single choice in front of him. If Daphne wanted to survive, obedience was the only path left. There was no space left for bargaining, no clever escape through words. Daphne stood frozen in place, his mind flooded with shock, confusion, and disbelief all crashing over him at once. He recognized the Demon King in front of him almost immediately, but that alone was not what truly shook him. What made his blood run cold was the impossible sight of the Phoenix standing with him. Daphne's thoughts began spinning wildly. According to everything he knew, the Phoenix's master should have been Pharaoh, someone deeply connected to Lord Hillencargill. That single fact alone was enough to tear apart everything he thought he understood. Then, little by little, a far more disturbing possibility crept into his mind. What if Pharaoh and the Demon King were actually the same person? And if that was true, then Hillencargill was not a loyal ally of the kingdom at all, but someone serving beneath the Demon King. That thought only dragged Daphne deeper into confusion. He clearly remembered that the being he had encountered earlier was a spirit, yet that made the situation even more impossible. Spirits were never supposed to bow to a Demon King. The very idea went against everything he believed to be true. And yet, the proof was standing right in front of his eyes. As his mind spiraled further and further, suspicion hardened into certainty. Daphne became convinced that even the princess had been pulled into this somehow, standing alongside Hillencargill and working with the Demon King instead of resisting him. But rather than letting fear swallow him, Daphne's mind suddenly moved in another direction. He saw a chance. If everything he had uncovered was real, then exposing a scandal this enormous could overturn the entire situation and secure him a future filled with power, comfort, and wealth beyond imagination. In that instant, his plan changed completely. First, he had to escape. After that, he could use this information to his advantage. Driven by that desperate calculation, Daphne turned and tried to flee again. But before he could put any real distance between them, Vergatalis appeared right in front of him once more, blocking his path as if escape had never been possible. Vergatalis's presence pressed down on him like an invisible weight, heavy enough to steal the breath from his chest. His cold, piercing stare made one thing painfully clear: there would be no second chance. The offer had already been given, and it would not be repeated. In that moment, the gap between them became impossible to ignore. Daphne, a 10-star hero, could only stand there in stunned silence. The truth before him could no longer be denied. This was the power of a demon king who had not even held his throne for a full year. As that realization sank in, regret began crawling into Daphne's heart. He cursed every choice that had brought him here. Why had he accepted this mission in the first place? Whether it had been for money, pride, or reputation no longer mattered. If only he had known the truth from the beginning. If Daphne had understood just how terrifying his opponent truly was, he would have fled as far away as possible without a moment's hesitation. But now, with Vergatalis standing before him, it was already far too late. Before Daphne could make another move, Vergatalis unleashed a devastating explosion. The force erupted across the battlefield, shaking the ground and ripping through everything in its path. As the clash reached its final peak, Daphne forced out one last desperate move. He summoned a mana bird and sent a message toward the king of Hilgeron, using the last moment he had left before everything around him was swallowed by the blast. Then, the scene shifted elsewhere. Inside the grand palace of Hilgeron, a messenger rushed into the king's presence and bowed deeply before him. With urgency in his voice, he reported that a letter from Daphne Philin had just arrived at the kingdom's intelligence department. The king's eyes immediately sharpened with interest, filled with confidence in his trusted hero. The king assumed at once that the tower's location had finally been found. The messenger confirmed that the exact coordinates had been delivered, and a satisfied smile slowly spread across the king's face. Inwardly, he praised Daphne once again, acknowledging that the man had never failed to complete his duty. But then the messenger hesitated. That brief pause alone was enough to change the air in the room. The king's smile faded, his expression turned hard, and he demanded to know what else had happened. With clear concern on his face, the messenger continued. The mana bird that had carried Daphne's message suddenly burst into black flames, and vanished the very moment its task was complete. The king's body trembled as he instantly understood the meaning behind it. The messenger confirmed his fear in a heavy voice. The sudden destruction of the mana bird could only point to one conclusion. Daphne's real body had been killed by the Demon King in exactly the same way. The moment that truth landed, rage erupted inside the king. His fists clenched tightly as fury consumed his entire expression. Losing a hero as powerful and valuable as Daphne was not something the king had ever expected. Only then did he realize just how badly he had underestimated this new Demon King. Without wasting even a second, the king began issuing orders. The Hero Guild was to be contacted immediately, and a general summoning of every 10-star hero was to begin at once. His voice burned with rage as he declared that this time, he would kill the Demon King himself and bring back his princess. Back on the battlefield, silence returned for only a brief moment before another explosion violently tore it apart. A massive blast erupted with overwhelming force, powerful enough to drive even Vergatalis down onto his knees. The ground beneath him cracked as he collapsed, briefly overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of the power he had released. Even with the Phoenix's strength fused with his own, the force had gone far beyond what he expected. At the same time, exhaustion slammed into his body much harder than he had anticipated, weighing him down as if chains had wrapped around his limbs. Before he could steady himself, Ernan rushed toward him. She caught him in her arms and supported his weakened body, concern clearly written across her face, as she called out to him as the Demon King. Ernan quickly checked his condition, her voice tense yet controlled as she tried not to panic. As Vergatalis slowly regained his focus, his attention shifted toward her instead. He noticed the heat radiating from her knees right away. They were burning from the strain she had taken on. When he pointed it out, Ernan answered with a small, awkward smile. She explained that water spirits specialized in recovery, gently suggesting that she could handle the injury on her own. But beneath her calm words, it was clear she was forcing herself to endure. Ernan reminded herself that she could not show weakness here. The thought that nearby orcs might be watching lingered in her mind, pushing her to keep her composure no matter how much pain she felt. Understanding why she was holding herself together, Vergatalis chose not to press her any further. Ernan then decided to take a brief rest, finally allowing herself a moment to recover. Vergatalis agreed without hesitation, calmly reassuring her that everything was under control. For a short while, the battlefield's chaos settled into a rare quiet. But far away from that place, another storm was already beginning to rise. Elsewhere, Jason stood with a newspaper in his hands. Across the front page, a bold headline declared that dozens of succubi had invaded, followed by a loud call to hunt down demon kings. As Jason read the words, anger flickered across his face. His fingers tightened around the paper, trembling with frustration, until he suddenly ripped the newspaper apart. Yet even through his anger, a faint smile appeared as he turned toward Vivian. In a calm but cold tone, he reminded her that he had clearly ordered her not to send her subordinates outside the tower. They were supposed to keep a low profile and avoid drawing attention. Vivian, however, simply leaned back and sipped her wine without the slightest trace of concern. Then she straightened a little, her gaze sharpening as she asserted her authority, making it clear that she was not someone who obeyed just because someone gave her an order. Calling herself Queen Luna, Vivian emphasized that she was the one who gave commands, not the one who received them. With a faint edge in her voice, she asked whether Jason had truly summoned her over something so insignificant. Jason answered immediately, his frustration plain on his face. He explained that her careless behavior had already increased human surveillance, which was exactly what he had been trying to avoid from the start. But Vivian brushed off his concern with effortless indifference, treating his warning as nothing more than needless worry. To Vivian, heroes were nothing but prey, beings that existed for demon kings to hunt. In her eyes, the fact that her subordinates had run into a hero inside the palace was nothing more than simple bad luck. Jason went silent for a moment, clearly stunned by her attitude. That confusion quickly turned into disappointment as he pressed a hand against his forehead and muttered, wondering why the Archduke would assign someone so reckless and ruled by impulse. That single comment immediately struck Vivian's pride. Vivian's expression hardened in an instant. Unable to tolerate being reduced to something so crude, she climbed straight onto the table, her presence flaring as she demanded to be addressed by her proper title. With fierce pride, she declared that she was the succubus queen, far beyond any shallow insult, and that her identity was something to be respected. Jason, however, seemed more amused than intimidated by her reaction. A quiet chuckle slipped out of him before he shifted the conversation in a completely different direction. His tone grew more serious as he pointed out that this dimension was already inhabited. Then he asked Vivian to think carefully about how many heroes might exist in a world like this. Vivian answered with complete confidence, speaking from her own past experience. In the dimension she had conquered before, there had only been around 10 heroes. Even in a place like Erin, a land famous for producing many heroes, Vivian estimated there would only be around 50 at most. From her point of view, numbers like that were nowhere near enough to justify the caution Jason was showing. Hearing that answer, Jason released a quiet sigh, his face showing a mix of disbelief and disappointment. From the look in his eyes, it was obvious to him now, the Archduke had never told Vivian what this dimension was truly like. There was a heavy meaning behind Jason's words, as if he understood that if Vivian had known the truth from the beginning, she never would have stepped into this dimension so confidently. Vivian's proud expression faltered slightly, confusion slipping through her face, and that was when Jason finally revealed the real number. The heroes currently registered with the Hero Guild were not 50. There were 4,732 of them. The moment those words landed, the air seemed to freeze. Vivian forced a strained smile onto her face, her fingers brushing nervously through her hair as she tried to keep herself composed. She asked if Jason was joking, insisting that there had to be some kind of limit. The idea that one single dimension could hold that many heroes was simply too absurd for her to accept. But Jason only answered her with a knowing smirk, completely unmoved by her disbelief. In a calm voice, he explained that if such limits really existed, then the previous demon kings would have conquered this world a long time ago. This was not some strange exception. This was simply how this dimension worked. In this world, running into heroes was not some rare accident. It was something that happened every day. As Vivian took that in, the confidence she had been wearing so proudly began to crack, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on her skin as her body gave a faint tremble. She tried to reject it, clinging desperately to the promise the Archduke had once given her. Her mind drifted back to that moment, to the voice that had spoken to her with certainty, calling her Vivian Blunt, the demon king who had conquered the Luna dimension, and the queen of the Luna race. According to that promise, someone like her should have been more than capable of conquering Erin as well. She had even been promised the position of the next Archduke if she succeeded. She had been entrusted with watching over Vergatalis and warned not to disappoint him. But as that memory faded, the harsh reality in front of her came rushing back. Jason, still wearing that faint, irritating smirk, revealed that he already knew everything. He knew about the promise made to her, about her ambitions, and even about the secret order she had received to monitor Vergatalis. Vivian's eyes widened in shock. She could not understand how Jason had learned such private information. Jason confirmed it without hesitation, explaining in the same calm tone that this was a method he often used himself, treating people as disposable informants whenever it served his purpose. Before Vivian could even respond, his power activated. In the next instant, Vivian was slammed violently into the ground. The impact knocked the air from her lungs, leaving her stunned and breathless as she struggled to process what had just happened. Vivian stared up at him in disbelief, unable to accept that she had just been called disposable. Jason's expression, however, had turned completely cold, his sharp gaze looking down at her without a trace of mercy. He made it brutally clear that she had already been abandoned, mocking her as a foolish queen who still did not understand her own position. From this moment forward, he told her, she was not to think for herself at all. With judgment as limited as hers, independent decisions would only lead to failure. What Jason demanded from Vivian was not opinion, pride, or argument. It was absolute obedience, unquestioning compliance, and complete submission to his commands. Overwhelmed by fear, Vivian's body trembled where she lay. With no other choice left, she lowered herself and yielded, her voice shaking as she confirmed that she understood. As though nothing unusual had happened at all, Jason calmly returned to the newspaper in his hands. His eyes moved across the headlines one by one, taking in the weight of everything unfolding outside the tower. The report covered the death of the legendary 10-star hero Daphne Fillon. In the very same article, it also announced that Wharton Kolo had been chosen as the newest 10-star hero. Then another major revelation appeared. The location of Urgrist Tower had finally been exposed to the world. But the next piece of information carried even greater weight. The Demon King of Urgrist had been given a new title, the Demon King of Flames. At the same time, the Hero Guild had officially declared that it would provide no support to anyone attempting to conquer the tower. With Daphne's death spreading across the continent, fear was moving just as quickly, casting a heavy shadow over nobles, heroes, and kingdoms alike. As Jason read through the report, a quiet realization settled over him. The entire world seemed to be trembling. This was not the outcome Jason had wanted. Even so, he pushed Vivian aside in his mind as a minor concern, someone he believed could be controlled without much effort. But his expression soon grew serious as his thoughts turned toward the real problem, Vergatalis, the arrogant black flame dragon. At first, Jason had planned to let things continue for a while longer. But now the situation had changed too much, and with no better option remaining, he reached a firm conclusion. Vergatalis would have to be eliminated. The scene shifted again, this time returning to Urgrist Tower, on the 4th floor inside Hernan's home. The atmosphere there was completely different from the chaos spreading elsewhere. It was calm, quiet, and almost peaceful. Hernan moved gently through the room as she prepared food, her hands steady and her posture composed. Nearby, Vergatalis lay on a bed, his injured body still recovering from the battle. In his red-haired form, he looked far weaker than before, drained by the power he had used. Slowly, his eyes began to open, and he stirred in a haze of exhaustion. Vergatalis's thoughts were scattered as consciousness gradually returned to him. His vision was still blurry, his limbs felt heavy, and for a moment, he could not fully understand where he was. After the violence of the battlefield, the quiet around him felt almost unfamiliar. Nearby, Hernan continued cooking as if nothing had happened, her movements calm and unhurried. When she noticed him beginning to wake, she turned toward him with a warm, reassuring smile. In an easy, casual tone, Hernan told him that the soup was ready and that he could eat whenever he felt strong enough. Her calmness brought an ordinary warmth to the room, standing in sharp contrast to the life-or-death battle he had just survived. Still trying to gather his senses, Vergatalis pushed himself up slightly and swept his gaze around the room. Then, all at once, realization struck him, and shock spread across his face. He was inside his own tower. The fact felt almost unreal after everything that had happened. Meanwhile, Hernan kept smiling and lightly commented on how well the place was decorated, as if they were having nothing more than a simple, everyday conversation. Struggling to sit up properly, Vergatalis asked how much time had passed and demanded to know how they had managed to return without anyone discovering them. Hernan answered calmly, reassuring him that there was no need to worry. No one had noticed their return. She explained that she had taken advantage of Gordon's brief absence and quietly slipped in through a window on the 5th floor. Then, making it even more surprising, she added that not even 10 minutes had passed since they entered the tower. Hearing this, Vergatalis let out a quiet breath and acknowledged her work, telling her that she had done well. Hernan gave a soft, pleased chuckle in response, clearly happy to receive his approval. But as Vergatalis adjusted his body, something began to feel strange. His expression shifted as he checked his condition more carefully. This was not normal. His body should have been drained to the verge of collapse, yet instead, it was filled with energy, as though his strength had been restored far beyond what should have been possible. Narrowing his eyes, Vergatalis questioned Ernan, asking if she had done something to him. Before she could answer, another presence stepped in. The water spirit spoke in a calm, slightly amused voice, explaining that the answer was simple. It had shared its mana with him. Vergatalis was momentarily taken aback. A spirit restoring a demon king directly with its own mana was not something he had expected. The water spirit continued, explaining that this had become possible because of the change inside Vergatalis. After absorbing Lena, a spiritual beast, his body had evolved. He could now absorb and process mana in a way that ignored ordinary limits. Even to the spirit, this was completely unprecedented. Because of that transformation, Vergatalis had also gained the ability to use the spirit's unique method of communication. Privately, however, the water spirit was nowhere near as composed as it sounded. It smirked to itself at first, only for its thoughts to suddenly spiral into panic. What once required only a simple touch, like placing a hand against his chest, might now require something far more intimate. A full embrace, for example. The thought alone was enough to throw the spirit into silent chaos as it wondered how it would handle such a situation. Unaware of the spirit's inner turmoil, Vergatalis rose to his feet and regained his composure. Turning toward Ernan, Vergatalis's tone became firm once again. He declared that what had happened between them would remain a secret. A demon king could not afford to show weakness, and information like this could never be allowed to spread. Ernan nodded in understanding, but then added with a playful glint in her eyes that she had one condition. Vergatalis paused and asked what she wanted. With a soft, teasing chuckle, she replied that the next time something like this happened, he would have to grant one of her wishes. Vergatalis narrowed his gaze slightly, asking what kind of wish she had in mind. In the end, he agreed as long as it was not anything troublesome. Ernan simply smiled again, clearly satisfied with his answer. Just as that brief moment of calm settled between them, a message suddenly arrived. Gordon's voice echoed out with clear urgency as he addressed Vergatalis. The situation was serious. Vergatalis instantly became alert and demanded to know what had happened. Gordon wasted no time explaining. The kingdom of Hildron had discovered the location of their tower and was preparing to reactivate the hero expedition. The report had been submitted by Hill and Cargill. In an instant, tension filled the room. Hernan's expression turned serious as she remembered Daphne Fillin's final move. Before dying, he had still managed to reveal the location of Urger's tower. A drop of sweat rolled down Vergatalis's face as the realization sank in. In this world, communication methods were limited. There was no advanced magic like in the demon realm. At most, people relied on messenger birds. Vergatalis had attacked Daphne in a way meant to eliminate even that possibility. And yet, somehow, the information had already been sent before their encounter ended. That could only mean one thing: Daphne had failed to report one critical detail. He had not reported that Vergatalis was the one who possessed the Phoenix's power. It was a small relief, one narrow advantage inside an otherwise disastrous situation. Then Gordon continued in a heavy tone, explaining that this hero expedition would be nothing like the previous ones. Every 10-star hero would be gathered. It would become the largest operation ever carried out against them, and the preparations were expected to take at least 6 months. 6 months. Vergatalis's eyes locked onto those words as the full weight of that deadline settled over him. The tower's whereabouts were no longer a secret. Now that several 10-star heroes knew where to find him, cheap tricks and battlefield gimmicks would never be enough. Causing avalanches, baiting monsters, setting traps in the snow. All of it would be useless against enemies of that level. Soon, hundreds of heroes would come marching toward the tower, fully armed, fully informed, and ready for every possibility. There would be no space for a single mistake. And that crushing future was only 6 months away. If things continued like this, he could lose again. He could be dragged down, humiliated before everyone, and killed all over again. The thought alone sent a violent wave of anxiety surging through his body. His mind began spinning in panic, desperately clawing for even the smallest solution. As the pressure built, sweat rolled down his face in thick drops. Ernan noticed his trembling state, stepped closer without a word, and gently wrapped her hand around his. Her voice stayed calm and steady, cutting through his panic as she told him there was still a way. There was a method that could stop the expedition from happening, but only if the right person was strong enough to carry it out. That person would have to be a true subordinate of the Demon King, a dark spiritist. The moment Vergatalis heard those words, something inside him seemed to settle. His hair, which had changed from his panic, slowly darkened back to black. As the black color returned, a quiet chuckle slipped from his mouth. The title itself sounded almost absurd, yet for some reason, every time he heard it, it steadied him. The tight knot in his chest loosened just a little. After regaining control of himself, Vergatalis admitted he had made everyone worry for nothing and declared that they would begin preparing countermeasures at once. The meeting began immediately, and deep inside, Vergatalis's resolve hardened like iron. He would not fall a second time. He would not be crushed again by the same heroes who had once used him, betrayed him and killed him, not before he made them pay. Then Ernan finally revealed the method that could stop the Hilgeron hero expedition. To change the flow of events, they would have to kidnap his younger sister, Alina. Vergatalis went completely still. For a moment, he could only stare at her, caught off guard by how unexpected and dangerous her suggestion sounded. Ernan tightened her grip around Vergatalis's hand, her expression turning urgent. She insisted that if they truly wanted to stop the hero's journey from spiraling further out of control, then they had to save Alina before anything worse happened. The instant Vergatalis heard that name, he understood exactly who Ernan meant. Alina was the 13th princess of Hilgeron, the very princess who, in the original course of events, had been destined to be kidnapped. Ernan then quietly revealed the truth. Alina was her younger sister. The two of them had different mothers, but despite that, their bond had always been much deeper and warmer than ordinary royal siblings. Ernan explained that after she saw the newspaper report claiming Alina had been kidnapped by the demon king of absolute hardness, she could not stop worrying. From that moment on, concern for her sister's safety had haunted her every single day. Vergatalis found Hernan's deep concern a little strange. Looking at her with a composed expression, he reminded her that other demon kings were not like him. Most of them would never treat a hostage gently or keep them safe just because it was convenient. But Ernan immediately began explaining why she was so desperate. She spoke of the special magic tied to the World Tree's child, the same mysterious power that could forcefully raise mana sensitivity far beyond normal limits. Alina had inherited that very ability. Unlike Ernan, however, Alina's mana sensitivity had already exceeded the safe range from the moment she was born. Because of that, her body had grown shockingly fragile. Even staying outside for too long could put her life in danger. And because her condition was so unstable, properly learning magic had always been impossible for her. Even then, Ernan refused to abandon hope. She believed that if Alina were brought into Vergatalis's tower, where the mana density was extremely low, her body might gradually begin to recover. If Alina could learn to control her mana in that environment, Ernan believed she could one day become someone extraordinary. She said it with complete confidence, without the slightest tremble in her voice. Hearing that, Vergatalis fell silent and began thinking carefully. Someone with a power similar to Hernan's would definitely become useful in the future. Still, Vergatalis calmly pointed out that rescuing kidnapped princesses was supposed to be a hero's job, not a demon king's. Ernan simply smiled and answered as if it were obvious. They could just make the heroes handle the rescue themselves. The casual way she spoke, as though moving other people around was perfectly natural, made Vergatalis realize once again that Ernan still carried the instincts of royalty. She proudly crossed her arms and reminded him that, after all, she was still a princess. At the same time, Vergatalis understood that they no longer had the luxury of debating every detail. Heroes from multiple regions had already begun gathering, and the entire situation was moving far too quickly. Without wasting another second, he ordered Gordon to contact Hillen Cargill and arrange a hero's journey to rescue the 13th princess of Hilgeron. Gordon accepted the command at first without complaint, but a heartbeat later, the meaning of those words finally sank in. Somehow, another princess rescue mission had been thrown onto their already overflowing list of problems. Before Gordon could even properly react, the decision had already been made and the conversation was over. From there, the focus shifted to the Tower of Absolute Hardness, deep inside the private chamber of the ruler who controlled it. Vergatalis arrived there with Gordon at his side, and the demon king of Absolute Hardness, Uger, was already waiting for them. Uger had apparently heard the rumors that yet another hero's journey was being prepared to invade Vergatalis's tower. Because of that, Uger naturally assumed Vergatalis had come crawling to him this time, hoping to ask for help against the incoming heroes. But before anything could move forward, Uger openly questioned why he should help someone who had once dared to insult the standards of the Titans. Vergatalis answered not with fear, but with action. He slowly spread his wings and lifted himself slightly into the air, looking down at Uger with a calm, fearless gaze. Then he declared that he had not come to ask for help at all. Instead, he had come to help Uger. Those words struck Uger so unexpectedly that he froze, unable to understand what Vergatalis was really saying. Vergatalis then revealed, in the same steady tone, that a hero's journey was already being prepared to target the Tower of Absolute Hardness. The moment Yuger heard that, shock flashed across his face again. Without giving him time to recover, Vergatalis instructed him to move the kidnapped 13th princess to the first floor of the tower. If the heroes found and rescued her as soon as they entered, they would have no reason to keep pushing deeper, and the tower itself could avoid large-scale destruction. The suggestion instantly ignited Yuger's fury. His anger exploded as he shouted that the idea was complete nonsense. He claimed he had not received even a single report about a new hero's journey being formed against him. Vergatalis coldly replied that this only proved the limits of the Titan intelligence network. Those words poured oil onto Yuger's rage. His murderous glare locked onto Vergatalis as he warned him not to grow too arrogant just because he had stayed silent until now. In the very next instant, Yuger hurled himself forward in fury and activated Titan magic. Gigantification level 3 surged through his body as he prepared to strike. As he charged, Yuger roared that Vergatalis had become far too cocky, calling him worthless trash who had disgraced the standards of the Titans. But before that furious attack could even reach him, Vergatalis calmly began naming people one after another. The 3rd prince of Gianna, the 7th princess of the Vostokdom, the 4th prince of Makhel, the 6th princess of Candaria. The moment Yuger heard those names, his charging body came to an abrupt stop. Vergatalis explained that every one of those individuals had either already lost their position in the line of succession or lacked the power and resources needed to launch a hero's journey. In other words, kidnapping them would never bring heroes rushing in for revenge. Yuger was shaken to his core. Those were the exact same targets Yuger himself had once considered kidnapping. The only difference was that he had never been completely certain about them. Stunned and unsettled, he demanded to know how Vergatalis could possibly have such information. A faint smirk touched Vergatalis's face as he answered that the method did not matter. Deep in his mind, however, Vergatalis remembered the truth. Those princes and princesses were the very same hostages Yuger had kidnapped in his previous life before the regression. Keeping his expression calm, Vergatalis reminded him that the only thing that truly mattered was protecting the tower. Yuger hesitated for a long moment, his anger cooling into suspicion. Then he warned that if the information about the incoming hero's journey turned out to be false, Vergatalis would face serious consequences. Even under that threat, Vergatalis remained perfectly composed. He pointed out that placing a single hostage on the first floor would not create any real disadvantage for the tower either way. Faced with such practical reasoning, Yuger found himself unable to refute him properly. Still, suspicion lingered in his narrowed eyes. He demanded to know why Vergatalis was helping him in the first place, and what Vergatalis truly wanted from this arrangement. At that question, a slight grin slowly formed on Vergatalis's face. Inside, he quietly mocked Yuger for stepping right into the trap he had prepared. As he repeated Yuger's question in his mind, Vergatalis began thinking about the harsh reality of this dimension. More than anyone, he understood that brute strength alone was never enough to survive here. In a world overflowing with heroes, even Yuger understood that truth deep down, no matter how much pride he tried to hide behind. Despite his overwhelming physical power, Yuger had always feared the heroes of this dimension. He knew that his strength was massive, but he also knew he lacked the intelligence to completely outmaneuver them. That fear had forced him to move carefully, choosing only hostages who would never trigger a proper hero expedition. To Vergatalis, the situation felt painfully familiar, almost identical to the world before his regression. As he thought further, Vergatalis remembered what would eventually happen in the future. The giant, cowardly Yuger would one day try to cling to a certain man in order to survive, treating that man as a guiding light in the darkness. That man's name was Jason Kochmund. After reaching that conclusion in his mind, Vergatalis calmly told Yuger that he wanted nothing in return. He simply believed that a great demon king deserved to live a little longer. With those final words, Vergatalis turned his back on Yuger and began walking away from the chamber. But as his footsteps echoed behind him, another thought quietly rose in the depths of his mind. Instead of letting Yuger become one of Jason's future allies, Vergatalis would take that place for himself. He would pull Yuger onto his own side first, stealing away one of Jason's strongest future pieces before that piece could ever be used against him. Not long after that, the focus shifted to the base of the Golden Moon Merchant Guild, where a hidden teleportation circle station waited in silence beneath the guild's operations. Vergatalis arrived there while wearing his alternate identity, moving through the area as though he were nothing more than an ordinary figure involved in the mission. Now that the matter with Yuger had been dealt with, his mind had already shifted to the next stage of the plan waiting ahead. Hillen stepped forward with confidence and reported that every preparation had been finished exactly according to Vergatalus's instructions. The group was ready to depart whenever he gave the command. At the same time, Archmage Rosal revealed that she had personally taken charge of creating the raid map for the Tower of Absolute Hardness. She admitted that she only accepted the job because Ellen and Carrie had both asked her directly, and since she had climbed that tower several times before, her experience would allow the group to move far more safely. Nearby, Hawk, the leader of the Scarlet Hawk Mercenary Guild, proudly announced that his entire guild had gathered for the mission. His mercenaries shouted boldly, eager to show off the true strength of the Scarlet Hawks, while a few members whispered among themselves about how generous their mysterious benefactor had been last time. Many of them secretly hoped that another massive reward would be waiting once the mission was finished. Meanwhile, Vergatalus calmly judged the situation in his mind. Since they only needed to reach the first floor of the tower, this level of preparation was already more than enough. He then turned his attention toward Granada and Amon Katrashu, asking about the elf slaves. Amon respectfully reported that 33 elf slaves had been rescued from different regions across the continent. Granada proudly added that every single one of them had willingly sworn loyalty to her afterward, while Jadozan stood nearby with a smug look, reminding everyone that none of those negotiations would have gone smoothly without his efforts. Even as he spoke, Jadozan was secretly wondering whether an extra bonus might be coming his way. Vergatalus did not say much. He simply handed over several heavy bags filled with gold coins, praised everyone for their hard work, and told them they would meet again shortly. Jadozan immediately thanked him with bright, eager enthusiasm. Hawk and the members of the Scarlet Hawk Mercenary Guild stared at the gold with eyes shining full of excitement and greed. Once Vergatalus confirmed that every preparation was complete, he officially announced the start of the hero's journey. Their goal was simple: rescue the 13th Princess of Hildron and return safely. The entire group answered in one loud voice before quickly preparing to depart. As the commotion above ground began to settle, the focus shifted down into the hidden warehouse beneath the Golden Moon Merchant Guild. There, in the dim underground space, Vergatalus quietly turned toward Granada and questioned her about the rescued elf's loyalty. Granada calmly confirmed the oath she had mentioned earlier. Every elf gathered there had already sworn loyalty beneath the sacred world tree itself. The other elves explained that Vergatalus and Granada had saved them from lives filled with humiliation, suffering, and despair. To them, pledging absolute loyalty was not forced obedience, but the only way they could properly repay the people who had rescued them. In their eyes, serving the great Granada was not a burden at all. It was an honor they accepted with pride. Hearing their answer, Vergatalus smiled in satisfaction and formally welcomed them as vassals of the Demon King of Blazing Fire. At that moment, Vergatalus slowly spread his massive wings and revealed his true identity. The instant the elves realized the person before them was a Demon King, every one of them froze in complete shock. Seeing their stunned faces, Vergatalus casually wondered why elves always reacted the exact same way whenever they discovered the truth about him. Granada calmly answered that their reaction was perfectly normal. After all, no ordinary Demon King would wander the world disguised as a regular person while secretly expanding his influence from the shadows. The other elves immediately turned toward Granada in anger, demanding to know why she had hidden something so important from them. Granada did not hesitate at all. She openly declared that she had pledged her loyalty to Vergatalus long ago. Because of that, any elf who chose to follow her would also be serving the Demon King. One elf shouted in disbelief, accusing her of betraying the world tree itself. But Granada's expression darkened with fury, and the hatred she had carried for years finally began to spill out. Everything she had done was for revenge against humanity. She could never forget the endless cruelty humans had forced upon her people. Those memories were carved into her mind like scars that would never fade. Humans had slaughtered elves without reason, enslaved them, tortured them, violated them, and treated their lives as though they had no value at all. Even when the elves cried, trembled, and begged for mercy, no one cared enough to listen. Hearing those painful truths stirred the same buried fury inside the other elves as well. One by one, the elves clenched their fists and admitted that humanity truly had committed every one of those unforgivable crimes. Before long, the entire group openly supported Granada's desire for revenge. In their eyes, humanity deserved to suffer for everything it had done. Watching their hatred grow stronger, Vergatalus quietly understood something important. Even elves with pure hearts could fall into darkness once they had seen humanity's ugliness with their own eyes. Without wasting any more time, he moved on to the next step. Vergatalis ordered Gordon to gather every piece of information related to the elves and prepare secret infiltration routes that would allow the girls to move through human society without being noticed. Gordon accepted the order immediately, without the slightest hesitation. Meanwhile, Vergatalis silently calculated his next move. In 6 months, the legendary 10-star heroes would gather together for the purpose of killing him. Before that day arrived, he needed to recruit more talented people, strengthen the tower, and spread his influence even deeper into society. Creating chaos inside the human world was also an important part of his plan. The longer he could delay the hero's journey, the more time he would gain to prepare for the unavoidable war that was slowly approaching. 6 months still remained before the 10 stars united. No matter what happened during that short window of time, Vergatalis was determined to survive. The focus then shifted to the Tower of Absolute Hardness, on its very first floor. Not long after the heroes arrived, one of the soldiers suddenly shouted that he had found the princess. Inside a prison cell, Princess Alina of Hildron was discovered lying unconscious. Granada immediately lifted her into her arms and rushed toward the exit, determined to carry the princess safely beyond the tower's territory. Meanwhile, Hillen stayed behind to guard the rear, making sure the others could retreat without being attacked. As the heroes prepared to leave, Rosal's suspicion only continued to grow. Something about the entire mission felt wrong to her, almost too smooth to be natural. She found it strange that a demon king would keep such an important hostage on the very first floor, in a place where the rescue would be so simple. To Rosal, it almost felt as if the enemy had deliberately allowed them to take the princess and leave unharmed. Hillen tried to ease her concerns, suggesting that their success had simply come from good timing and careful preparation. He pointed out that they had completed the mission while suffering very few casualties. In his view, that should have been treated as a victory to celebrate, not a reason to drown themselves in suspicion. Even so, Rosal quietly watched Hillen and noticed that he no longer felt like the man she remembered. In the past, he had been driven by rage, ambition, greed, and an obsessive hunger for glory. Now, however, he seemed calmer, more restrained, and strangely mature. The change still felt unfamiliar, but it was impossible for her to ignore. And despite how unexpected it was, Rosal realized that she actually preferred this version of him much more. Her honest words briefly caught Hillen off guard, but he quickly recovered and urged everyone to keep moving. After successfully rescuing Princess Alina, the heroes returned triumphantly to the Hildron kingdom. Their victory was soon celebrated with a magnificent royal banquet personally arranged by the king himself. Inside the grand hall, beneath the glittering lights and the eyes of the assembled nobles, the king publicly praised Hillen for his bravery. He declared that Hillen had protected the kingdom's honor and prevented shame from falling upon the royal family. With a proud voice, the king named the hero a savior worthy of rewards granted in the name of the crown itself. Even with all that praise surrounding him, Hillen remained humble. He insisted that the mission would never have succeeded without Rosal's support. The king seemed deeply impressed by Hillen's modest attitude, and openly presented him as an example that everyone in the kingdom should admire. But in the middle of the celebration, Hillen suddenly realized that Princess Alina was nowhere to be seen. The king calmly explained that she was resting under heavy protection after everything she had suffered. Yet beneath those reassuring words, darker intentions quietly stirred inside the king's mind. As he carefully observed Hillen, the king began wondering just how emotionally attached the hero might have become to the princess during the rescue mission. If he arranged a marriage between them, the king believed he could bind Hillen permanently to the Hildron royal family, turning the powerful hero into an asset completely controlled by the crown. Overflowing with pride, the king lifted a golden cup high above the banquet table and called for a grand toast. He praised the hero who had conquered the Tower of Absolute Hardness, and the nobles immediately joined in with eager cheers as the king loudly declared that no kingdom would ever dare look down on Hildron again. The entire banquet hall rang with applause and roaring voices, all praising Hildron's strength, its restored honor, and the glorious victory that had just been placed before the crown. But far away from that bright celebration, another plan was already moving in the shadows. Ernan had secretly infiltrated the tower herself, determined to rescue her younger sister with her own hands. She knew the heroes could sense demonic energy, but right now, their attention was fixed on the royal banquet. With everyone distracted by celebration, none of them noticed her slipping into the tower. Beside her, Vergatalis moved silently through the halls, eliminating guards before they could even raise their voices. At the same time, he warned Ernan not to waste unnecessary energy and risk drawing attention to herself. As the two of them pushed deeper into the tower and neared the staircase, several guards finally spotted them and tried to sound the alarm. But before the guards could properly react, Ernan immediately raised her power and summoned her water spirit. A violent torrent of water exploded through the corridor, surging like a sudden flood. In an instant, the entire passage was swallowed by crashing waves, and the defenders were thrown into complete chaos. Standing calmly before the stunned captain of the guards, Ernan finally revealed herself. She declared that she was the Dark Spirit Summoner, one of the 4 heavenly lords serving the Demon King of Blazing Fire. Vergadalus quickly understood what had really happened. Ernan had allowed herself to be captured earlier on purpose, treating the whole situation almost like a game for her own amusement. While Ernan tried to give him a dramatic introduction, Vergadalus paid no attention to her performance at all. He simply ignored the theatrics and continued walking forward on his own. The guards were already rattled by the thought of being underestimated, but panic spread even faster once they realized the intruders had not sneaked in from some hidden route. They had walked straight through the main entrance. The captain soon figured out that Vergadalus was deliberately suppressing his demonic aura, so he would not alert the heroes gathered nearby. Since those heroes were still attending the banquet, the captain believed this restriction gave the guards a rare chance to take him down. With that confidence, the elite guards launched their attack, assuming Vergadalus would be far weaker as long as he could not freely rely on magic. But that assumption could not have been more wrong. Even without using dark power, Vergadalus was still on a completely different level. He slipped past every blade and every strike with effortless movements, as though the attacks were far too slow to even touch him. Vergadalus mocked them for ever believing they had a chance against him. A moment later, the overwhelming force of his raw physical strength alone crashed down on the attackers. The guards were knocked unconscious almost instantly. Terror spread through the tower like a nightmare repeating itself for the kingdom. Only hours ago, those same guards had proudly celebrated the princess's rescue, yet now they were collapsing one after another. The impact from the battle shook the tower with such force that the tremor rolled through the walls and floors. Even the massive chandelier inside Princess Alina's room began trembling overhead. The shaking finally pulled her from unconsciousness, and her eyes slowly opened as awareness returned. As Alina regained her senses, she saw Vergadalus standing among the defeated guards. His voice stayed calm as he demanded the captain's surrender, adding that he had intentionally held back his strength so the entire structure would not collapse. Terrified and desperate, the captain turned to run, hoping to escape and summon the heroes before it was too late. But the damaged stone wall behind him suddenly shifted like a living creature. It dragged him backward, swallowed his body, and trapped him inside the stone completely. The immobilized captain cursed the Dark Spirit Summoner in fear and frustration, while Ernan casually mocked him as she walked past his helpless form. Vergadalus found the entire situation strangely amusing as he watched the kingdom's pride fall apart so easily. After all, kidnapping the princess again less than a single day after her dramatic rescue would completely shatter the kingdom's reputation and authority. When Vergadalus finally entered Alina's room to speak with her properly, she barely seemed to notice him at all. Instead, the moment her eyes found Ernan, Alina rushed straight toward her sister. Even through the disguise, Alina recognized Ernan immediately and threw herself into her arms with pure joy. She explained that she had already received the secret letter, so she knew that no one except someone from the Demon King's side would come to save her. Watching the sisters reunite so emotionally, Vergadalus quietly realized that the two of them were much more alike than they had first appeared. Curious about one detail, he asked Ernan about the secret letter she had sent to Hillen earlier. Ernan casually admitted that she had sent it, and she even seemed a little surprised that Vergadalus had allowed her to do something like that. Vergadalus simply replied that he had never considered her actions dangerous enough to worry about. Then, without further hesitation, he spread his wings once more. With his wings opened behind him, Vergadalus ordered the two sisters to return with him immediately. Meanwhile, back inside the royal banquet hall, the lively celebration suddenly collapsed into chaos. A terrified guard burst in before the king and desperately reported that Princess Alina had been kidnapped once again. The king's face twisted with fury and disbelief in an instant. Blinded by rage, he smashed dishes and golden cups across the banquet hall while screaming at the incompetence of his soldiers. The focus then shifted to the Tower of Blazing Fire, specifically its first floor, where Alina's attention was immediately seized by something extraordinary. Standing proudly near the center of the workshop was an enormous mana cannon, a weapon unlike anything Alina had ever seen before. Its massive frame, unusual structure, and overwhelming presence captured her curiosity at once. Alina stared at it with sparkling eyes, admiring every part of its craftsmanship, then asked with pure excitement whether Logger himself had truly created such an incredible weapon. Hearing her question, Logger burst into a loud, hearty laugh. He proudly introduced himself as the blacksmith of the first floor, the great Logger Friedrich, and confidently said that anyone personally brought into the tower by the Demon King had to be important. perhaps even a princess. Alina's excitement only grew when she learned the cannon really was Logger's creation. Without hesitation, she announced that she wanted to build something like it herself one day. Her bold enthusiasm amused Logger so much that, after another booming laugh, he immediately decided she could become his assistant whenever she wanted. Alina happily celebrated the unexpected opportunity, her face glowing with bright, innocent excitement. At that moment, Kid arrived wearing her armor and casually asked Logger to repair the practice scarecrow once again. But her attention soon shifted to Alina, and she curiously wondered who the young child was. The instant Alina saw Kid, she was completely captivated by her appearance. Even beneath the heavy armor, Alina could clearly sense how beautiful and strong Kid looked. Without holding back her honest thoughts, she openly praised her, causing Kid to freeze in embarrassment. The compliment hit Kid so directly that she instinctively hid behind Ernan and nervously avoided eye contact. In that moment, Kid realized something terrifying. Despite looking innocent and harmless, Alina was unbelievably skilled at interacting with people. To Kid, this little girl suddenly felt far more dangerous than expected. Watching the exchange, Ernan quietly chuckled before calmly introducing Alina as her younger sister. Kid was immediately shocked by the revelation. Ernan then explained that Alina had always been an extremely sincere child by nature. Because of her illness, she had spent most of her life confined to a room, learning about the outside world only through books and stories. Now that Alina could finally experience everything with her own eyes for the first time, every emotion she showed came straight from her heart. Ernan firmly explained that Alina was not the kind of child who lied or offered empty flattery just to win someone's favor. Every compliment Alina gave was completely genuine. Hearing that only made Kid blush even harder, and she quietly began wondering if she really was as pretty as Alina claimed. Just as the atmosphere inside the Demon King's tower became lighter and more cheerful, Gordon suddenly arrived and loudly protested the entire situation. In his eyes, allowing dwarves, elves, heroes, and even princess knights into the tower had already pushed the limits. But bringing a child into the Demon King's tower crossed the line completely. Vergadalus calmly replied that he was not asking Gordon to personally raise her, but that explanation did absolutely nothing to calm Gordon's frustration. To Gordon, the situation was not merely inconvenient, it was completely unacceptable. Just then, Alina slowly walked toward him after recognizing him from the stories she had heard many times before. The moment Alina opened her mouth to speak, Gordon clenched his teeth and coldly warned her not to say a word. Calling her the 13th Princess of Hilgeron, he said that if rumors spread about the Demon King raising a child inside his tower, the fear and dignity surrounding the Demon King would vanish completely. In Gordon's eyes, a Demon King was supposed to remain a terrifying existence, and there was simply no place here for someone like her. But Alina did not shrink back, cry, or look frightened by his harsh words. Instead, she gently thanked him. She explained that her older sister had written many letters about him, and in those stories, Gordon was always the one quietly preparing delicious meals and managing everything behind the scenes. With a sincere expression, Alina thanked him for all the hard work he had done to support the tower and help her sister. After speaking those words, she politely lowered her head in a grateful bow. That simple, completely honest gesture struck Gordon harder than any argument could have. For a moment he was left utterly speechless. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, he awkwardly turned away and hurried out of the area without saying another word. Kid and Logger silently watched the whole exchange in amazement, realizing that Alina had a frighteningly natural talent for winning people over without even trying. Meanwhile, Alina happily admitted that the Demon King's tower was nothing like she had imagined. Instead of terrifying monsters lurking everywhere, the place felt surprisingly peaceful, clean, and welcoming. Everyone she had met so far had treated her kindly. And most importantly, for the first time in a very long while, her body no longer hurt. Hearing Alina speak with such honest happiness made Ernan smile warmly, as if everything had gone exactly as she believed it would. At the same time, Vergadalus quietly observed the people around him and realized that almost everyone in the tower already seemed to like Alina. In Vergadalus's view, a person needed at least this much talent to become truly useful. Out of casual curiosity, he even wondered what kind of sweet words Alina might eventually say to him as well. Ernan immediately defended her younger sister again, firmly insisting that Alina truly meant every single word she said. There was nothing false or calculated behind her kindness. Vergadalus then casually asked what exactly Alina had written about him in those letters. That sudden question made both sisters panic at once. Alina's face turned bright red as she quickly looked to Ernan for help, while Ernan herself became just as embarrassed after realizing what Vergatalis was asking. Seeing her older sister react like that only made Alina even more nervous. She quickly slipped behind Ernan, hiding herself while pretending she had no idea what he was talking about. Vergatalis simply stared at their strange reaction in confusion, then decided to move the conversation toward Alina's health instead. He remembered hearing that the 13th princess had once been so weak that she could barely even leave her bed. Ernan smiled and explained that Alina's recovery was all thanks to the environment inside the Demon King's tower. According to her, Alina suffered from a condition known as mana overload. Just like Ernan herself, Alina had been born with an enormous amount of innate mana. The difference was that Alina's body had never been strong enough to properly contain, control, or endure such overwhelming magical power. Ernan went on to explain that demonic energy naturally drained mana over time. It was similar to how a spirit blossom would lose its magical properties once it became contaminated by demonic energy. Because of that, when Alina lived inside the kingdom, her excessive mana constantly destabilized her body and caused painful coughing fits. But inside the Demon King's tower, the surrounding demonic energy slowly reduced the pressure created by her mana overload. Ernan confidently believed that if Alina continued living there, she could eventually recover completely. After listening to the explanation, Vergatalis brought up the hero's journey that would officially begin in 6 months. Then he asked whether Alina could become useful before that time arrived. Ernan honestly admitted that reaching the level of a full archmage within only 6 months would most likely be impossible, even for someone with Alina's potential. However, she confidently assured him that Alina becoming an upper-level mage during that period would not be a problem. Vergatalis accepted that answer and decided it was good enough. He officially announced that the 13th princess would stay on the 3rd floor of the tower and entrusted Ernan with taking proper care of her. Ernan accepted the responsibility with obvious happiness. However, Ernan also made one important request. She asked Vergatalis not to let Alina participate directly in combat, because the child was still far too young to witness bloodshed and violence. Hearing that, Vergatalis quietly wondered whether Hernan's desire to destroy Hilgeron had been genuine from the very beginning. From there, the focus moved deeper into the Tower of Blazing Fire, eventually arriving at the 5th floor strategy meeting room. Gordon accompanied Vergatalis into the newly expanded area, carefully observing the space around them. Vergatalis explained that this expansion had only become possible because of the points earned from kidnapping the 13th princess. Until now, he had been forced to manage almost everything directly from the throne because the tower never had enough resources to establish a proper organizational system. But with the future battle against the heroes of the 10 stars steadily approaching, he knew the tower needed a much more efficient structure. For that reason, Vergatalis officially handed over management authority of the strategy room to Gordon. He even gave him permission to freely expand additional facilities whenever they became necessary in the future. Gordon immediately expressed his gratitude and accepted the responsibility with complete determination. Meanwhile, Vergatalis silently reflected on the 2 most important conditions needed to stop the hero's journey. First, the tower itself had to grow stronger. Second, the gathering of the heroes of the 10 stars had to be delayed for as long as possible. After organizing his thoughts, Vergatalis asked Gordon about the progress involving the elves. Gordon calmly reported that everything was moving smoothly. The elves had already started spreading across the continent by using the trade routes connected to the Golden Moon Merchant Guild. But just as they continued discussing the tower's future plans, a sudden alert interrupted the meeting. One of Vergatalis's servants hurried into the room and urgently reported that a serious problem had appeared. At the same time, the focus shifted far away to the Ian Kingdom, where chaos had already spread across the entire nation. News was racing everywhere that Princess Lavinia had disappeared once again. Many people immediately feared that she had been kidnapped. Soon after, a letter discovered inside her room was brought directly before the king. The moment the king finished reading it, his hands began trembling uncontrollably. The letter revealed that Princess Lavinia had left the kingdom once again in search of chimera ingredients. After thinking carefully about the unexplored frozen mountains she had recently shown interest in, the king quickly realized there was only one place she could have gone, Urgrist. Without wasting even a second, he immediately ordered a search party to head toward the frozen region and bring his daughter back safely. As the search operation began, the focus shifted to the frozen lands of Urgrist itself. There, the 3rd princess of the Ian Kingdom, Lavinia Ian, was already rampaging through hordes of orcs alongside her terrifying chimeras. One after another, the monsters were slaughtered, while Lavinia casually collected useful materials from their corpses, as if she were simply gathering supplies. Even with destruction spreading all around her, Lavinia looked completely bored by the endless waves of enemies and ingredients piling up before her. Meanwhile, the orc leader Krutu urgently reported the situation directly to Vergatalis. He explained that a human mage controlling monsters had invaded their territory. The orcs had surrounded her and tried to prevent her from advancing any closer toward the tower. But stopping her had proven nearly impossible. Krutu then revealed the intruder's identity by showing her face to Vergatalis. The instant Vergatalis saw her, he immediately recognized the intruder as Lavinia. Gordon then stepped in and explained what he had learned from his previous investigation. According to Gordon, Lavinia was known as the Aeon Kingdom's only chimera creator. However, he questioned why Vergatalis looked so alarmed, since chimera creators were relatively common in the demonic realm. Vergatalis immediately rejected that comparison. He explained that Lavinia existed on a completely different level from ordinary creators. Before the regression, he had personally witnessed the horrifying extent of her power. Back then, Lavinia had led an entire chimera army during an invasion of his tower, and she had nearly kidnapped every one of his vassals in the process. The tower itself had almost collapsed beneath the force of her assault. Because of that overwhelming achievement, Lavinia Aeon eventually became known as the solo hero's journey. What disturbed Vergatalis the most was the timing. Lavinia was originally supposed to begin moving seriously 3 years later. Not now. He silently wondered whether killing Draxon had somehow changed the flow of events and pushed Lavinia into action far earlier than expected. Vergatalis then explained that Lavinia was the kind of princess who would never stop chasing the ingredients she wanted. If ordinary materials failed to satisfy her curiosity, she would not hesitate to target even the Demon King himself as a source of new ingredients. Even so, Vergatalis still could not understand why she had chosen Urgrist of all places. Gordon then pointed out the true danger hidden behind the situation. Lavinia Aeon was the third princess of the Aeon Kingdom, and she stood high within the royal line of succession. If the Demon King's tower attempted to kill or kidnap her, the entire Aeon Kingdom would immediately mobilize its military forces and declare war. Facing Hilderon's hero's journey alone was already dangerous enough. If the Aeon Kingdom was dragged into the conflict as well, then winning would become nearly impossible. Understanding just how dangerous the situation had become, Vergatalis immediately ordered Krutu to act. Krutu's mission was to lure Lavinia as far away from the tower as possible before she discovered its location. Vergatalis made one thing absolutely clear. Under no circumstances was Krutu allowed to fight her head-on. Krutu accepted the command without hesitation, while Gordon was ordered to support the operation from inside the tower. After giving out his orders, Vergatalis turned and walked away. But as he moved forward, an unpleasant feeling slowly began rising in the back of his mind. The sight of an untouchable princess suddenly intruding into the Demon King's territory felt painfully familiar. It reminded him of the exact chain of events that had happened shortly before Draxon's death. Back then, Vergatalis himself had sent the dwarf princess straight toward Draxon, and that memory weighed heavily on him as he continued through the cold land. As he moved across the lands of Urgrist, countless thoughts circled through his mind. Lavinia Aeon was not the kind of person who would randomly wander into such a dangerous region without a reason. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became that someone had intentionally drawn her there. And among everyone he knew, only one person was capable of setting up such a complicated situation from behind the scenes. That person was Jason Cockmund, moving from the shadows. The possibility that Jason was truly the mastermind behind everything made anger begin to burn deep inside Vergatalis. Vergatalis refused to simply stand by while someone else manipulated the events around him from the dark. At the same time, Krutu slowly walked alone toward the massive Chimera army. The atmosphere around him was heavy with despair, but even then, his footsteps did not stop. Deep in his heart, he had already accepted that he might die there. After confirming that his subordinates had safely escaped, a small sense of relief quietly settled inside him. He believed that even if he fell on that battlefield, the tribe would continue to survive as long as everyone remained united. To Krutu, protecting the tribe mattered far more than preserving his own life. If his death could secure their future, then he considered it nothing more than a necessary sacrifice. With deep regret filling his chest, Krutu silently apologized to the Demon King in his heart. He begged Vergatalis to continue watching over the tribe even after he was gone. Just as Krutu prepared himself for what he believed would be his final stand, the battlefield suddenly changed. Black flames burst forward without warning, spreading across the ground and instantly blocking the advance of the Chimera army. The overwhelming heat brought the entire battlefield to a stunned halt. A moment later, Vergatalis himself appeared in front of Krutu. The Demon King looked down at him calmly and asked why he had decided to throw away his life without permission. The terrifying presence surrounding Vergatalis shook Krutu to his very core. Without hesitation, Krutu dropped to his knees and apologized. He declared that he was fully prepared to accept any punishment for what he had done. But Vergatalis simply reminded him that he had already fulfilled his duty as chief. He warned Krutu not to cast aside his life so carelessly, because loyal subordinates like him were extremely difficult to replace. Those unexpected words struck Krutu deeply, filling him with emotion. Overwhelmed, Krutu called out to him directly as the Demon King. Hearing Krutu openly refer to Vergatalis that way left Lavinia completely shocked. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Vergatalis, as if the truth before her had just become far more interesting than anything she had expected. Meanwhile, Vergatalis calmly raised one hand and formed black flames in his palm. Looking toward the Chimera army, he declared that perhaps the situation had turned out perfectly after all. Since the Chimera army was far too dangerous to leave untouched, cutting down its numbers right now would only benefit him in the future. Not long afterward, the fifth prince of the Ian Kingdom, Cain, arrived on the battlefield with a group of knights. The entire group desperately called out to Lavinia, begging her to return home immediately. At the same time, Vergatalis stepped forward and turned his full attention toward the Chimera army. He made it clear that he had no intention of becoming an enemy of the Ian Kingdom. However, his voice turned cold as he warned them that if they crossed paths with him again, none of them would survive. In the next instant, black flames erupted across the battlefield, forcing the Chimera army to retreat. Even after the battle ended, Lavinia continued staring at Vergatalis with a mixture of shock, fascination, and curiosity. Instead of frightening her, the truths she had discovered only deepened her obsession with him. Meanwhile, Cain ordered the knights to follow the source of the strange light, believing his sister would surely be somewhere nearby. But when they finally reached the location, they found nothing except a single doll lying on the ground. Attached to it was a message warning them not to search for her anymore. The sight immediately filled Cain with frustration. He angrily complained that his sister always vanished without warning and constantly caused trouble for everyone around her. One of the knights then reminded him that they had already gone far too deep into the dangerous lands of Urgrist and advised him that they should return before the situation grew worse. After thinking it over for a moment, Cain accepted the advice. He reasoned that ordinary monsters would never be able to defeat his sister anyway. He also confirmed that the Demon King of Blazing Fire had not kidnapped her. As the chaos in Urgrist slowly began to calm, the focus shifted back toward the Tower of Blazing Fire. While quietly reflecting on everything that had happened, Vergatalis once again thought about Lavinia Ian. More than most people, he understood just how dangerous her personality truly was. She was the kind of woman who would never return home until she obtained exactly what she wanted. Memories from before the regression rose in his mind. Even back then, Lavinia had been completely insane when it came to chimera materials, and her obsession had once become so extreme that she even targeted the flesh of the Demon King himself as experimental material. While Vergatalis remained lost in thought, Gordon approached him carrying a new report. He informed him that the Ian scouts had already left the area. Hearing that, Vergatalis immediately began analyzing the situation in his mind. He quickly concluded that Lavinia had not separated from the search party by accident after meeting the princess. More likely, her obsession with chimera materials had driven her to escape from the group on purpose. He also realized that if the Ian Kingdom discovered Lavinia was heading toward the tower, the search forces would inevitably follow her there as well. Understanding how serious the situation was, Gordon calmly pointed out that if the Chimera Princess were to disappear forever somewhere inside the dangerous lands of Urgrist, no one would ever discover the truth behind what happened to her. A faint smirk slowly appeared on Vergatalis's face as he agreed with Gordon's conclusion. Under those circumstances, the Ian Kingdom would have no valid excuse to invade him by claiming he was responsible. Hearing that, Gordon's own expression turned cold, and a dangerous smile spread across his face. Believing the perfect opportunity had finally arrived, he suggested launching a full-scale attack immediately. Vergatalis understood that this might truly be their only chance to eliminate Lavinia once and for all. Even so, an uncomfortable feeling continued to linger deep inside him. Something about the entire situation still felt wrong. Despite that uneasiness, he ultimately decided to handle the matter personally. Without hesitation, Vergatalis stepped outside the tower alone. The moment he emerged, he found Lavinia calmly waiting for him while seated on top of a chimera. But the creature beneath her was far from ordinary. Every one of its countless eyes had been directly connected to Jason's vision, allowing Jason Kakman to watch everything happening there from a distant location. As Jason observed the situation through the Chimera's eyes, a smirk of amusement spread across his face. He immediately realized that Vergatalis had stepped outside personally because he did not want anyone discovering what was hidden inside the tower. That alone made Jason acknowledge that Vergatalis was far more cautious and intelligent than he had first expected. Standing before Lavinia, Vergatalis directly called out Jason Cockman's name. He calmly revealed that he already knew Jason was listening through the Chimera. From the creature itself, he could sense traces of Jason's demonic energy. Now that he had seen the Chimera up close, his suspicions had turned into certainty. Vergatalis concluded that Jason had personally provided a body infused with his own demonic energy to create that Chimera. Jason openly admitted that Vergatalis's observation skills were impressive. However, he mockingly questioned what the Demon King could possibly accomplish while surrounded by an entire Chimera army. As Vergatalis looked across the battlefield, he saw countless chimeras standing in every direction. Every single one of them possessed strength equal to a high-ranking monster. Even with enemies closing in from every side, Vergatalis had never lost sight of his single goal: capture Lavinia Aiken alive. But right at that moment, his sharp gaze slipped away from Lavinia herself and fixed on the chimera moving beneath her. The longer he looked at that creature, the stronger his instincts screamed that something about it was deeply wrong. That monster was not carrying only Jason's demonic energy. Buried far deeper inside its twisted body, another powerful presence was quietly pulsing, hidden beneath the surface. And just as Vergatalis sensed that strange aura, Gordon rushed onto the scene, bringing urgent information he had received from Hill and Cargill. Gordon quickly revealed the truth. The corpse of Draxon, the dead beast Demon King that had originally been recovered by the 10-star hero Rosalkant, had somehow fallen into Lavinia Aiken's hands. That single report immediately changed the weight of the entire battlefield. The moment Vergatalis heard it, shock flashed across his face. He instantly understood what had happened. Draxon's corpse had not simply been stolen. It had been broken down and used as material to create that chimera. Seeing Vergatalis reach the answer on his own, Jason's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Jason openly confirmed that Vergatalis had guessed correctly. Even if the effect was only temporary, that chimera had inherited the terrifying speed Draxon possessed when he was still alive. But according to Jason, that borrowed speed was not even the biggest problem facing Vergatalis now. Under normal circumstances, Demon Kings used their demonic energy points to strengthen their bodies and increase their power. Vergatalis, however, had made a completely different choice. Instead of investing those points into his own strength, he had converted most of them into money. Because of that decision, the body Vergatalis had now was almost no stronger than before. He had gained wealth, but in terms of raw physical power, he had barely improved at all. With that weakness hanging over him, defeating both the Chimera and Princess Lavinia at the same time would be anything but simple. Jason's confidence only grew heavier as he continued speaking, and then he revealed one more terrifying piece of information. Jason had not limited his tricks to a single chimera. He had planted eyes and ears inside several others as well. While Vergatalis was forced to focus on Lavinia outside the tower, even one chimera slipping inside would be enough for Jason to uncover everything hidden within those walls. Once Jason learned the tower's internal layout, its defenses, and the secrets buried inside, he would be able to build the perfect plan to bring the entire place down. Just as heroes always prepared strategies before challenging Demon Kings, Jason had now started preparing his own strategy against the Tower of Flames. This time, the Demon King was the one being studied. Overflowing with arrogance, Jason looked down at Vergatalis and mocked him openly, asking what the Demon King of Blazing Fire could possibly do now. But to everyone's surprise, Vergatalis began to smile. Deep down, he had to admit it, Jason Cockmund had completely outmaneuvered him this time. For the first time, Vergatalis realized that he was standing in the exact same kind of trap Draxon had once been forced into. The moment this battle truly began, there would be no path back. From that point on, every choice would lead straight to victory or destruction. Accepting that reality without hesitation, Vergatalis decided to gamble everything on one desperate move. With calm, deliberate hands, he removed his jacket, stepped forward into full view, and called Lavinia's name directly. Just seeing him expose himself like that was enough to make Gordon's blood run cold. Gordon shouted in panic, warning Vergatalis that showing himself so openly in front of the chimeras was far too dangerous, even for a Demon King. At the same time, Jason narrowed his eyes, suddenly unsure of what Vergatalis was trying to do. Jason could not make sense of it. Vergatalis seemed to be ignoring every threat around him, as if the battlefield itself no longer mattered. Vergatalis focused only on Lavinia Aiken and calmly proposed a deal. Lavinia, intrigued by his sudden offer, tilted her head and asked what kind of deal he was talking about. Then Vergatalis made an offer shocking enough to freeze the air. He demanded that Lavinia immediately cancel her agreement with the Demon King of Lies. In exchange, he promised to personally hand over one of his own horns as proof of his sincerity. He even swore on the standards and honor of a Demon King himself. The instant those words left his mouth, Lavinia went completely still. Her eyes locked onto Vergatalis, unable to hide the shock and excitement rising inside her, and she asked in disbelief whether he truly meant to give her one of his horns. Meanwhile, Hillen immediately realized that events were unfolding exactly as the Demon King had predicted. Vivian really had come there to abduct Princess Louise. Earlier, Vergatalis had already warned Hillen Cargill to protect the Dwarven Princess for the time being. According to him, the Demon Queen would definitely try to kidnap her sooner or later. Trusting those words without doubt, Hillen threw himself at Vivian with all his strength. His faith in the Demon King only grew stronger, and in his heart, he believed that loyalty would push him toward even greater achievements. Burning with the desire to raise his own accomplishments, Hillen declared that he would be the one to defeat Vivian, the Demon Queen of Lust. At the same moment, Vivian pulled back with incredible speed, refusing to believe that she could be defeated in a place like this. Her eyes darted across the area as she desperately searched for the Dwarven Princess. But before Vivian could properly react, the Dwarven Princess suddenly appeared behind her. With no warning at all, she swung in and launched a fierce attack straight at Vivian. The princess did not hesitate for even a second. Her expression turned cold as she moved in, fully prepared to finish Vivian off. Vivian was stunned. Only then did she realize that the person attacking her from behind was truly the princess she had come to kidnap. The Dwarven Princess answered with a mocking tone, as if asking whether Vivian had expected someone else. At that same instant, Hillen closed in from the opposite side and declared that Vivian would die right there. Vivian was driven into complete despair. A hero was standing there protecting the princess, while the princess herself was charging at her with an axe. To Vivian, the entire situation was so absurd that it felt as if something was fundamentally wrong with this dimension. Unable to endure the madness of the situation any longer, Vivian threw her head back and let out a furious scream. Even after being pushed into such a corner, Vivian still managed to break away from the battlefield. Hillen could only watch as she slipped out of reach and fled. The moment the Dwarven Princess realized Vivian had escaped, rage burst across her face. She reminded Hillen that the Demon Queen had come specifically to kidnap her, and insisted that Vivian should have been killed on the spot. Without wasting even a breath, she immediately turned to the nearby soldiers and ordered them to chase after the Demon Queen at once. Soon afterward, Hillen reported the entire incident directly to Vergatalis. He confirmed that the Demon Queen of Lust had appeared exactly as the Demon King had predicted. After hearing Hillen's report, Vergatalis calmly thought back to the first time he had seen Vivian. From that very first encounter, he had already suspected that something like this might happen. Then, without losing his composure, he asked how the battle had ended. Hillen admitted that he had failed to eliminate the Demon Queen of Lust. However, he had not walked away empty-handed. He had still managed to claim a trophy from their clash, and he planned to send it to the tower. That trophy turned out to be the tale of the Demon Queen of Lust. As that situation came to a close, the scene moved far away to the Eastern Triangle Strait, deep within the Sea of the Sea King. There, Crudalord, master of the Eastern Sea and a calamity-grade monster, was locked in battle against Pullav Disrod, one of the 10-star heroes. Their fierce battle continued, waves and power crashing around them, until Roselle suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Without the slightest hesitation, Roselle raised her weapon and fired a fairy arrow. The shot pierced Crudalord directly, killing the calamity-grade monster in an instant. Pullav immediately looked irritated, clearly annoyed that Roselle had interrupted his fight. Roselle ignored his frustration and explained that an order had been issued to summon all of the 10 stars. The hero's journey to Urgrist had officially begun. At first, Pullav complained about how troublesome the whole situation sounded. But the moment he heard the name Urgrist, his expression changed completely. He knew that place was packed with countless calamity-grade monsters. Roselle quickly warned him not to get too excited, because they were not going there to enjoy themselves in battle. Their mission was simply to capture the Demon King. Even as she complained, Roselle pointed out how ridiculous Pullav was, mocking him for endlessly fighting with nothing but an ordinary sword while refusing to use mana at all. To her, that kind of behavior was completely abnormal. Pullav, however, proudly admitted that fighting that way felt unbelievably satisfying, and even encouraged Roselle to try it herself. Roselle rejected the idea immediately and told him to get lost. As their conversation continued, Pallav noticed that Roselle's magic had grown much stronger. A confident smirk spread across his face as he pointed out that she must have been secretly training on her own. Excited by the thought, he instantly suggested having a match with her. Roselle's face tightened with irritation, and she coldly told him to go fight alone and die by himself. Ignoring her attitude completely, Pallav casually asked how she had even found him in the first place. Roselle explained that someone had told her he would be there, wasting time by himself. Curious, Pallav asked who had given her that information. Roselle then revealed that the tip had come from none other than the guildmaster of the Hero Guild. Not long afterward, the scene shifted to the Hero Guild, where Hillen stood before the elder heroes. The elders praised him as 10-star hero Hillen Cargill, the man who had defeated 2 demon kings and protected the princess of Burfit from an attempted kidnapping by another demon king. They acknowledged that his recent achievements had been truly exceptional. Hillen lowered himself humbly and expressed his gratitude. Then the elder heroes announced that, in recognition of those accomplishments, the Hero Guild had decided to appoint him as an Argon. At that moment, Hillen was granted an even more powerful sword, a weapon worthy of the new height he had reached within the Hero Guild. Argons were not ordinary heroes. They were the rare individuals who stood beside the Guildmaster and the 4 elder heroes, helping decide the future direction of the entire Hero Guild itself. Their influence was so great that even kings tried to maintain friendly relations with them. To become an Argon meant stepping into a position wrapped in authority, prestige, and real political power. As Hillen stood there before them, emotion surged through his chest. He could not help thinking back to his beginning, an ordinary boy who had come from a small countryside village, somehow climbing all the way to this place. And now, Hillen could feel it clearly. His dream was no longer some distant fantasy. Just a little more remained before he could finally grasp it with his own hands. With determination burning in his eyes, Hillen swore that he would fulfill his duties as an Argon. Deep inside, he became certain that this promotion had brought him one step closer to becoming the greatest hero in history. Just then, Pallav suddenly appeared, cutting into the serious atmosphere with his usual casual tone. With a teasing grin, he wondered aloud when a greenhorn like Hillen had become such an important figure. Pallav said it had been quite a while since they had last met, then brought up the rumors about Hillen defeating 2 demon kings. Excited as always, he immediately suggested that they should spar sometime. Hillen greeted Sir Pallav respectfully and said he was happy to see him again, though he admitted that a sparring match might be difficult. Soon after, the elder heroes welcomed the arrival of both Pallav Disrod and Roselle Chant. With the 10-star heroes gathered before them, they explained that everyone had been called there because a grave mission needed to be assigned. Pallav's mood instantly turned sour. He complained that they had ruined his fun, then warned them that this mission had better be worth the trouble. Otherwise, he said, someone might end up dead. The elder hero remained calm and simply assured him that this mission would definitely be satisfying, even for someone like him. From that moment on, the Hero Guild issued its order. The 7 10-star heroes currently employed in the Jaspine Empire succession war were to be forcibly brought back. No matter what methods became necessary, the Hero Guild would take responsibility for the aftermath. The 10-star level hero's journey had now become the guild's highest priority. The moment Pallav heard that, a grin spread across his face. He was thrilled by the idea that they had permission to beat down the other 10 stars if that was what it took to bring them back. Roselle quickly told him to calm himself, pointing out that his excitement was starting to look seriously creepy. Meanwhile, Hillen's expression darkened with shock. If all of the 10 stars were being gathered now, that meant the hero's journey would begin much sooner than anyone had expected. Inside his mind, Hillen immediately thought of Vergadalus. To him, the Demon King was the key to reaching the peak of his own destiny. Until Hillen became the greatest hero in history, Vergadalus absolutely could not be allowed to fall. Later, Hillen reported everything he had learned directly to Vergadalus. He explained that once the heroes employed in Jaspine were brought back, the hero's journey would begin almost immediately. Vergadalus questioned why such a sudden decision had been made. Hillen admitted that even the guildmaster had not revealed the real reason behind the order. After listening to Hillen's report, Vergadalus felt a faint uneasiness settle over him. Everything was moving far too quickly, almost as if someone had forced events forward on purpose. That made him wonder whether Jason had already interfered from behind the scenes. Trying to understand the situation more clearly, Vergadalus asked how the Hero Guild intended to accelerate the hero's journey so suddenly. Hillen explained that the guild planned to step directly into the Jaspine Empire's succession war. The succession war was an ancient tradition of the Jaspine imperial family. The next emperor was not chosen peacefully. Instead, princes and princesses competed against one another in a brutal struggle, risking their lives to claim the throne. Whenever the emperor assigned a difficult mission related to the empire, each royal candidate would hire mercenaries and work alongside heroes to complete those tasks. The entire succession war was divided into 5 stages, and under normal circumstances, the conflict would continue for roughly 6 months before reaching its conclusion. As Vergatalis heard this, he slowly understood just how serious the situation had become. If the war lasted 6 months, then the 10-star heroes would remain gathered there the entire time. Hillen confirmed that 7 of the 10 10-star heroes had already been hired as mercenaries in the succession war. However, Hillen also warned him that if Pallav Disrod personally interfered, the entire succession war could end in a single month. In the worst case, it might even be settled within just a few weeks, causing all of the 10 stars to gather far earlier than expected. Vergatalis immediately understood the danger. At this point, whether Jason had interfered or not no longer mattered. Time had nearly run out and he needed to take action right away. Without hesitation, Vergatalis announced that it was finally time to move on to the next stage. He ordered Logher to create a golem. The command struck Logher like a bolt of lightning, and excitement filled his face as he realized Vergatalis was talking about an ancient weapon. Vergatalis reminded him that Magitech was essential for building a golem. Then he turned toward Lavinia Aiken and ordered her to assist Logher with the project. Lavinia looked confused and immediately questioned why she should be the one to help. In response, Vergatalis offered her a reward, the tail of the succubus queen. The moment Lavinia saw it, her eyes lit up with excitement. To her, it was a valuable ingredient far too tempting to ignore. Without any further resistance, she immediately agreed to help create the golem. After settling that matter, Vergatalis turned to Hernan and asked about Elena's condition. Hernan explained that Elena's mana had been almost completely drained, and starting the next day, he planned to begin teaching her the basics of magic. Satisfied with that progress, Vergatalis instructed Hernan to continue. Soon afterward, he switched back to his other identity and met with Gordon. He told Gordon that he would be leaving for a while, meaning Gordon would have to manage the tower in his absence. Gordon immediately became suspicious and asked whether Vergatalis was heading to the place he thought he was. Vergatalis calmly confirmed Gordon's suspicion. He revealed that he would personally enter the Jaspine Empire's succession war.